you gonna tell me where you went? All the messages I sent with no reply.
Hi there, guys, and welcome back to Once Upon a Time in Blackpool Season 2. And I'm your host, the one and only Tom Smith. Free kick now, beat shouldn't take. What a goal! Richie!
And we're back. Look at that, everyone. Back for our second round of the day. Would you believe it? Yeah, I tried a new intro there. The sound obviously was completely messed up. I don't know what's happened there, so I just muted that. I'll have to look at that another time, right? But welcome back. It's episode 3, the third live stream we're doing of this series. And we, of course, are Gillingham in League 2. There are 2 other previous live streams. They're both quite lengthy. There's no way about it. But I've gone back through both and added timestamps in the description box. So if you do want to go back and catch up in more detail of where we are, then that will be literally at your prerogative when you want to do it. But I will say that we can quickly catch you up with where we are right now. And if I take you to the Sky Bet League 2 overview, so the league table, as you can see, we're doing pretty well. You might not be able to see how many points we got because my head's in the way. Let's see if I can quickly move that a minute. If I quickly back out of the shot, there you go, look at that. So we got 65 points, which is pretty remarkable. And we are currently 15 points ahead of 4th place after 29 games. Probably got about 16 games to go here. Let's get my ugly face back on now. We've managed to get that out of the way. And yeah, we're doing pretty well. We are currently in January, if you go to our schedule. So we've just come off a whopping 7-0 away win at Newport County, which is pretty remarkable. We've brought in a new formation just to try and slow the pace down slightly as well. It is still a gegenpress, it's still a little bit flamboyant, but it has made a massive difference in my mind that, you know, we've managed to do this. So, yeah, it's a positive step forward with that. So I think we're looking pretty tasty now, and we've got a game against Swindon coming up. And obviously, bearing in mind it is January, there's been some transfers happening. There is one I'm trying to make here, depending if we can get him a work permit, but this will be for the new year. It won't be for now. So we will have to see if we can do that. I do currently have 2 players who have an ESC workplace in Bar and my defence midfielder Zentric. However, Zentric is an under-21s international, so I'm hoping at the end of the season we can apply for a full work permit, which will open up a slot for Omar Gunders, who looks a very interesting talent to me. I think he's got a pretty good future. You know, he'll get us up to the Championship probably. And who doesn't like a bit of Dutch flamboyance in your team? You know, who doesn't like something like that? So anyway, if you go to our transfer history now, just to catch you up, let's do our ins at the moment. And let's go right down to the last one. So what we signed so far, we signed Phoenix Patterson, who's come in from Fleetwood Town for about £10,000 as an impact sub. He has come in as a wing option for us, but you can also play anywhere across the middle. So welcome Phoenix. He's already scored in that 7-0. He came off the bench and I believe scored a free kick, if I'm not mistaken. And then we've also got Nicky Hogarth. We had to bring in a new backup goalkeeper, so I've brought in this chap, I believe from Falkirk, if I'm not mistaken, for £25,000. If I go back to him here quickly, look. Got good aerial reach. I'm working on his one-on-ones. We're trying to train him up on this because this is what I want to see a bit more of. But as you can probably just see here, his potential ability is pretty good, really. So he's got a lot of longer-term kind of, you know, potential, and it just gives us a bit of security, because we were lacking a bit of security before regarding what happened if our first choice goalkeeper got injured, Thomas. So yeah, so consequently we needed to get another one, and I think for the price he was good business. And then probably the biggest signing we made of the window, in my opinion, for £70,000, it might raise up to 160,000, and that's Derek Abu from Southampton. And he might not look much, but he has got incredibly good acceleration, as you can see, and incredibly good determination, and he's only 21, and I like that, and so far he's contributed very nicely. I'm pretty sure, yeah, he's got an 8.8 in 2 appearances and 2 assists in, no, 1 appearance. 1 appearance, 2 assists, and an 8.8 rating. It's a pretty good start, and it suits our system, which obviously means he can bomb forward here from the left-back position. So that gives us a pretty neat squad right now to get us towards the end of this season. We still got the challenges of the past episode. We still got to decide what to do with Bradley Dack. He's out of contract at the end of the season. No one wants to buy him. I don't think anyone wants to offer him the £16,000 a week he actually wants either. But unfortunately, looks like we're stuck with him for now. But saying that, with all being said, he is playing incredibly well. If you look at his season so far, I'm not sure if you can see behind my head again, it's probably slightly too high. You can't, that's a bit disappointing. I'll come out onto the squad page and have a look. He's got 26 games, 14 goals and 6 assists. So he's, you know, pretty good going. That's like a 75%, you know, exchange rate, right? So we're in a pretty good spot here. And then today, obviously, we're playing Swindon. We haven't got many games to go now. I'm not sure if tonight we'll get through them all. There's 16, I believe, approximately, if not 15 or something along those lines. We'll see how it goes. If I feel like we're going to do a full stretch, we'll do a full stretch. We might do a half stretch and then finish it off tomorrow and get into the new season. But I would say it's looking very likely now we're going to be able to take this team into League One. The only downside is our finances. They are really suffering. Our projection is not good. However, we are under FFP. It's just a case of we need to get the job done now. And if we can do that, I think we'll be in a great position here to really build with Gillingham going forward and really make maybe a dynasty of a team. But anyway, let's pick our team today and see what we get on. We've got Swindon at home. Swindon are actually one of the closest rivals we have got at the moment because they're playing particularly well. So we're going to have to go strong here. We have managed to rest a few players as well, which is quite helpful. I'm going to keep going with Derek Abu after his debut. I thought that was a fantastic debut he had there. Harry Webster's also come up from our youth academy, and despite his stats, he's been amazing. If you saw the end of the last episode, I won't stop going on about him because I'm so shocked at how good he is. He's been utterly brilliant. He really has. So anyway, we're just going to fill out our team now for today. I think we'll get Shadrick Oji back on the bench. The nice thing is now we got depth. We didn't have depth before, which I was a bit concerned about, but we seem to be hitting our depth levels now, which is really good. So I'm really chuffed about that. And if we go on the right here, we'll go with Ben Knight, who's come in. Look, we've got Yana on the left, attacking mid Bradley Jack, and Jimmy J Morgan, who's actually dropped off a cliff recently. I'm telling him off, he's on a 6.54 rating. And actually, Haji Bar has actually played better recently. But still, I've got to really look after the Chelsea youngster because I don't want them to maybe pull his loan just before the end of the window. So once we get to the end of January, if he's not up to scratch, then I will start dropping him. It really is that simple. But anyway, let's get straight to it in this one. And if you're in, give us a like and, you know, all that lovely subscription and, you know, pressy button stuff that YouTube loves nowadays. Anyway, we've got a lot of connectivity straight away here as we head into this game with Swindon. So, fingers crossed we're going to have a good one here. Let's go to the dressing room. Ian Holloway's still their manager. Our home form's important, lads. Let's go out there and beat this lot, right? So, let's get this underway. This will be a big victory for us if we can manage it to start the stream with. Just checking the sound there. I'm not sure if the background desktop one is a bit too loud. I'm going to slightly bring it down here, guys, alright? And just double check it in a minute, alright? Maybe it's been too loudly. I think we'll go with that and give that a go. That seems to be pretty good, eh? Anyway, on we go. Let's see how we can get on here. And if anyone's in the chat, feel free to say hi. There was a lovely chap earlier who was brilliant. Oh, and as I say that and turn around, Jimmy J Morgan, the guy that I was maybe suggesting he hasn't played well recently, has put one in the back of the net. So we'll take that as a starting point, eh? Fantastic. I'm really happy with that. I think that was a really, really nice bit of play there. He played in again. We've got some good link-up there with Bradley Dack. You know, he's technically superb. He really is. He's a very good talent. Atom comes forward here. Knight now it was Knight who played the ball, and he was onside just as well. Brilliant. It was a tight one, but he managed to play it through there. Great finish. We're looking lethal when we get the strike going forward. And the thing about this new formation is that we've managed to work in here. It's just a progression of what we were doing before. We just better our selectivity about when we're playing the ball and why we're doing it. You know, and we're running into space and we're just creating problems for the opposition at will, which is really what we want to be doing. So I absolutely love how we're managing to bring that. I think that is utterly brilliant. But anyway, Atom's picked the ball up here now and goes back to Thomas. We got Masterson here. He plays it forward to Janner. And it's in again, and it's Morgan again. Was that one offside? Apparently not. And he's on his hat-trick here already. He's already had one hat-trick this season. And it looks like he's going to pick up another. There's going to be another tight offside here, but we seem to be breaking the line perfectly, don't we? Janner played it in through superbly. Look at the pass. And his pace and his agility. And don't forget, England's 21 international. I think I end up saying it every game because he is that good, right? We'll double check the tight offside because there's no VAR down here, and it looks like we're okay on that one, which is pretty cool. Goalkeeper Ripley can't do a lot. If I move that over there a minute, so I realise my headphones are right by the microphone, which might make it a little bit feedbacky, so we'll just get rid of that. Corner now to Swindon, and they nearly pull one back there just before half time. But luckily for us, we're going to go into the break at 2-0, and we're looking pretty much untouchable here. I'm really disappointed we didn't have a good FA Cup run, because like if we managed to get past what are they called, Stevenage, who were only a division above us and not particularly much better, we'd have been flying. We'd had a 4th round game against Doncaster in our same division. I think we'd have won that as well. Anyway, Janner's in here. I think there might have been a penalty there, but the referee didn't give it. He's probably showing some sympathy to Swindon in the circumstances. It's funny because my last League 2 game I did was with Swindon, and I took them to the Premier League, so maybe we're going to do something similar when it comes to Gillingham, right? That'd be pretty impressive in the circumstances. Thanks for the likes so far, guys. Got a few likes on it already, which I really appreciate. So, and it is 2-1 though, as I say that, and I was looking away trying to make sure the sound was good. But anyway, Tishmanga's come in, look, and he's played it. Oh, it's been deflected off McGurk, yeah, and Kilkenny, and a little bit chaotic at the back there from us. A little bit caught on our heels, but you know, that's the way it goes, right? So it is what it is. We move forward now and see if we can get back into it. I did give them a lot of credit first half, which I normally don't. But here comes Knight now to change. Oh, he's hit the post. It's come back out. Luckily for Swindon, I didn't find the back of the net. That could be what we call a sliding doors moment, because if that had gone in, it probably would have killed them off a little bit. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. And it might be time for a change. Dak's not having his best game. So let's get the new chap, Phoenix Patterson, on. He can play in the middle despite it not being shown. And also he's got a pretty good free kick. And Abu's not having his best game. So let's get Ogie on, because Ogie is normally very good at turning up and scoring from a corner. And just to make the pressure even more interesting, Colchester have just taken the lead as well, who are literally our direct rivals. It's us and them for the title. That simple. Phoenix plays it forward and Morgan's in for the hat-trick and he's got it. That was wicked. I'm happy with that. Now he's got the hat-trick and we might as well get him off, right? Or should we wait? No, let's wait a minute here, because if we get an injury I'll end up regretting it, won't I? It's nice if we're playing at bottom of the table, Accrington Stanley, we could probably, you know, ride it out with 10 men if we do get an injury. I think it's probably better to leave him. Once again, he's beaten the offside trap really well here. Perfectly run. I mean, Phoenix wasn't even looking, and to think he's only just joined the club, I think that's a pretty remarkably good instinctive pass right there. Anyway, we're going to keep going here. Is Swindon now going to have an opportunity to get back into this? That will be the question. Play forward. Phoenix is in now, and Phoenix Patterson gets his second goal since he has signed from Fleetwood Town. I also took him from Fleetwood because he wasn't going to sign a new deal there, but also he was one of their better players and they were in 4th place in the league. Bit of a Chelsea move perhaps, bit of a Man United move. You know, the opposition who are threatening you have got a good player, why not just take him off their hands, you know? It makes perfect sense to me anyway, but there we go. Moving forward here now, 5 minutes to go, it is still 4-1. And I think we can bring off Morgan here now just to finish off, and I'll bring on Ohaji Bar to try and keep him relatively satisfied. Because Ohaji Bar's got some good goals in the last few games, but I'm going to have to make a decision because I really want this midfielder that might be coming in. I think he'll suit our Cornus position pretty well. Bear in mind, Cornus might go back to Liverpool, or we might not be able to sign him. He's out of contract at the end of the season. Liverpool haven't made a deal for him yet, but I still think that's going to be difficult. We extend our gap now to a whopping amount of points. Look at that. And Colchester are 8 points behind us, so really now we're in really good space. And we've got a 10-day gap. That's easy for you to say, right? So, and it increased our unbeaten record to 5 matches in a row now without losing. So we're completely on it in a good way. This is brilliant, right? Anyway, let's click forward here now and get ourselves moving. We are going to have a little bit more business, I believe. I just want to find out what's happening with this other chap that we might be signing for the summer. He's due his work permit on the 24th here, and then we're going to have a week to have one more look and see if there's anyone else we want to bring in. I think we're close, though. I don't think we're far away. And obviously with FFP, I think we've only got like £3,000 or something. Johnny Williams wants to start more games. We've had this conversation. I have to sell you. That's twice I've told him I'm going to sell him, and that's twice he's gone, I'm alright, I'm going to stay. So I think he's someone who's on the chopping block in the end of the season, and I think he knows that like a few others. He's not going to do it in League One, but for the moment, he's a relatively decent squad player. Ooh, and Kane Sykes might be available at the end of the season, inverted fullback. He's got a good rating, so I'll shortlist him. I don't think we'll make a move for him. But, we've got some players we're keeping an eye on. So that is going to be very helpful going forward. He's unwilling to join without a work permit. I'm going to persuade him to complete. Let's see if there's any way I can do this. See, I'm trying to persuade him, but we'd love to have you on board. And he's out. Oh, so we didn't get the player I wanted because of the work permit situation. What a ball ache. I mean, I kind of wondered if that was going to happen, sadly. But, unfortunately, these things do, right? So, yeah, so I don't think we're going to be able to get this chap in. But at least we know now that's off the table. And it leaves us with less left to play with now. So, is there anything else we probably need? I would say I'd probably still like to maybe look at another winger, because I think Johnny Williams isn't going to do anything, right? So why don't we see if we can get another left-sided player in here quickly before we get to the next game, because obviously we're running out of time in the transfer window. There's like 6 days to go. I've got a relatively short list. I try and keep it that way. I really like Caelan Edwards of Arsenal. He doesn't look brilliant, but he actually performs a lot better than this. Let's see what he wants. 5k a week, like, probably. We're keen to sign him. He wants to be promoted first, unless we loan him, get promoted, and then make an offer. But the problem is we're putting him in the window potentially for someone else as well, aren't we? Which is not ideal. So I don't think we're going to do that immediately, to be honest. But anyway, let's keep looking here at the moment, see if there's anyone else that catches the eye. I'm obviously going to have to avoid some foreign players here, aren't I? Because I don't think I'm going to be able to get work permits for any of them. I really like Logan Briggs, but he's probably not going to be able to come in because he's going to cost too much money, unfortunately. That's the harsh reality. Seb Ferdinand is one I like as well, but his finishing isn't great, but his determination's pretty good. There's a few options from these Premier League youth academies, that are not bad really, and they're worth looking at. So maybe Ismail Kaba. I don't think he's brilliant again. I mean, stats aren't everything, right? We had this conversation earlier with one of the subscribers that came in, which was really cool. But it's not everything stats, is it? I don't know why this guy's here. He's useless. Anyway, I quite like this guy, Scott Tiffany. Is there going to be a possibility to bring him in? Because I like his free kick taking. I like his crossing and corners. Because if we lose Corness, we're going to lose our corner taker. We've got no one even close to that. I think this guy might be relatively decent enough. I mean, his pace and acceleration seem okay. Let's ask the agent if he's interested. I mean, he wants the wage, so, I mean, that'll probably be all the wages we've got left. But why don't we make a play here for him and see? Maybe Dundee don't want any money. I mean, we've got the money as well. So let's see if we can barter down to £25,000 here. Okay, that seems a fair deal, right? And I think that will really cover us with what we need now and really help us going forward. And that should complete our transfer business. So let's start negotiations. I'm quite a hard negotiator, as people have told me. Probably going to offer 1-year deals at the moment, so I need to have optional extensions just to raise them up to 2. So he's going to have to accept that if he likes it or not. I'm just going to take some of these things. I can't do the promotion wage rise right now. I can't risk it. He wants quite a lot of money, but I do have that money at this time, which I don't later on. He doesn't seem particularly happy with my terms so far, but maybe the answer is to offer him a little bit more in his personal pocket. So if we go to 27.5 in a personal payment and give his agent 10, this might not work out. He might not come for this because obviously I'm forcing him to sign an extra extension. Oh, okay. No, we have got that. So that should have done the job, hopefully, and hopefully that should bring him in the door. And I think that'll be the end of our transfer business then, until we get to the end of the season, when we're going to have a lot of free transfers and stuff available, right, to be able to push on and really get some people. So, yeah, I'm quite happy with that. I think that's a really good start. But anyway, let's keep going now. Port Vale next, who are in their own little battle at the bottom. I mean, they shouldn't get relegated. Oh, my word, Cheltenham. We started the season with a draw away at Cheltenham, who were in League One last year, and it looks like they might go back-to-back relegations. And yeah, as you see on the news here, Mackenzie's fallen out with me because I won't let him go to Lincoln. I didn't realise Lincoln were top of League One, so I probably should have considered that, but the money wasn't particularly there. Liam Donnelly's been offered a contract. I think we can leave that for the minute with his age, because I think defensive mid, we've got some good options there already, so we'll consider that at the end of the season. Mackenzie's training's dropping as well, but I don't think I'm going to overly worry about that, right? I think there's more time to literally let that settle for a minute. He's obviously a bit stroppy with me because I didn't let him go to Lincoln. I mean, to be fair, it's a nice city. It's got some nice little cocktail bars, beautiful cathedral, obviously. And unfortunately, Victor Zentrich has got a hamstring strain for 4 weeks, which is not ideal at this time. But here we go, Tiffany is in, and that is probably our wage budget completely tied up now. Good League One player, that's what we really want right now because we're top of League Two, right? So to bring in a good League One player is exactly what the doctor ordered. Oh, only 15 players in the squad and I haven't got it right, so let's add him as well. And let's quickly give him his squad number before he gives him something stupid like number 1 or something. Number 11 I think suits him, doesn't it? Oh, and also he can play backup up front, so we do get a little bit short up front. He might be able to contribute there as well, so I'm quite happy with that, really. I think that's a pretty good bit of business. So I'm just going to move this around quickly while I've got a minute here. Get him on the bench as well, look. And I think we're looking a bit better now with all that. So anyway, it's going to be Port Vale up next. And I don't know when we can win the league, but I think I'm literally here at the end of January going, we're probably only a few weeks away from wrapping this up already, which would be pretty good in the circumstances. I even wonder if what I'll do is, if we wrap it up, I'll just finish the rest of it off stream and come back for all the fun stuff at the start of the second season, right? Where you end up like trying to sign players and, you know, trying to rebuild and readjust the squad. Oh, Rhymes have gone for this guy. I don't think we'll be able to compete with that, so I might as well remove him from my shortlist to get out of the way. And here we go, Port Vale. Let's double check this team selection here, because obviously I've got the similar one from last time. It's not in bad nick. I just think the only thing I want to do is put in Azoro, because he's a lot better at the box-to-box role, or that sort of area if we need him. I was saying that Little's played alright there, but he's one at the end of the season. I imagine we're probably going to let go, right? So it's going to be a very similar team from last time, except we obviously haven't got our lovely Czech Republic midfielder, unfortunately. So we're going to have to go it with Mackenzie, who's upset with me. But you've been on a good run lately, lads. Let's go out there and try and get another 3 points. And if we kick off here and get straight to it. Surprising Port Vale are down there. It's been a funny season, this. There's been 1 or 2 teams down there you wouldn't expect. But there we go. Curtis with a header in, and Thomas makes a good save there, look. Now, can we come out from the back? We normally roll it out short and try and make something happen. But obviously, if they're a high-pressing team, that does bring its own dangers. We have given away a goal doing this. Only the 1, though, which isn't too bad. Masterson comes forward, and here comes Abu, our new signing. Cuts inside, good little jinking one. Great pass to Dak off the inside of the post. Look at that. Silky football for League 2. Remember the days when League 2 football was basically just all about, you know, hoofing? 4-4-2, getting big players in the box, getting your head on the end of it. Those days are gone now with this team. We're playing some really total kind of football right down here. And long may it continue, that's what I say. Anyway, Jana picks up the loose ball now. It came off the back of the guy's head and he plays it back to Abu, trying to form a partnership. Great finish from Cornice. Great shot. The interesting thing about the position he plays is that there is an encouragement for him to shoot. It is normally from distance, but you know, from distance the goalkeeper's not expecting it as much and it normally causes a lot more problems. So I'm really happy with that. That was a really nice finish there. Puts it in the bottom corner from distance. And here's my priority this summer, to try and get him snapped up, even over Bradley Dack, because Dack's only going to get worse with age now, and he's starting to decline already. Cornice at that age is only going to get better. Abu does really well to beat his man with his pace, and he finds Ben Knight. What am I saying? You don't need the perfect players down here, you just need certain attributes in those players, and when you've got them, like Abu's pace, players become unplayable, right? And that was my intention, to get these fullbacks a little bit quicker with this window, because when we started this season, we had Hutton, yes, but the other guys we had weren't particularly pacey at the fullback position, so we had to, you know, go down and really look at trying to improve that and add some legs to it. And the same way a lot of the big teams do, right? A lot of the big teams have very pacey players back there. Anyway, 2-0, and there's going to be a free kick if Cornice plays to Jana from distance, and what a goal that is. He picked the top corner out there, didn't he? That was a beautiful finish. I don't understand why they weren't picking them up. Really obvious, wasn't it, that was going to happen? But anyway, there we go. What else can you do? One of those things. I'm just going to remove this one, because I think it's making a loud noise. That's better. Right. We've actually obviously just come off a 7-0 win before the Swindon game. So you could argue, is 7-0 the sort of standard for this formation and for this team against a team at the bottom of the league that's struggling like Port Vale are? But I say that, you talk yourself into trouble. 20 minutes gone and Port Vale have a lifeline here, and it is Gillingham 3, Port Vale 1. It was a good ball in. Richards held it up nicely here. Turns his man. Abu's not good at tackling, so you've got to sacrifice something, right? And it allowed Garrity to get his head on the end of it and put it in the back of the net. So what can we do on that one? It is one of those things. Anyway, let's move forward here and hope we can continue to add some more goals. I wonder what's the highest goal difference we can get. I'm talking myself into trouble again now, guys. I'm just thinking, like, can we score, like, 25 goals? I mean, like, I don't know why I said 25 goals. Can we be, like, plus, like, 85 goals in goal difference is what I meant. I don't know why I said 25. I guess it's been a long day. Back for a corner here. Near post. Didn't do the short post option that time, but we do mix it up nicely, and it does cause chaos on every occasion. Abu now have a free kick down to Jana, and Jana's been brought down for a free transfer. He's not highly rated and is rated as a Conference to League 2 player. His free transfer from Cambridge has done us utter wonders. He's just got that pace again on that left hand side, just slightly average than every other person he plays against, right? And he's just making the best of it. That's all you can ask for. Beautiful stuff. Anyway, Dak converts the penalty, and that is Gillingham 4, Port Vale 1, and we are at half time, and Cornice is having an absolute stormer in that defensive mid position. Don't let your performance levels drop, because we already had one opportunity, lads, where they almost got too close. I haven't got a back at right back on the bench, it's a bit of a nightmare, but let's bring Oji on just to cover off one of the yellow cards, because we don't want to put ourselves in a position where we go down to 10 men. I still think it's unlikely they're going to be able to turn around a 3-goal deficit, but you never know, do you? Haji Bar can also come on, because Morgan's having one of those games. He'll either get a hat-trick or he just doesn't turn up. Probably had a heavy night out in on the coast last night, perhaps. Anyway, here comes Curtis forward now for Port Vale. Crowsdale, Alexic's going to score, and that was a good finish, that was. And that brings them back within 2, and we've got 25 minutes of the game left. So this could get a little bit interesting yet. Alexic does really well there, just to take the ball in his stride and just to, get the shot away. Really calm, really cool. Nice finish. He was definitely onside. I mean, I don't think we really have to watch this, but yeah, he was just onside, wasn't he? It was a good time run. Masterson wasn't quite thinking there. But anyway, it's irrelevant. Colchester is still winning their look as well, so that means Colchester's gap will remain at 8 points between first and second. I don't know if there's anyone else we want to bring on here now. Just we'll let the clock run down just in case we get any injuries or anything. Oh, Cornice has picked up an injury on that note, so we might as well quickly bring him off here for Azoro. Who's been a bit of a revelation in his own right, signing on a free transfer in the summer. He's been very good, so, highly recommend looking at him if you get the opportunity. We're into the 7 minutes of added time as Doncaster pull a goal back against Colchester United. Ogie down to Hutton, Knight, Dak, forward. John picks the ball up here and parries forward now. Trying to find some options, but we're closing down pretty well. Port Vale can't find an outlet into the final area very much. It's only when they play a long ball like this. And here's Richards, and it's across the middle. Alexic did really well there to try and get into competition with that, but Ogie did enough to put him off. And the full-time whistle goes, and we'll take it. It's another 3 points towards the title, lads. And I was saying earlier in the season, it's not even about winning the title, but my word, we're on it now. We might even be able to get 100 points. I mean, I was talking about goal difference before. We might be able to get 100 points. 6 unbeaten. And Jules Found wants a permanent deal for Cornus. We're going to have to hope that he's going to accept our contract offer. We'll have to talk to his agent later. But I can't offer him a contract, excuse me, understandably, until much later in the season. What's his injury? He's out for 7 weeks. So that actually might help us, because it might take some of the attention off him. Which might sound a bit strange, but if he's playing this well, it must be Championship clubs looking at him going, oh, we quite fancy a bit of that player. Up next, we've got Bromley in 3 days. The transfer window is about to close as well. We know we've done our business, so we're not going to have to worry about that at all. Bringing in from Dundee, I've forgotten his name now, it's been that quick. Let me quickly decline this. I must get to know my players' names right. Yeah, Tiffany. I can't do it in the Scottish accent because I'll offend half of the Western world if I tried that. But anyway, let's get through this transfer window closing. Hopefully we don't get a last minute bid for Mackenzie because we don't upset him anymore. I want to get him through to the end of the season. He's got a contract with me, so he's staying with me as far as I'm concerned. And let's be frank, Lincoln weren't willing to offer, you know, £250,000, which is what I would have accepted to help keep our finances in the green. So there's no point. We might as well just stick with him and get to the end of the season and deal with it when we've got many more options available, really. Deadline's passed. Let's have a look here. So yeah, we've had Patterson, come in from Fleetwood for 10,000. Derek Abu from Southampton for 70,000. Scott Tiffany coming from Dundee for 25,000. Those are our permanent signings, and I'm quite happy with that. Only a little bit of business. And on the outs, we had Josh Andrews go out on loan. We wanted to sell him, but we couldn't get 150,000 what he's worth. And we managed to bring in about 50,000, which contributed to at least 2 of these transfers. So Max Clark, who was out of contract at the end of the season, and Aaron Rowe, who was very good in some ways with his pace, but unfortunately, you know, when that fell off after an injury, he didn't really recover. So it was time to move him on as well in those circumstances. Especially when we were talking about how we wanted to bring pace into this, right? It was very important. Anyway. Going forward here, Ayr United have offered Kenny a contract. See, I quite like the look of this kid because of his determination and positioning. I wonder if it's worth just trying this, because if someone else gets him, because he'll come in, like, you know, at the end of the year, right? So, 400, 75 clean sheet, 75 bench, appearance fee of £100. And he accepts, so we might have a 21-year-old centre-back coming in as well, which would be pretty good. And from Celtic, obviously, means we can offer from now, because it's technically a different country, Scotland. Well, it is, you know, we're just a United Kingdom. It's not, you know, it's a bit of verbiage, really, isn't it? I win Manager of the Month again. That's good news. I've not won it for a long time. I won it the first 2 months, look, and then since then, Johnny Jackson, Danny Cowley, Ian Holloway. So I'm glad to get that back here and hopefully move on to getting the Manager of the Year award. And we have signed Luke Kenny as well. I mean, not £400. I think that's a very good bit of business to get this lad in, right? Okay, his acceleration and pace aren't great, but I love the determination and the positioning, which can be so much more. If you've got a smarter footballer, they don't need those things, right? So I think that's a very good bit of business, and I think we'll just, yeah, leave that there and do that. So let's welcome him in the end of the season. That's our first signing of the summer. Supporters are happy with me. The board's a little bit less because they're not happy with how I've not been buying players from the conference. And the reason why is because they're not very good. And you can't really buy players from the conference unless you find 1 or 2 youngsters who they normally charge you through the nose for, right? And they've got to be good enough for League One Championship level now with the sort of standard we're looking at to build here. I also looked at Samuel Cleal-Harding. He's got good determination as well, but he's a bit more raw than the other options like Kenny, who we just signed. So I think that's important, isn't it? Oh, hey Nick, how you doing there, mate? Hope you're having a good night. Yeah, we're cracking on with this, mate. We just closed the January transfer window if you're late in. And we've just brought in 3 players. I'll quickly show you, mate, if you're interested. I'm not sure if you saw it or not, actually. But transfer history. Oh, I've got to do my wage budget. Oh, hang on. I'm over my financial fair play. I might have messed up. I might actually have a transfer embargo. Oh no, we aren't. It's just a misfigure. We're 79, so we got 4,000, mate. So we're going to be pretty good here, right? But if I go to my transfers a minute and transfer history, so we brought in Nicky Hogarth, a backup goalkeeper from Falkirk, Scott Tiffany from Dundee, done a bit of Scottish shopping, who's a good winger, look, and he'll add a bit of quality. Look at those long shots at 15. I'm looking forward to seeing him unleash lows. Phoenix Patterson's come in from Fleetwood for 10,000. Derek Abu from Southampton, why wouldn't you go for him for 70k? And those are the guys we brought in this window. Everyone else you can see listed came in at the start on your other live streams I've done anyway. So, but yeah, interesting times, and we're doing really well in the league. We're top of the league by a country mile. I mean, it's more of a case now is when we're going to win the league, right? Rather than if. We've come off scoring how many goals now? 7 against Newport, 4 against Swindon, 4 against Port Vale. It took a bit of time to get there, you know, but once we got this racing and running, I mean, what can you say? The team's been utterly brilliant. I'm really happy with what we managed to create here. And looking forward to League One. I firmly expect if we can add to this, I think we might be able to be a surprise in League One next season as well, which would be really good. But anyway, we don't want to change too much with Bromley, but the last game was only 3 days ago, so I might mix it up slightly. Jimmy J. Morgan's the interesting one because he has a good game then a bad game and a good game then a bad game. And Bromley is 17th, and I want to keep El Haj Bar happy as well, so I'm going to give him a run out today. Now we're past the transfer window, Chelsea can't recall him and upset me, so that's not going to be a problem, right? And is there anyone else we want to just maybe move around here? I quite fancy giving Tiffany a go, but the problem is these guys have been so good, as you can see from their last 5 games. I think I'm better off leaving it, and then their opportunity can come later. But also, they're marked as fringe players anyway, so it's not as if them not playing is going to cause me, you know, a social problem behind the scenes and just tear the team to shreds. Which would be the only thing now that could probably derail us from winning this league. Wilder Jules, good question, mate. I must be honest, I just fancied starting in League 2 and building up to, you know, as far as we can go, hopefully to the Premier League with them. And I just literally took a look at Gillingham and went, I'm going to go for you guys. I don't know if you're a Gillingham fan, mate, and that's what's brought you in. If you are, then obviously chuck it in. Let me know your support. Anyway, mate, I'm actually a Leicester fan, so yeah, I feel sorry for me. We're in a bit of a mess right now, but Bromley in 19th in the form table. There's something quite charming about Gillingham. I know it sounds bizarre because they've got a bit of a reputation with their stadium, you know, having that fake stand and all the rest of it, but I find them quite charming. There's something about the bit of rust about the football club that I kind of like. So yeah, you know, they've got some good players. I came in, Masterson was already here, Hutton was already here. I had to sort the goalkeeper out. This is Thomas, who came in from Burnley on a free transfer. And as I say that, I make a slight change and look at that, Bromley take the lead. But hey, we're miles ahead, so we shouldn't get too panicky really on this one. Yeah, pretty poor here. This is where we're getting caught out. If we are getting caught out, it's generally, you know, a little bit around this area with throw-ins and set pieces coming down this flank. And let's skip that now. We know he's not offside. And interestingly, with my formation, it's the first time I'm coming up against a team playing this formation. Dax just hit the crossbar there. Wow, holy moly. Bradley Dax going to be a problem for us. £16,000 a week he's on. And I'm like, it wasn't me, but obviously he was already at Gillingham in real life. So I don't think he must have been on 16,000 at Gillingham. But, you know, interesting anyway, to the fact that they managed to do it. Because that's like 20% of their entire wage budget. He's out of contract at the end of the year, but there's no interest in him, and he still wants 16,000. So I've got a decision to make when we get to League One. Well, if we get to League One, let's count our chickens there. Eh? Anyway, Dak with another free kick, and a good save, though, again from the goalkeeper. Dak's looking threatening, though, in this. And we have got those options off the bench. Oh, and Atom, who's got 6 goals already from centre-back in this position, goes close as well. Our loanee from Brighton, who's been superb, came in as a backup option and just forced his way into the team with his level of performance. You can't argue with it, right? McConnell comes forward for Bromley, and it's going to be 2-0. We've been caught short here. You're my bad luck charm, mate. No, I'm joking. You're fine, honestly. I've been doing so well. I'm a Swans fan, just taking them over on my journeyman save. Oh, nice, man. I can't remember, is Sheehan still in charge? Because obviously Alan Sheehan was the next Leicester left-back, and I'm not sure what you guys think of him. Please let me know. But obviously, I really liked him when he played for Leicester. So, yeah, what do you think about him? And what do you think about your championship season this season? Because obviously we're both going to be playing each other, mate. I'm quite worried as a Leicester fan, because we saw what happened to Luton. And I do some presenting on one of the fan channels, and you know, it's been really heated the last few days, all this managerial stuff, mate. It really has. So, anyway, Bromley go 2-0 up. I don't want to go too mad. I'll say you're terrible, because they are, and I'm going to say you've got the ability to make a difference. I want to try and keep them morale up. I have. It's funny. I normally tell them off if they've dominated the game and not scored. Say the XG's through the roof and they can't find the back of the net. I'm going to go bananas because that's entirely the point of getting it in the net, right? I kind of feel you lose the game yourself then. We're going to change it left back and we're going to bring in Oji, who has been a very good utility man for us. And I think as well, now if it's 60 minutes, let's get Knight off for Tiffany and Jana off for Patterson, our 2 new signings. Barr's not played well, and I think I ain't got any more. Oh, I've got one more sub, so why don't I get Jimmy J Morgan on as well? Right, so we're going to go for 4 changes there, which is quite a lot, and we've given away a corner. This might be a game we end up maybe accidentally throwing away, but you can't win them all. I think it'll only be our 3rd loss of the season, so If you're playing the Swansea save now as well, mate, let me know how that's going. I'm interested in that stuff, obviously. Like, it's always interesting when someone else is playing Football Manager at the same time as you, right? Masterson comes forward here. Dak plays it up to Phoenix. Good ball in. The defender was asleep, and Morgan should have finished that. He normally would as well. Here comes the corner from Tiffany. One of his first touches as a Gillingham player. Comes back to Atom. We're not going to be able to do anything. I think I might change the formation here quickly. I've got 3 backup formations, so I'm going to go 4-4-2 and just pump it forward here and just see if we can shock them into conceding a couple of goals. Everyone looks like they'll be in an okay position there, so we'll give this a go. You never know. I've won a game from 2-0 down with 15 minutes to go in this save, so let's see what we can do. Short corner to Bradley Dack, plays it in. Goalkeeper punches it. Oh, and Azores put it over. Big chance. Meanwhile, Colchester might be about to crap the bed as well. They were 5-0 up in that, and it's now 5-4 at home to Grimsby. They are our biggest competition. They're 8 points behind us in 2nd place, which is obviously a country mile, but there we go. Tiffany's in. He's got to score his debut. Oh, no, he's put it wide. I mean, his finishing from long range is better than short range. I knew that when I signed him, but what can you do? Sheehan's got the permanent job now. Very glad to hear it, mate. There's a big part of me that wants Andy King to get the Leicester job as Bradley Dack scores. Are we still going to nick this? I mean, can you believe it? Good stuff. I missed that goal, mate. Let's have a quick look at this. Hutton plays a nice ball forward. Tiffany picks it up there, look. Comes inside. Oh, yeah, nice and easy, isn't it? Goalkeeper nearly got it, to be fair to him, though. He's had a good game for them today. And Thomas Russ had a bad game. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, yeah, there's a part of me that kind of wants Andy King to get the job. Oh, Tiffany, if his first free kick goes close as well. We might nick a point from this. You never know. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I think we'll probably get the ex-QPR manager tomorrow, won't we? And that'll probably put an end to that. But it's going to be an interesting season. I'm glad you brought in some players as well, because I know you were having trouble with that, mate. And it's been a long time, since you've been in the Premier League, which is... I'm not sure, did you go down the season we won the league? I can't remember. It might have been the season afterwards, perhaps. But yeah, not very good at all. It's been a difficult few years for you boys, so I hope you do a lot better. It's disappointing we didn't get that. We nearly robbed that at the end, though, didn't we? We nearly robbed it at the end. In FM first season in the Premier, sitting mid-table, need to find a goalkeeper. I got recommended one on stream if you want me to show you, actually, mate. If you're in the first season, he's... you probably know all the Wonder Kids anyway. I mean, I try not to look at Wonder Kids stuff because of, I try and do it pretty natural to where I am, but I was advised to keep this guy on the shortlist by a chap from Malaysia earlier who seemed very friendly. Dennis Seaman, which obviously is a bit of a controversial name, but he's at VfB Stuttgart in the reserves, and look at his one-on-ones and this. He might do you a job, mate, for Swansea in the Premier League, so perhaps you turning up here has been exactly what you need, right? Just to find something. Right, let's move forward here. Fleetwood away next. This is going to be interesting because they are 5th. So we just need to keep ploughing on here now and getting through the games. A lot of people sim a lot of them. I like to play all the games, apart from the Bristol Rovers Street Trophy, whatever they call it. I keep calling it the Bristol Rovers Trophy. Okay, now this is a problem. Robbie McKenzie didn't turn up to training today. Yeah, I mean, he wanted to move to Lincoln, who were top of League One, and I said no, because they wanted to pay £50,000 and I wanted £250,000, which seemed reasonable in the circumstances. He's been fined for it and he said he wants to get better. Okay, right. I mean, there's one player already sat in the under-18s because he annoyed me and he's not coming back out of it and he knows that, and he's throwing paddies every week, but he's probably sat in Burger King stuffing his face. I'll show you who it is. It's ex-Coventry City left-back. Where's he gone? Callum McFadden. Utter idiot. I mean, I signed him on a free transfer because his physicals weren't bad for his age, and then for whatever reason he just gets injured at every opportunity, and then when he plays he gives the ball away like he's playing pass to parcel with the opposition. So Definitely glad I've replaced him with the young Southampton chap anyway. But Fleetwood next, like we said, who are away in 6th. So this will be interesting. What formation do they play, out of interest? Yeah, they play this. I think we've had 2 different games with 2 different outcomes with our weird gegenpress with the Regista. So I think I'll stick with it, but there is a part of me that might change it back to a more simple 4-2-3-1 perhaps as well. You're getting told off, Mackenzie. Yeah, you know, you went away. You went to the pub as they're turning up at training, mate. You're definitely getting told off. What can we do there? Keep going. It's a shame this guy's injured. He's really good. I signed him. He's a Czech Republic under-21 international, and I've been retraining him from a centre-back, so his lack of pace, into a ball-winning midfielder, and he's getting quite good at it now, but he hasn't quite been fit now for a little while. Right, I need to probably make some changes. Derek Abu's starting to drop off a bit, but he has got a lot of assists. I mean, he's all pace and no control. He's like Jeffrey Slupp, who we used to have at Leicester, all pace and all chaos, which is good sometimes, but the problem is it's catching us out a bit now. So with Fleetwood, I'm going to switch back to Oji, I think. Got to keep Atom in there at the minute. Mackenzie, I'll keep in there for the minute, despite him. Well, they're saying that. No, I wouldn't do that. If I was a real-life football manager, I'd sack him off, wouldn't I? So we can go on the bench. We'll bring our Marley Little back in. I'm not going to be walked over by someone like that, definitely. And Jimmy J. Morgan will bring back in because Barr had one of his bad games. They seem to mix it up between the 2 of them, and I think that'll do. I think the rest of them... I mean, Tiffany looked okay, but like he wasn't good at scoring from up close, which the formation kind of encourages, so he's better more for the free kicks. The media are giving you credit, lads. Go out there and pump Fleetwood. Let's all have a laugh at the Jamie Vardy stand, eh? And let's get to it on this one. Good start looking at the match stats. We've already had a lot of the XG here. Dak with a free kick in now, plays it to the back. What I don't understand is that we've got a really nice away kit, which is pink, and I'm 50-50 on pink away kit. So either really good or they're really awful. The one we had at Leicester I thought was very nice actually, and the one we got here at Gillingham is very good. But this black and white one is just a bit bleh. It doesn't really suit Gillingham for my mind. Oh, and Dak goes close again there. I think my aim's going to be to try and wear Bradley Dack down from 16,000 to try and get him to, like, in League One, what, 7,500 seems reasonable. It's probably unlikely, but if no one else wants to sign him, which is the case so far, I mean, I don't see any problem with trying it. Because technically he'll be superb for that level as well, won't he? He'll be utterly brilliant. Sort of game we could get FM, because Fleetwood have got quality as well. They've got the sort of team with the sort of players that if one of them gets it right at one moment, we might end up losing after dominating the entire game, which is not good. Their left back I want to sign next season from Millwall on a free transfer. I tried to buy him in January instead of the other chap, and they've scored, as I said. Didn't I just talk ourselves into that? Ryan Broom has put it in the back of the net. But yeah, the left back who's on loan from Millwall, I wanted to buy him in January instead of the chap I got from Southampton, Abu, but they wanted like £500,000 for him, even though he's out of contract and not signing a new deal. So I'm going to have to hold fire and hope I can nick him when we get to that time in the window. Oh, Colchester are losing. Irrelevant of us winning, that's good for us because it will keep the gap at the same level and keep us on for our trophy. So that'll be really helpful right now. They've been like us. It's been amazing how good they've been. I'm going to be intrigued how we both translate up the division, really. Come on, boys. You're going to get told off in a minute because we're not quite doing it now. That formation, the formation we got was scoring 7 against certain teams, and now we seem to have dried up a little bit the last 2 games, especially up top with Dak and Jana, who haven't particularly done well. Might be suggesting Patterson's going to start starting. Sorry to say the same word twice, but you know, become a regular starter. Oh, and Mark Helms put one in from distance, the former Manchester United youngster as well. He's always going to have quality, let's give it that. And it was a good finish from distance. And in fact, Thomas has not been playing well in the last couple of games as well. So I think there'll need to be a couple of chats after this game about some performances and see if we can encourage them to improve. As Colchester have equalised as well. Right, you're much better than this. Come on, lads, sort it out. And I think Jana can come off, so he's looking awful. Let's get Patterson on here, because he's got a great free kick on him as well. Pretty equal game apart from that, although for some reason our XG, so our quality of chances, is twice as good as Fleetwood's, but it's just we're not putting it in the back of the net, right? Which is the big problem here. Can we get a goal? Can we bring ourselves back into this? Demand more. Come on, boys. Hutton's having a shock of a game as well, so we're going to have to get a boo on here for a bit of pace. Knight's having a shocker. Tifley comes on, and I can't take Dak off, but I can shout at him in a minute, which is probably the right answer. Play for set pieces, why not? We probably need to get lucky in a minute. But time is ticking away here. It's looking like it's going to shoot past us. And that's going to be frustrating. Oji's going to pick it up. We have got 5 minutes of added time left, though, so never write these things off in football. It's the last-minute goals that make the game beautiful. And, oh, Zorro smashes it off the underside of the bar. Oh, my word. If I was a real-life football manager, I would probably have a heart attack in 2 minutes. I really would. Goose in. Oh, that's a great finish. I like this kid as well. I can't remember if he's on loan from somewhere, but he's always got a lot of talent on those feet of his, no matter what save you play. Good counter-attacking football from Fleetwood there. We'd all pushed up and then we weren't quick enough in getting back on it. Atom's looking a little bit tired, to be fair. He's played a lot of minutes recently. So yeah, I need to have a few words here with a few of these boys. Morgan's had a bad game. Dax had a bad game. So I think we need to have a word. I'm not happy, lads. That's really awful. I'm just going to tell them I'm not happy and then have individual words. So that's now a 4-point gap, but Colchester have played a game in hand. So the title is not wrapped up yet, but we have 10 games to go or so. No, 13 games to go, sorry. My maths, my mental arithmetic there. Yeah, they've revealed how angry I was. Well, you know, what do you expect, lads? So I'm going to quickly see. Last 5 games, who's been having stinkers? Hutton, right, let's have a word with you first. Interaction, speak about warm player, criticise recent form. I need you to play better to stay in the first team. I'm glad you understand. Keep bloody working harder, aka do something about it. I'm not going to kill Azoro because really, for what he is, he's been playing positions to me that he really shouldn't be. I've just been utilising his physical element as a box-to-box player and stuff like that, and really for a free transfer he has been more than above, so I'll be a bit kinder to him. Lewis Thomas I'm going to have a slight go at because he was getting over 7, so criticise recent form. I need you to play better, and he takes it well. The good thing is, if you tell them off and they take it well, you're in a good spot, right? And the other one I want to look at, to be fair, it doesn't look like I can tell the rest off because their last 5 games are in 7, so if I start telling them off, they probably will lose their heads, so it seems unreasonable. Anyway, we've got Wimbledon coming up next, obviously a former Premier League club. Now they've got all their records back as well. And actually, Wimbledon was another one I considered for this because I thought they're quite nice. Just Gillingham haven't really had the same history or the opportunity to get to the top division, so let's just get to the day here and get this team sorted out. So, right. Thomas will stay in. Nicky Hogarth on the bench. Do I go with Hutton? I'm going to go Harry Webster. Now, this guy's a bit of an enigma because he's terrible. And if you see this on screen, yeah, he's declining. But yeah, for whatever reason, he's had 3 appearances, scored 1 goal, got 2 assists, and got 2 man of the matches, and an average rating of 8.2. Make it make sense. I have no idea. I literally brought him in on a bit of a whim just because I needed a right back from my reserves, my under 18s, because everyone else was crocked. So I think it'll be a good day to mix them up. And I think for some reason it's his tackling that does it and his decisions, because the rest of him is pretty much like he might as well be a tennis player rather than a footballer. But we'll go with Masterson today. Or actually, no, I'm going to mix things up. I'm going to give Oji a go because he plays really well at centre-back. And I'm going to chuck in Craig Farker for a rare one. He's out of contract at the end of the season. And while he's alienated at our club, he might be one to bring in on a free transfer because I won't be able to sign at him. I mean, he's going to cost a fortune. He's still got 2 years left on his deal, right? So that's not going to happen. Mackenzie can come back in today. Now he's had a couple of times on the bench for his misbehaving and going to the pub rather than training. Bradley Dack is starting to get a bit on borrowed time here because he's got a little bit lazy. I mean, if he wants that £16,000 a week anywhere, then he's going to have to start pulling a finger out, right? Jacob Wakeling, I'm not given much of an opportunity to recently, but to be honest, he is not really done it. 16, 2 goals and 4 assists, so I'm not really overly concerned about keeping him happy at this state of the season, really. Jana can have a rest, even though he's done pretty well. He's started to suffer in the last 2 games, and I think... Who's going to be my DM today? I think it's got to be Little. He's been the most solid. He hasn't added anything in goals and assists, but he's been the most solid. Right, let's get to this one. Wimbledon look like they're playing a bit of a kinky formation with 2 attacking midfielders, no wingers and a striker, which is a bit different. A bit of a Christmas tree, perhaps, like back in the old days. I expect nothing but a win today, lads. I want to see solid defensive work, solid midfield, because I've not been happy the last 2 games, right? It's not been good enough. Yeah, very kinky. Yes, they're going with the 3 and they got the 2 wing backs. So, sort of thing that could end up, you know, maybe not being too good for me, but we'll see how it plays out. I get a feeling with this formation I've switched to later on in the season just to try and slow the game up a little bit and save some legs because I was getting my players too knackered. I kind of get the feeling that I might have to switch it back. Oh, and Webster, talking about the man who apparently should be a tennis player, as I said a minute ago, he puts one just past the far post from like 30 yards. He's an absolute enigma, this bloke. I mean, he must be watching Messi videos at home and just going, oh, might as well. Either that or he's off his face every time he plays. Unbelievable. Not a lot going on. I've only got key highlights on because I don't like sitting through endless ones of, you know, miss offsides and all the rest of it. Let's just get through the key highlights here and just crack on through some games, you know, because we wouldn't mind going to bed at some point tomorrow morning once we've got ourselves promoted and looking pretty tidy here. Right, 0-0 at half time, so we're stifling the game at least, and to be fair, they're not very attacking either. I'm far from pleased. Let's really gamble because I want to get 3 points here because I don't want to let Colchester get right on our arse again. So we'll go 4-2-4. And just go fully attacking. I think we can leave all these guys in the position they're in. That seems pretty reasonable. Yeah, there's no one out of position, so that's fine. And let's give this a go and just go, right, demand more, lads. Come on. Let's get moving a bit here. With the 4 up top now, we should be able to challenge that back 3 a bit more efficiently rather than having one guy, right? So let's try it. Webster with the throwing in here. Plays it back to the goalkeeper. Oji comes forward. Down to Webster again. Nice little simple pass. He does the simple stuff pretty well, but I've got to work on his training to make sure his stats go up and not down like they are at the moment. Abu up here on the left-hand side. He needs to use his pace. Phoenix, Little, Mackenzie. We're slowly trying to find a gap here. Knight, Phoenix is in. Played across Morgan. Unlucky. That was a good effort. That's more like it, lads. And Bradley Dack's not playing well, so he might come off in a minute. It might be a short corner option. Phoenix picks it up and we get another opportunity here. Will we go for the long one this time? Yes. We got a 50-50 split between a long and a short. Both outswingers to the near post and both very effective. Dack across here, trying to play it around the penalty area. We can't quite get it in. And we lose the highlight there, unfortunately. Right, time for a change. I've given them plenty of time, right? Let's get Wakeling on, because I was just saying how bad he was. Let's get Barr on, who was basically my Didier Drogba-esque sort of style signing. Webster's not playing brilliantly, but he's not playing terribly by all accounts either. Corner here, comes in. Oh, Thomas just about does enough, or at least the post does there. And this is my worry now. Are Wimbledon going to FM us? Are they going to literally nick a last-minute win to make me have tears in my eyes? Bar hits the post, and the second one's over the bar. Oh my word, we're hitting more posts than I've ever seen in this one. Come on, lads. Abu now's going to take a throw in here on the left. Phoenix is going to come inside. He gets a shot away, and that's what we signed him for. Come on, 10 minutes to go. We steal the lead. Wimbledon 0, Gillingham 1. The 4-2-4 change-up has made a massive difference there, hasn't it? Just bringing the players more. There's more players in and around that penalty area causing problems for the opposition, which is what we're after, right? Little's looking a bit knackered, so let's get a Zorro on here just to give him a run out. Got a few viewers in now, guys. Nice to see you all. Anyway, if you don't mind hitting the like button and all that jazz, I don't want to sound like every other YouTuber really. You know the drill by now, but I really appreciate it, obviously. And obviously say hi in the chat if you want to chat. I'm very open if I see chats coming up to, you know, talk about all sorts of random stuff. I'm basically sitting here chatting rubbish for 4 hours while playing Football Manager and trying to crack the occasional joke. So, you know, We might as well get involved. Oh, and a good effort there from Wimbledon. With 2 minutes left of added time, they could have nicked the equaliser, but it looks like we're going to do enough here. Oh, I've said it too soon. Last minute corner over the crossbar, and Thomas was absolutely flying the wrong way, wasn't he? We get away with it. That could be a big 3 points, excuse me. I'm not happy with that, lads. I know I'm going to upset one or two of them. I don't think the performance was particularly good enough, really. I know it was a 1-0 win. I still don't think the performance was what we need. We could play better than that and lose, and I'd still be happier, no matter how bizarre that sounds. But there we go. Still got a 15-point gap to Swindon, which is the thing, right? And the games are slowly ticking off with 12 now to go in the campaign. MK Dons next, who was our first defeat of the season. If I quick look at the league table, how many games have we lost? 4. Yeah, our first one was to MK Dons 3-0. So that is an interesting. But 2 of those losses have come in the last 4 games, haven't they? If I quickly check the schedule. Yeah, back-to-back defeats, which is the first time that's happened to us all season. We were the longest unbeaten team in the entire Football League. Liverpool were hanging in there with us, and then we went a few weeks past them, I think 2 or 3 weeks. So we had that record this year, which is always a nice thing you can gloat about, right? Grimsby in the playoffs. Yes, mate. Let me just double bring that up for you there so we can have a look and see how they're getting on. Yeah, Grimsby in 7th, mate. They've been very good, actually. They've been building. Have a look at their tactics here. They've got that guy who is, for some reason, even though his stats on him aren't great, he is a pain in the arse. In one of my live stream from earlier, the second one we played them, I literally said, this is the guy I'm worried about. He picked the ball up and put it in the back of the net, and I'm pretty sure we drew. So, sums up, how good they are right now. I always find it's interesting how the universe, every time you play this game, just falls up different ideas, right, Different ideas and just, and what's interesting is that in this one, Cheltenham were one of the favourites to go up, and it looks like they're going to do a Yeovil Town. They're really struggling. It's going to be them or Tranmere, and Accrington look like they're gone as well down to the conference, so that's going to be very interesting. Thomas's performances are dropping big time here. He's on I'm not sure if the webcam's in the way, but he's on 6.64. Which is really frustrating. And I wonder if it's time to bring Jana back in. I mean, Patterson played well, and I maybe need to give him a run, to be fair. So I think I'll leave it for now. Defensively, I wasn't fully convinced, although it was a clean sheet. So perhaps a clean sheet, we don't need to check it or change it, right? Let's get Hutton back in. I only really did that to try and encourage him to get a better performance out of his backside. And actually, I do need to play Atom, because I might want to try and reloan him for next season, because he is quality. He's championship quality, this kid, isn't he? And if the longer I keep him on loan, the more chance I might be able to nick him on a free at the end of it, right? So I think that's quite important. Yeah, I think that'll do. Janus still delighted not being on the bench. So that's not going to affect morale. Right, let's get to this a minute. We lost our connectivity recently, which I find interesting. I don't know if I've got a problem behind the scenes I need to check out. We are MK Dons, they beat us last time. Get your arse in gear, lads. Right, let's go. Excuse me. Unreal in real life, mate. Oh, mate. How good do you think your season's going to be up there? I mean, I remember, mate, obviously I'm a Leicester fan. I was talking to Nick. We've got a Swansea fan, a Leicester fan here, and yourself. And I remember back in the day when, obviously, we used to play each other quite a lot. I mean, I'm getting old now. It was 20 years ago. I remember Muzzy Islett's overhead goal at Blundell Park, which was like one of the best goals. I think it was Muzzy Islett's best ever goal for Leicester he scored at Grimsby. It was one where Andy Impey came down the flank. The guy slid in and he skinned him and sort of crossed it in, and Islett pulled a miracle one out of nowhere. But yeah. I mean, I wish you guys all the best. I hope you come back up the divisions. I think you're a really nice little football club. Not little in that way. Do you know what I mean? I count Leicester as little, mate. So don't take it the wrong way. But no, I've got a lot of time for Grimsby. And on that note, Scott Hogan. It looks like MK Dons might be our Achilles heel this year. And it's got to be the most unlikable team possibly in football, right? I mean, I know there's a few of them you could argue. Maybe you don't like Scunthorpe, for example, mate. But yeah, that's frustrating, that is. And it's Hogan again, and that's pretty much exactly what happened last time out we played them. Hogan put them 1-0 up after about 10 minutes. And Colchester have just taken the lead against Swindon, which is a very tough game for them in the circumstances. So that's frustrating. I wonder if this formation's had its day, Sometimes it just hits that peak, doesn't it? And it will just stop working. I mean, we scored, 15 goals in 3 games? And yeah, it's 2-0 now. Wow. This is bad. Yeah, I think we're in a good place to give it a go this season. Oh, that's good to hear, mate. I really hope you guys do. Honestly, like I really like. I think you're a really nice club. But also the thing is, you've got a nice shirt, you've got a nice look about you. At least Scunny are a real club. Very true as well, mate. I mean, I live in the southwest of England. My dad's from Leicester, which is why I support Leicester, right? But I live in the southwest of England, so I've got a lot of time for people like Exeter City locally, because they're a fan-run club, right? They're really fighting above their weight in League One. They've got no right to be there financially. Let's be real about it. But they just keep doing it by, just some clever tactics and, doing things a bit differently. So, and it's good for the local community I live in. So, yeah, it's good to see them being successful. We're really struggling against this MK Dons team. We're going to have to go 4-2 second half. Oh, Swindon have equalised though. It's all square in that game after they took the lead. So that's something. Free kick. Come on, Phoenix. This is what we signed you for. Put it in the top bins, my son. Come on. Stole you from our rivals. Top left. Come on, you can do it. Oh, and he nearly did as well. I said top left as well, didn't I? It's top right of the goalkeeper, obviously. Knight, Phoenix, down to Little. Little pulls it back to Mackenzie here, and we lose the highlight, which is disappointing. Right. 2-0 down. I think it's time to go mad. Thrash arms. Yeah, sort it out, lads. That's pretty awful. That would terrify me if I was a footballer. Someone thrashing their arms. I'm not sure about you guys. Right, 4-2-4. Let's stop messing around. Morgan's having a terrible game again. Let's get Wakeling on here. Ben Knight has dropped off a cliff recently as well. He's going to get told off, and Tiffany can come on because he's got some long range strikes in him. Right, let's go, lads. Come on, let's see if we can do this. Let me chuck that chewing gum there a minute. Just got a tickle in my throat. One sec. You're not going to overspend, mate. You can't nowadays. And I tell you what, when you see what's happening with clubs, what's happened with clubs like Reading, Sheffield Wednesday, and obviously Leicester. I know we're ex-Premier League club, it's not a fair scale of relevance perhaps, but what's happening with Leicester right now is quite worrying, because like our corporate overlords at King Power are suffering big problems in Thailand, and of course it always kind of linked, isn't it? So it's difficult. Why am I ended up with literally no left back or right back on the bench? I've messed that up big time now. That's really embarrassing. And Phoenix isn't really up to it in this game. So let's get Bar on, and I'll change the striker around a minute. But yeah, no, I think nowadays it's actually almost quite relieving for clubs when, that for fans when their clubs are being run sustainably, because actually the biggest problem we've had at Leicester is, I know we touched and we kind of got burnt by the sun a bit. We were always overspending during that time, which kind of annoys me because I don't think it was necessary. We won the title obviously in that miracle circumstance. Oh, we got one back here with 3 minutes to go. Come on, Atom's like 8 for the season, is that? Well, I missed how many it was. But we flew close to the sun, and I think we still could have achieved similar things without going too bananas. Did we really need to spend all that money on Danny Ward, who's now gone on the free transfer to Wrexham? £12.5 million for Danny Ward, £80,000 a week in wages. That's an entire budget for a team like Grimsby. It seems obscene to me to even consider it as an option. Anyway, the 2-1 defeat there, which is disappointing, and let's hope Colchester drop points. I think they did in the end. They did. They lost to Swindon, which has helped us out big time. And now Swindon have brought themselves back into the race with Bradford City here. So that is very interesting. Very interesting. So there's still a race on here. It was looking like when we started this stream, like, an hour ago, it was looking very much like we were going to run away with this. And now I'm going to have to change this tactic, I think. I'm losing my faith in it because we've lost 3 of the last 4. So I think it's time to return to our classic 4-2-3-1 gegenpress system and give that a go. And we're going to refresh the team for the next game. So I'm just going to clear them all out here. And I just want to double check this last 5 games because, yeah, Jimmy J. Morgan's been terrible again. I mean, he's playing for the England under-21s, this kid. He's worth 20 million. He's on loan from Chelsea. I'm not paying his wages. When I first started to save, he was worth like 5 million quid. He's just flown up, and he's been brilliant in spells. But it's the spells that annoy me, right? It's like, if he did it all the time, we probably won the league by now, and it's only February. So I'm going to have to give him a little telling off here. Warm player, criticise recent form. Your form's been declining recently. No, if you want to stay in the first team, you've got to play better, mate. I mean, if you want to stay in England, you've got to play better. It's a competitive market there, right? And Lewis Thomas again. I mean, he might get upset this time because I've done it recently, but I'm going to tell him off again. I normally find if you do this, I'm not sure if you boys do this, it normally actually gives them a bit of a boot up the arse for the next game. Yeah, I mean, he's agreed with it, which is fine. Ben Knight's the next one. I mean, this dude, he's on like my highest wage. When I signed him, I blew my FFP out the water at the start of the season. I had to like offload £5,000 in wages very quickly after that one, lads, honestly. Need to be a higher standard. At least they're all listening to me. I'm going to check my dynamics out. Okay, no, my managerial support's fine. My club atmosphere's fine. My cohesion's fine. Oh, and you know, just look at that. That's all right. I was a bit concerned my social groups might have been a little bit out of whack, but actually we've got away with it. You know, I haven't gone mad on signing players, which shouldn't have thrown it out. But anyway, let's quickly skip forward here towards the Crew game. Zentric is back. He's my under-21s guy from the Czech Republic who I've been training into a DM. I mean, he's not perfect, but I really like the fact he was a Czech under-21 player. I was like, oh, get him from Gillingham. It's a bit of a foreign bit of class. It's not something you normally see nowadays, is it? You know, like that Grimsby chap. You know, I'm pretty sure he's left you guys now, hasn't he, mate? I'm not sure, but I thought he left. But maybe you're going to tell me wrong, and he's still there, and he's, you know, he's pretty good, but he's far too good for League Two. I wondered that. Yeah, absolutely. Well, look at Scunny in the Championship. Yeah, mate, I remember I moved to Canada 10 years ago for a little bit, lived in Toronto, right? And I remember, yeah, Svan Forsen was who I was talking about. Oh, he's still with you? Ideal, mate, ideal. But yeah, with Scunthorpe, going back to that, yeah, I mean, I remember the last game I saw Leicester play before I moved to Canada was us against Yeovil Town in the Championship. And look at Yeovil now. I mean, I think they're back in the conference, aren't they? But they were down in the Conference South for a long time. They really fell off a cliff. They've got new owners now as well, I think foreign ownership. So it's been very difficult. Gillingham set for record number of wins. 22 matches this season. The record's 25. We should do that, shouldn't we? But I'm going to be intrigued because Crew was tricky for us last time. And they're like us, a bit more of a classical team, right? With a bit of rust around the edges, which I kind of like. Disappointing with your training there, mate. Right, we'll make a decision on what team we're going to go for in a minute here. Excuse me, I hope that wasn't too loud. I'm glad you can spell the guy's name as I need to say it, because I was looking at it going, how do I do it? Svan Vorsen, sorry. I've got a bit of a cough and I need cough now, that's why I didn't say it correctly. Yeah, I see some of that on Twitter. Their last owner was spending a lot according to that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's a lot of that, isn't it? I mean, it's a funny thing, life, isn't it, mate? Because especially when you look at people like, I mean, I'm going to throw this at the Leicester owners now as well a little bit. I mean, obviously I've got a lot of love for them and I'm very sad with what's happening. And I don't particularly want them out like some Leicester fans. But it's very apparent to me that we've been more lucky than, you know, actually doing it by being good. Because Brighton, for example, took our formula and have just ran with it and just made it into made themselves a superb football club. But they are owned by what's a professional poker player. I mean, you know, he's going to know his stuff, right, isn't he? But it annoys me if we're in that phase. Why don't you employ someone to do the job for you, and then you become just one of those owners that's visible but not really being a part of it? I think then you're protecting yourself from the fan base, so you're not getting in messes like we've got at the moment where fans are falling out of him, getting really upset. I think it's really daft of them. I think they could do it so much better. And there's a bit of ignorance there and almost a bit of frustration between the fan base and the board now, which is getting a bit toxic. Yeah, and I mean, I'm realistic. Ultimately, we've been a yo-yo club our entire time with Leicester, right? You know, when I grew up, when I was young, obviously, my first memories of us winning the League Cup and then getting relegated. That's the reality of the situation. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. I'm going to bring Yana back in today, guys, because obviously he's been missing, and like he has done very well this season. I mean, he's a free transfer. He's not at this level at all. He's a fringe player, right? But he came in on a free transfer at the start of the year, and for some reason his performance has been very decent. I mean, who's going to be my box-to-box midfielder today? I'll go for Azore, because actually he plays quite well as a box-to-box midfielder. He's very versatile in that regard. I want to give Cornus time to get fully fit here. Or maybe I'll bring him off the bench, see if we can warm him up a little bit. I need to remember a full-back today, because I messed it up last time, didn't I, guys? Yeah, and we'll go for Zentrich as well, right? We'll get this game underway here in a minute. Oh, that's better. Look at that connectivity. This should make a difference. Perhaps that's right. Perhaps my thought process on the formation was correct, and we just kind of managed to get very stale very quickly with it, right? I'm going to say we need to step things up, because we're 16th from the form table now. Let's not tell them they should win, because sometimes that backfires, right? Right. Excuse me, I'm sorry, guys. I've been giving up smoking, I must confess, so I'm a little bit coffee all of a sudden. There's a lot worse owners in football. Yeah, I'd agree with that, mate. And I've been saying that to Leicester fans, because I do a bit of presenting on a channel called Leicester Till I Die with a guy called Chris. I normally do their watch-alongs, and yeah, and like a lot of the fans are like, you know what football fans are like, especially when you get a bit bigger. Because before we won the Premier League, we didn't really have a lot of younger, newer fans, but obviously that attracted a lot in who haven't known anything else than that situation. And like you say, there are a lot worse out there. I mean, if you look at the other tie owner in the Championship, that's Sheffield Wednesday, right? And they're in a right mess at the moment. I mean, there's a part of me that wonders if our game's even going to go ahead of this, right? I mean, I know he started paying some of them now, but it's just an untenable situation where they're at right now. It really is. It's awful. Yeah, so I always say to the fans that, you know, I mean, I said that. I've also said I do want them to go if they're not going to sort themselves out. You know, I can't be disingenuous about it. But, of course, a lot of that is just the fact that we're now, getting towards the start of a new season. We've not even appointed a manager. Robbie McKenzie, the formation change looks like it's worked here, guys. 5 minutes in, Crewe 0, Gillingham 1. That's a good start. Good stuff. And Jana again, look, coming forward, creating opportunities. Azoro, he's great, he really is. For a free transfer to pick him up, he's been very good so far. And that's a great finish from McKenzie. Maybe he was forgiven after he decided not to come to that training session. But on that note, Colchester are still right on our arse again. Look, they're still going to get a point here, but 3 points by the looks of it. Anyway, corner now to Crewe. Play it towards the back post. Lancaster's going to come and collect it and try and ping it back into play here. He does. Hemming scored against us last time. He's their danger man, right? And actually Lowry's not bad either. Williams, though, turns and strikes, and it's one man I don't mention who gets away and puts it in the goal. Oh. Yeah, so there we go. Crewe 1, Gillingham 1. Okay, well, it's only 15 minutes in, so we've still got plenty of time. I definitely need to consider perhaps a goalkeeper upgrade at the end of the season. It's a bit disappointing because Thomas got on a good run at the start and his stats started to really go up. I mean, he was a youngster at Burnley. He was one of the ones available on a free transfer at the start of the game. And when you haven't got a lot of money at the start, you obviously got to, you know, beg, borrow and steal a little bit to get yourselves to the dance. And we brought ourselves there, but since then, he seemed to have declined a bit. There is a couple of young Premier League goalkeepers out of contract in the summer I've got listed, so I'm going to keep an eye on those guys anyway to see if there's someone we're going to bring in here. Oh, mate, do you know what? The Cooper thing's an interesting one because you could say I'm going to sit on the fence on my answer here, and maybe I am, but I still think we would have gone down with Cooper. I still think there wasn't enough in what he was doing, but then we were outside the relegation zone when it happened, so you can argue, well, that's a stupid thing, but just from what we were seeing, and I'll give you the example of why I think that. The year we had the Great Escape under Nigel Pearson, we were bottom of the league, but I never wanted him sacked, and the reason why was simply because you could see what he was trying to do, and there were times that we were scoring in games and we were just lacking that bit of quality, and as soon as we signed Robert Hoof as a centre-back, he shut the door. And once we worked out that part of it, and just bringing in a couple of players in January that made a difference, we obviously went on that Great Escape run. Oh, Crewe have switched this around here. We have to demand some more here. It looks like our season might be starting to fall away here, lads. I might have to have a meeting with them all and say, come on, we need to get our heads together here. And it might be down to the goalkeeper. Perhaps it's time to chuck in our new signing from Falkirk, Hogarth. I mean, the problem with him is one-on-ones aren't very good. But however, every goal we're conceding, if you've noticed, is from these sort of positions. And the one thing he's good at, he's got a 15 aerial reach. So perhaps that's telling me, and the game's telling me, it's time to get him in there, right? But yeah, also going back to what we're talking about Leicester, I think Ruud van Nistelrooy was a hideous appointment. I really do. I mean, at the time we drank the Kool-Aid, right, because he was doing so well at Man United. Oh, they've hit the post. We drank the Kool-Aid because he was doing so well at Man United, and I was convinced as well, because I thought, well, if he can transition that to Leicester, I think we're onto a bit of a winner here, right, with his experience. But to be honest, we played that friendly against Peterborough at the weekend, which I covered for the other channel, and Andy King in that one game showed more realism and pragmatism, more openness and honesty, and also the performance in the players was a lot more honest, which is what I appreciated, than Ruud ever did. So that was obviously a hideous mistake, and how the hell one of the greatest scores in Premier League history as we lose this game 2-1 and our XG fell off a cliff. Wow, that is bad. And as we far from pleased with that. Yeah, and as our form dropped off a cliff and we didn't score for 10 games, it's like the greatest goal scorer in Premier League history can't make you score a goal. I mean, we looked so impotent going forward. We just looked like we didn't know what we were doing. There was no one. Mavididi would be the best effort, and he'd end up losing the ball every time, right? So it was a very frustrating season, but I just hope we can just get the anchors right now, you know. I mean, I'm not expecting us to go back up first time. I think that's being very brave. You know, I think it'd be a miracle if we do it. You know, I think there's more chance we'll be mid-table, but, you know, we'll see. I mean, it's been a few chaotic few years, but we have won the FA Cup, which I never thought we'd do in our lifetime, which is unbelievable, right? So, you know. Right, let's get ready for this next game here, boys. Right, so we might be about to hit a crisis here, because now we've lost 4 out of the last 5, and all of a sudden, only 4, well, luckily for us, Colchester had a bit of a semi-skimmed run at the same time, because they've, I think, lost a few games now as well. Yeah, including Fleetwood recently, Swindon. So everyone around them they started to lose to, which is very helpful. We played Colchester twice already, so we haven't got to play them again. We drew the first one 0-0, and we won the second one 2-0, if I'm not mistaken. So that's pretty good. But Bradford are getting a bit more closer now as well. So we're dragging people in. I think it's time to put Hogarth in, boys. Like, his aerial reach is good. I mean, his one-on-ones are terrible. Emergency backup he's rated as. Cost us £25,000. But he's got a good jumping reach as well. And it seems to be in that position with Thomas. I mean, his aerial reach is 15. He should be doing better. But his determination means his head's dropped. And I'm telling him to play better. And he's not particularly listening. So I think we'll switch it up today. Why not? And have a go. Hutton's again not playing well. So let's try again here and speak about warning the player. Criticise recent form. Right. Either that I'm going to have to start setting targets, aren't I? Let's pick the rest of the team here. I'm going to go for Masterson and Oji today. Perhaps I'm mixing it up too much as well, which isn't helping. But there we go. It's probably time for Zentrich to come back in here as our ball winner. And give him a go. He's got some good passing. And I actually know he's not fit. I'm going to get Corness back in there. Corness, this guy from Liverpool on loan. He's out of contract at the end of the season. He's supreme. He's really good. He's going to be big for us. If I can sign him, that is. Ben Knight's not played well recently. Let's get Wakeling back in and Jana. I'm basically going to go back to what worked at the start of the season before I signed a few of these lads. I think that's a good idea. Bradley Dack's going to stay in. Right. So let's go for Tiffany, Knight, Patterson, Azoro, Mackenzie, because he can play all across the back, and Noel Atom, and I think that will do us. Right, big game this, because Notts County are 5th, but we've got a bit more connectivity now. We've got our under 21 international Czech Republic Zentrich, so this is good. We're sick and tired of getting bad results. I'm gonna what's the nice one? Pump Fist. I have faith in you. You know, the Batista back in the day from WWE. Right, and let's see how we get on here. Hopefully we can turn this into something against what is a very good Notts County team, as we know. And they've got some very good players. I mean, Kean Bryan's not bad, is he? Intriguing to see what Hogarth does with this opportunity today, right? Because I think this is going to be the sort of game you can make yourself a number 1 for the rest of the season if you turn up and put in a good showing. So we'll see. Or perhaps even the rest for Thomas. We'll just kick him up the bum a little bit just to make sure we're getting a little bit more out of him for the rest of this, right? Nothing in this so far. We've got a little bit more possession. 20 minutes has flown by. They've got a similar formation to Wimbledon, and we won that just. Anyway, Corness with a free kick here for Gillingham. Plays it in. That's a great goal. I mean, this is why I signed Tiffany for next season more than anything else, because he's got a similar free kick level. In fact, he's actually got 1 point higher. I think he's 16. This guy's a 15 at free kicks. But I do want to get Corness. He is my priority to get him in on a free transfer as long as Liverpool don't extend it. Oh, we hit the post. And we're in our sexy pink kit today as well. What was that? Do you see that? Bashed aside just to take it down with his foot, as if he was Lionel Messi. Oh, this game's comical sometimes, lads. It really is. Anyway. See, we've got a few more viewers in as well. Feel free to join in the chat, guys. Honestly, we're happy to chat back with you about football, all sorts of stuff. I'm very good, apparently, in life at chatting SHIT to anyone that will listen. That's apparently my position in the world. So feel free to get in the chat and say hello. Corner here now with 1 minute to go to half time. We're in that last minute. It's going to be Whittaker to take it near post, and it's headed over the top. Hogarth's not had a lot to do so far by the looks of it, so it's hard to justify. No shots on target, we've had 2. But look at this! The XG's remarkable. Not to count it at the end there, went utterly bananas, didn't they? Right, I still don't think it's good enough. I probably need to encourage them. I don't want to see complacency, I think, it's the middle ground with that one. So, really, I could tell them off for not scoring more, but they've only had 2 chances, I guess, and they got one of them in the back of the net. So, let's try not to be too much like Brian Clough, eh? Corner coming in here. It's going to be Corness to take it. Near post, Masterson. We'll take that, lads. We will take that. 2-0. And this will calm the nerves a little bit for a team that's currently 5th in the league. Be a big day for them at home, this, to come up against the league leaders with an opportunity to close up on the automatic places. So, yeah, superb. I'm happy with this. Right, this is good stuff. Bradley Dack looks like he's about to fall over and break his leg, so we might as well get him off here a minute. I'm going to try Ben Knight in the middle, because for some reason he's dried up on the right and he can play there. So let's get him in the middle here and see how he gets on. Obviously, former Man City youngster we picked up on a free transfer. Corness with a free kick in towards the back post. Abu's here, he's going to play it back in. Yana tries to get on the end of it, can't. Wakeling, oh, there it is. And it's Masterson again, the centre-back. So he scored one with his head, and I think that was with his right foot. All he needs now is a left-footed penalty, and he's got the perfect hat-trick for a centre-back. I'm not sure I've done that with Football Manager before with a centre-half. Superb job. Well done, boys. I think the formation change was the right decision, and I think more importantly than that, it's the way I've handled the players. Just, you know, picking on one or two privately in a room and going, right, just pick it up a little bit, lads. You know, you need to perform better if you want to stay in the team. We don't want to get complacent because we've been utterly brilliant so far, right? Complacency can be very dangerous in life in general, let alone in football, right? Masterson there with a header, looking to try and get his hat-trick. Luckily, Bass makes a great save. Takes ball playing keeper to another level. Absolutely, mate. I think you're right there. Oh, what's gone on here? Oh, my word. That was a bit of a mistake, wasn't it? I mean, look at their heads drop as well. I'm not sure you saw that. They all walked back with their heads down like that, like, oh, we really messed this up. What were they doing? They both just left it, and Grant went, I'll have that. And unfortunately, the one thing Hogarth isn't good at, as we said, is one-on-ones. And I normally like that in my goalkeeper because of the formation I play, right? So, yeah, that's a bit disappointing. Corness is going to have to come off. He's looking a bit knackered here, so let's get him off quickly before something happens. And I'll bring Jana off at the end here as well for Tiffany. Right, let's not have a last-minute disaster here, guys. Let's get another one just to really confirm it. Mackenzie goes close. Unfortunately, he doesn't go in the back of the net, but still a pretty comprehensive performance. And now I've got an injury, and I think I'm out of subs, aren't I? I'll try. Yeah, I thought I had. Right, so we're just going to drop Ben Knight back in there for the minute. That'll be fine. Just for the last 7 minutes. That should do the job to get us over the line with a 2-goal cushion. And added on minutes are flying by, and it's there. Look at that. Nice away win. I'm really happy with that. I mean, they came back into it, don't get me wrong. But I think a lot of that is this formation is a lot more assertive than the one we changed from. So they're going to get tired quicker. The other option is perhaps I just start switching to the backup formation at about the 75th minute if we're winning, which I might start doing. But anyway, gives us a 7-point gap back to Colchester, and it once again retains that gap to Swindon. We must be getting close towards promotion now, at least, guys. And then we can have a promotion party together, eh? I'll go treat myself to a glass of water or something, because this coffee's actually making my throat a little bit worse, right? Barrow at home next in 3 days. So that should be 3 points, hopefully. What we got left on the schedule? Let's have a look. Barrow 11th, Tranmere 22nd, Cheltenham 24th, Salford 13th, Carlisle 10th. So we haven't really. We've got Grimsby coming up, mate. Third last game of the season. They might need a result there as well. Stick around for that one, eh? Last game of the season is against Bradford. So if there's ever a reason to get this wrapped up early and not end up in trouble, that would be it, right? But I think it's still going to be very unlikely we're going to end up in that position. Mariners, you're right indeed there, mate. I'll add this guy back to my shortlist. I mean, I'm full of my players I can actually sign from abroad. My hope is, because he's in the under-21s, he's only got 4 caps though, which is a bit frustrating. We might be able to get a work permit for him in a minute, which will open up one other slot, or I might have to sell Barr, the backup striker. But he's probably not going to do it. Yeah, my finances are wrecked as well, so I'm going to have to sell someone. I mean, the good news is because we're going to go up, that's going to give us a little bit more back in the bank, right? But we're going to probably have to make a sell. I mean, Bradley Dack, it's a shame that I couldn't sell him, but no one's interested, and I just, you know, I couldn't even get 250,000 for him, which I was considering doing at that point because I could have trained someone to put someone else in there, right? And I probably still would have had just the same result. He's just a very expensive. It's like basically, I look at it this way: it's like having a Bentley for you running to the shops car, right? I mean, you probably need a Nissan Micra to save on petrol. It's a bit flamboyant for Gillingham, isn't it? Really, but right, what changes are we going to make for this one? I mean, Hutton's looking a bit tired, so let's give him a rest and let's get in the young lad, Harry Webster. This guy's an enigma, isn't he? I mean, we said it last time. Last 4 games, he's got 7.5. He's got 1 goal, 2 assists, 2 man of the matches in that, and he's that. He's abysmal. It literally ended up in the team as a complete fluke because I had some injury problems. So, yeah, okay, whatever. Corness, I might want to rest, but I mean, he's so crucial, isn't he? And the last game made such a difference. But let's see if we can give him some rest because his fitness, 60 minutes. No, we'll give him 60 minutes and then we'll take him off. Zentric I want to keep as well because they link up really well. I don't think I'm going to make too many changes outside of that, really. I mean, Bradley Dack's not had a good few games, has he? I mean, he needs a telling off, actually. Interaction. Speak about warm player. Good. Right, he's going to work harder. Well, I'll believe it when I see it, I guess, is the answer there. I'll tell you what, bugger it. Let's drop him for Ben Knight. Why not? Why not? Let's try something different. The times we've gambled in this save, when it's got a little bit stale, it's normally come up trumps for us, so I think that's going to be the better idea here, right? If you carry your performance into the next match, we'll do alright. And let's get to this. I didn't change my goalkeeper back, which I was considering, but we'll leave it as it is for the moment, so... He came through their academy back in the day. Just a shame his physicals are so bad. Technically, he's so good. Yeah, no, exactly. That's it, mate. Yeah, exactly. I completely agree with that. Yeah, it's kind of like going back to the. I don't know why I'm going for car sort of synergies tonight or whatever else, but it's kind of like having your Jaguar, but the engine's like a Skoda, isn't it? It's a bit double punch. Anyway, Jimmy J Morgan, rather than my awful Alan Partridge-esque humour, perhaps. Goes in the bottom corner. It looks like it's going to be one of those games for us where Jimmy J Morgan's going to probably score a hat-trick and then he's probably going to put his feet up for the next 3 games after this. So, good one. Nice stuff. Getting a nice deep ball in there. Nice ball across. And I think in this game, if we are 2-0 up, when we get to the 60th minute, I'll change to the other formation and just see if that helps our fitness levels, just to carry it through. Yeah, I think that would be quite helpful this time of year, just to make sure we're managing the legs a bit. You might as well call me Rafa Benitez or Claudio Ranieri because I don't mind tinkering around, mostly to try and mix up player happiness but also to keep the fitness at the right level, right? Wakeling across, and there we go. What did I say? Normally, when he does it, this guy, he goes out and bangs in a hat-trick every time. Unbelievable. This will be his 4th hat-trick of the season, I believe, and I think he's only got about 20 goals, so remarkable. Good stuff from Wakeling there. I mean, he's had an up and down season and he's on loan from Peterborough, but he's got 1 year left on his deal, so I don't know if he'll be back next season anyway, but you know, I've been relatively impressed with him anyway, so that's something, you know. And I need to remember to take Corness and Zentrich off for the second half, which is not ideal to bring off both your engine rooms, but I'll change the formation and bring on players that suit it, like Azoro will be the Regista, for example. That'll be quite good. Masterson there with a bit of a header. That was normally, I say that could have contributed to what happened last time we had that dodgy goal. It was a similar moment, wasn't it? A bit wild. Anyway, Kirk and Cameron pick the ball up here now for Barrow as they try and come forward, but Abu's going to read that well. Zendrix comes forward here. Zentric. Wakeling. Kenny's got a long range strike. No, he hasn't, but he's trying to find Corness, who has, and there it is, the 6th goal of the season. The formation change came at the right time, and I think now the confidence can be restored. We're going to get this team going back in the right direction. I think this will be the first time we get back-to-back wins in about a month, which is really, really helpful now. Great stuff. I mean, Farman had a poor effort there, didn't he? I think he played for Grimsby, didn't he, mate? If I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong, but I think I remember a Farman playing for Grimsby in goal. I think he's a bit older now, isn't he? I think he's about... He might be 40 even, actually. He might be 40. And I'm pretty sure he might have gone to Barrow from Grimsby, perhaps. But I don't entirely know. Please set me straight, obviously, you know. Well, I have no problem being wrong in life sometimes. You know, you've got to learn, haven't you? Ball forward, Knight, long range shot, good effort, stinging on the gloves there. Look at that. He's done alright in the attacking mid as well, actually, because he was down to a 6.2 and Wakeling's having a cracker on right side on a 9.2 here. So this is really, really stepping up. I think I'll change to the backup formation at half time, bear in mind we're 3-0 up, and they can't seem to break us down anyway, so we might as well just play a more slower variation of this and just close the game down a bit more. I'll probably do it. We'll point up scoring 4 goals in the second half or something. I mean, I reckon we'll win this season 7-0. If we can beat 7-0, I'll be very, very happy. We did lose 7-1 in the Bristol Rovers Trophy, as I call it, the Bristol Street Trophy. I call it the Bristol Rovers Trophy. But in my defence, I put out all the under-18s and I didn't even play it because I couldn't be bothered. Goal back for Barrow, as I said, at just before half-time. Nice little counter-attack. Dury played really well there. Bit of space. Unfortunately, Abu, this is the problem with him. Oh no, Abu's there, sorry, I'm getting the wrong guy. Abu was a little bit asleep. He didn't really keep an eye on him. Was coming too narrow. And unfortunately, that's what happens, right? So, yeah. I mean, he is chaos. He's Jeffrey Schlupp, right? He's pace and chaos, but he's not got many technical skills. But that's not what I hired him for. XG looks good, though, right? Let's say, don't become complacent, boys. Seem confused and demoralised. I wouldn't worry about it, mate. Oh, yeah, I was going to change the formation, wasn't I? And I was going to take off some players as well. Switch back to this one. And let's get these midfielders sorted out. So we'll go Mackenzie this side. Cornes can come off for Rosario. He's not very good, but how many good registers do you find in Football Manager? Unless you're like at the top end of the game. So we're not worried about that. Not him was at Lincoln, although he has been linked with us in window. Ah, fair enough, mate, fair enough. It was probably someone of a similar name, perhaps. Perhaps it's someone you could think of I was getting him confused with, perhaps. This looks like it's doing what I expected. We're 3-1 here and the game's kind of stopped, which is what we want, right? Webster again. This guy's insane. I mean, I don't understand this. How is he getting over 7 every game when he's got the stats of a tennis player? I do not understand what's going on. It's brilliant. Barnes there with a weird diving header and Wakeling should have scored on a 9-point. I would have thought he'd just put that in the top corner. What a shame. But anyway. He's more than contributed with his assists anyway. I think we can let him off for that one. Ball in though, and Barrow might cause a problem here, and they have. And this is the problem with Hogarth. He's not very good at the one-on-one shot stopping, is he? So I think we will go back now. Thomas has been on the naughty step for a couple of games. We'll put him back in goal. But considering next year in League One, I think the thing we're learning going towards League One next season is I need to sign a top goalkeeper. If I have a budget for it, bear in mind we're $500,000 in the red, is going to be another matter. However, we will look at the released players, obviously, from places like Arsenal or etc. and see if we can pull someone out. I think there's one at Everton I quite like, who I think is Slovenian or Slovakian. You'll probably know who I mean, guys. But it really depends, doesn't it? And there's one from Aston Villa, Marshall, who's like Polish. He's on loan at another club in this, but his wages are like $6,000 a week already, which I cannot believe. But anyway, Abu's coming forward here. Can we get the 2-goal gap back up? Jana off the post. Knight puts it in. We will take that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make another change. Just get OG off and make sure he doesn't get a red card right at the death to cause us a heart attack. Good stuff there, look. Jana, look, does really well. I'm really impressed with Jana. If you think about value for money this year, it's been Azoro and Jana, because they both came in on a free, and I had very little expectation. I literally bought them because they had the right physicals. They're technically awful, but they had the right physicals, and they had good fitness, and I thought, that'll do, because I want to balance out the two, because I had the Bradley Dack technicality, right, but I wanted some pace down alongside the other side of it, just to really bring up, you know, another area. Good stuff from Webster again there. Bear in mind his tackling's like 11 and his marking's 5. I think that's pretty impressive. We're in the final minute here, obviously just a red card there as well. So, I mean, bless them, they tried, didn't they? You can't fault them. They've had a go here today, but they've just been beaten by an utterly more destructive team than they are. So, oh god, I've said it now, and here they come. How long does that red card take? Because they're going to probably get one back here. Whitfield comes forward. Oh, he's put it wide. That was a great chance. That'd have been the goal of the day to finish the match, wouldn't it? And their goalkeeper Farman's had a nightmare on a 5.9. We'll take it, guys. We'll take it. Nice work, everyone. Happy with that. Let's keep the mentality and positivity going. Keeps our gap at a nice 7 points to Colchester with 8 games left. So we are starting to get there. It must be coming in a minute. I'm not going to do the maths on it. I'm just going to keep going until we get there, right? And I'm sure it'll be here before we know it, right? Yes, that's it, Flip Marshall. Well done, mate. Did a job in League One and the Championship. That's what I'm considering. I know he's at another club in this league. I think it's Crewe, actually. I might be able to get him on loan, but obviously if I can sign someone, I prefer to do it. Oh, this is good news. Robin McKenzie now wants to stay. So me holding fire on that. He's still got 2 years left on his deal as well. He's only on £1,500 a week. I mean, he's average. He says he's a fringe player. But the thing is, if you think about how everything's around a 12 or a 10, a lot of players you might not get that. He's solid enough for what we want. And obviously going forward will improve on that and he'll become more of a backup option. So I'm happy he's going to stay, and I'm happy I kind of, forced him to, even though he got a bit funny and went and got drunk in Wetherspoons one day rather than come into the training pitch. This is someone we might want to look at, talking about goalkeepers. Thomas McGill. Martin Zane on loan from Brighton. He's on loan at MacArthur. He's out of contract at the end of the season. His wage is quite substantial though. Let's compare him a minute, eh? I forgot to put player attribute marking on before I started this save. That's the truth. I wasn't trying to. Not a lot of people probably don't care anyway. I think nowadays everyone knows Football Manager's real. Yeah, he's better than Thomas, isn't he? Definitely. Look at this. I mean, he's on the short list anyway, so he's someone we can consider. But obviously, I can't do any move on him until the end of the season, right? Because we haven't got to that point where we can approach him. I have got one player coming in the end of the season. I've got this guy from Celtic coming, Luke Kenny. Look, he's only going to cost £400 a week in wages. And look, great determination, great positioning. I thought, okay, his physicals aren't great. That'll be what we train him on, right? And try and improve his, his pace and his strength and all the rest of it. But I like his determination and positioning. I think that could be very helpful for us, and I think the rest of it we can work with right at 21. So I think for that, he's marked as a hot prospect, so he's not going to expect first team football. So I think that's a cheaper wage for us to spend as well. Fractured lower arm for Robbie McKenzie, right. If this is real life, I don't think we'd send him to a specialist, because I think we're probably still trying to save up for a football stand that's not made out of scaffolding. So I'll use the club doctor and go and see the doctor like you would do at school, mate, Perhaps I'm a bit mean there, and perhaps that's the sort of thing that gets you sued somewhere down the line by a former player. But, I don't know. I mean, I think we can get away with that one. Right, Tranmere up next, so 22nd. Now, let's look at the schedule a minute. If we want to rotate, this might be the game. But it doesn't look like we have to, because we're not actually... Actually, our fixtures now, we've actually got quite a few days off in between, apart from the last two. The Christmas spell, obviously, as usual, that's a nightmare, right? But... Anyway, I don't think I could put Hutton back in, I mean, this guy's an enigma, like I said. I'll keep using the word enigma for him. I might as well put Harry Enigma Webster in his name, because it's unbelievable, really. Hogarth's coming out. No, I mustn't forget to do that. More of a risk taker than me. I'd see those physicals and run. Yeah, I mean, it's a very good point. I mean, my thought is that £400. I mean, I don't know what my budget's going to be next year, mate, but that is not good, right? Being £500,000 in the red. So I'm going to take a risk on him, because he's only costing me £400. He's not expecting to play first team football. If I get in a position where I need to raise some money, I think he can come off a bench and just get me through probably just about. He's not going to be starting, right? I mean, I've got Masterson, I've got Oji, they're under contract. I want to try and keep Ottom on loan, if I can. On loan. Yeah, so I'm not like, yeah, I'm pretty cool. I'm pretty cool with this, I think. I'm happy with it. Yannon once again had a couple of interesting games, and we have got a little. I mean, the conditioning's fine, really. I'm not going to get too funny about it, but I think I will give Patterson a go today, because he normally comes on and does quite well, doesn't he, lads? Let's get Barr back on the bench as well. Yeah, I think that will do for now. Right, okay, let's get to the next one. Tranmere away. Happy to see Zentric's got a nice link up now with Cornus. Right, Tranmere have lost 13 in a row, so we've got to win, lads. I trust you to make a difference. I'm not going to tell them I expect them to, because I don't know about you guys. You tell them you expect them to win against these teams, you're guaranteed to drop points. So I might as well tell them, no, just go win, go on, go get the 3 points. Right. After we win this game, I'll start getting confident now. After we win this game, I think I'll have a look and try and work out how many points we need to secure our promotion. And actually, it might be fun in a minute to have a look on the short list and see if there's anyone in Scotland we want to try and bring in early, ready for next season. Luckily, I've still got just enough wage budget, right? It was looking like I failed FFP, but luckily Unfortunately, luckily I misread it. Otherwise, I'd have been quite terrified by that. But oh, Phoenix, what are you doing, mate? The point of a short corner is to get the ball and then make something happen with it, not just to give it for a goal kick, my friend. But I'll let you off. It's very rare it happens, right? Anyway, Masterson now coming forward. We've pushed right up on him here. Wakeling across. Morgan. 20th goal of the season. And he's offside. Oh, that's because he can't score in 2 games in a row, guys. It's that simple. It really is. It really is that simple. It's either a hat-trick or nothing with this guy. It truly is, honestly. Morris plays it in. Jennings gets on the end of it. He's been there for a while, that Jennings, hasn't he? I'm pretty sure. If it is the right one I'm thinking of, Connor Jennings, I think it is. He's been there for a little while. One of them went off to Bayern Munich, didn't he, from Tranmere? And I think he's gone back to play there. I mean, I don't know what happened. I don't know if he got a little bit distracted by the fame. I think it was Bayern, wasn't it? You might know in the chat. Let me know if I'm not just making up some complete bullshit, or if the matrix is broken, which could very well have happened. Yeah, we need to show we need a bit more here. Right, guys, you have ability to make a real difference here. I need you to change the game for us. Let's get out there and do this. And like I said about Jimmy J. Morgan, right, 6.3. It's so predictable. Let's get El Haji Bar on and see if he can do something today. Jennings is ex-Town. Cool, got you. Awesome. Sam Finley. Right, okay, that hasn't gone well, has it? But anyway, Thomas is playing better today. Let's not panic quite yet. Garrett with the throwing in wasn't it? Hendry played it down well. Tell you what's interesting about this League 2 lineup this year, guys, that all the formations we're seeing, there's kind of like 4 different formations the majority clubs are using, and they're all quite interesting, like this one. A lot of them got 3 at the back. We've got the Christmas tree style elements in other ones. I'm intrigued by how we're all viewing it a bit differently. Phoenix having a bad game on the left side. I think it's time to get Tiffany on here. Corner some distance. The goalkeeper's hurt as well, guys. Come on, let's demand some more here. And can I make anything else interesting happen here? A boo, man. I mean, I'm trying to give a boo minutes because I'm hoping his technicals will improve, because he has got a lot of pace, like I've been saying before. Like, he's the chaos, isn't he? So, right, let's get Bradley Dackle. I'm going to move him into the attacking mid position, though. I just wanted to get him on first. Move it around a little bit. Ben Knight could play box to box. That's fine. It's not ideal, but we'll try it here. Right, I'm going to berate them in a minute because I'm not happy with this. They need to do better. Right, come on, lads. Yes, he went from Tranmere to Bayern, then to Barnsley. Oh, I thought he did, mate. I'm glad. I'm glad I wasn't in a different matrix. Thanks, that's awesome. Tiffany from distance. He's got a better free kick than Corness, but I wonder if I wanted Corness to take that, actually, because he probably would have put it in. But anyway, let's see with 10 minutes to go here if we can turn this game around. We have done this before this season when called upon, so let's do this. Wakeling, Corness. Is there a ball on? Good pass tonight. Nice bit of vision. Tiffany on the right comes inside. Oh, he curls it over the top. Should be doing a bit better there. I'm going to encourage them on the next one rather than shout at them, as long as we're not 2-0 down. Don't do it. Oh, thank goodness for that. Don't let the Bayern Munich chap get a goal, for goodness sake. Right, Tiffany short to Wakeling. Play it in. He runs inside, dinks it to the back post, and it's Ogier, and unfortunately hits the outside of the post and goes wide. Could be one of those games, this. I mean, it's been more equal than it possibly should be against a team in 22nd, but it's like old age adage, isn't it? They're fighting for their lives down there, and unfortunately it is a 1-0 defeat. Ironically, Webster again for a 7.0. Utterly crazy. That wasn't good enough, boys, I'm afraid. I'm not going to go too batshit crazy, but it really wasn't good enough. And now that leaves us with a 13-point gap to Gillingham, from Gillingham to Swindon. So that is 4 games. Sorry, is that maths right? No, 5 games we're going to need to be ahead, right? So we're getting close to maybe confirming our automatic promotion in the next 2 games, if I'm not mistaken, if that's the case. I'm under pressure here because maths was my weak point at school, I'll confess. As you can tell, I'm pretty good at chatting rubbish, so drama, I was fine at that stuff. But anything to do with actual logic, like, science or maths, I was blowing up the science blocks, so... Dominic Corness looks tired. We've got 6 days. I don't need to be moving them around yet, do I? I'm just going to put Webster out for this one and give Hutton another chance, because I don't want him to get too arsey with me, because he's still, I believe, a potential championship player going forward if I keep developing him. Johnny Williams is not featured at all, has he? I mean, he's just not good enough anymore, is he? 31. Obviously played for Sunderland back in the day. I remember seeing him on Sunderland Till I Die, and he seemed quite a nice chap. He seemed, how do I say it, a bit meek almost. I don't know if the pressure got to him a bit, which I felt a bit sorry for him for. But yeah, I think the end of the season we'll be moving him on anyway. Cheltenham Town next, and we could relegate Cheltenham. Masterson's showing some good progress. Could become a good championship player. Yeah, I mean, as soon as I came in, the first thing I did was offer this guy a new deal, because he only had literally a year left, and I thought, I don't do it straight away, he's going to go, I want to leave, and he's not going to sign a new one. So I think we made the right decision there. What's Webster's report looking like? Okay, he's starting to improve slightly now, and he's starting to get better in his attacking movement. His displeasure on the sign is not beneficial. Okay, well, we'll change you to something else if that's how you feel. I mean, perhaps you need better marking? I don't know. Saying that, physically, you can probably do better, can't you? Guys, get it in the chat. What do you think we should train Webster to get better at? I'll have a quick look at his stats there, and we'll come back to it after the next game, alright? And we'll change it. Let me know what you think, because there's so much work we've got to do with him. But surprisingly, he has been very good for that sort of level, right? So get it in the chat what you think we need to improve him on there from the quick look I gave you, right? Phoenix Patterson can come out on this one because I didn't like his performance last time out. And he does this before on Football Manager Saves, or I've seen it before anyway, where he sort of starts well and then sort of falls off a cliff after a while. I think Armani Little can come out because he's probably going to go at the end of the season. He's on the chopping block. He might come in on a free, but he probably hates me because I've not played him the entire season. I've done that before in Football Manager. I had a player on loan for one season, signed him, and the next season he's become number one. And he's got that potential, this guy. He's not hideous. I mean, look, his physicals are fine. Determination. I mean, determination's the one for me, you know, really. And you don't want to overdo the aggression with your centre-backs, do you? I think the rest of it, we don't want to change too much. I know we're coming off a defeat. That's the only downside. Okay, no, I changed my mind. Bradley Dack can come back in. Wakeling has still done all right. Let's give Bradley Dack another go. And I think the rest of it will be status quo for Cheltenham, right? And then we've got Salford away, so that should be interesting. This is the guy I wanted to sign in the summer. I mean, like, he's available, and you know, you can just offer him a contract. The downside is, of course, I need a work permit position for him, and one of the, you know, the ones you give out, and I only get 2 of them. And unless Bar or Zentric, when it gets the end of this season, get their proper work permit, he's only got 1 cap for Guinea, so I doubt it's going to happen. I'm screwed on people I can sign from abroad, really, unless they're obviously going to get a work permit in their own right. So, right, anyway, on to this game. Let's get going here. Play for Wales. Yeah, Jennings didn't he? Yeah. There's been a few players like that. Do you remember that Oliver Burke, who ended up at West Brom a few years ago? You might get more slots in League One, but the problem is I can't register them now, mate, because what I tried to do is I tried to sign him in January. We got to the 24th, and because it wouldn't allow me to do it because I didn't have one now, the problem became that he wouldn't sign for me, because that was my thought process. My thought process was I'll sign him without a work permit and then allocate him one in League One. So hopefully no one else will go for him, and then we can nip back in at the time and get him. I must be honest, I quite like his name, and also he's Dutch, right? I mean, Gillingham has always wanted a Dutch midfielder to go alongside a Czech one, you know? I mean, it's been the dream for years. All we need then is a Brazilian, and we're utterly at the races, right? We'll be winning the championship in 2 years. Great goal from Bradley Dack. I think he might have been offside. No, my eyes deceived me. He's in, and it's been given. Superb stuff. Bradley Dack back in the team, boys, and he puts it in the back of the net. Look at that. Corness again. I mean, he's going to be the guy we really got to try and bring in. And Liverpool haven't extended his deal as far as I'm aware. So, yeah. Yeah, tight offside, he was just on, we'll take that. I mean, there's no VAR down there, I don't know why they even check that. But going back to that player, I was talking about the central midfielder, the good thing is it looks like no one else has gone for him, because the reason I bid for him in January was, at the time, I think it was another German club were trying to get him, but I offered him a lot more money. Not a lot, £1,000 a week more. I think it was only £3,000 a week. It wasn't like ridiculous money, right? really, for a League One player. Hutton's in here, he's going to play it across, and Morgan scores. Come on, yes, that's more like it. Get those legs working, lads. Drive into that box and put the ball in the back of the net. 2-0 up here against a team that's obviously heading towards the National League, which is a shame for Cheltenham because they've touched, the glory of nearly getting to the Championship. They could have been a Burton Albion a few years ago, like a Yeovil. But yeah, hopefully we can go back in for that lad now, because whatever reason he didn't accept the other offer from that club, and I think it's because I whacked the wage up and he rejected both of them. So he rejected me because I couldn't sign him. Penalty, I didn't see why that was given, but it's going to be Bradley Dack to take it here, to add another goal to his season, and he's not missed one penalty all year, to be fair to him. That's why he's probably got 18 goals this season. I think 9 of them are penalties, but gets us the 3 points, I think, and we're 3-0 up here, heading towards half-time. What a bizarre team we are at the moment. We seem to go between either losing 1-0 and maybe being in the game, or we seem to turn up and we'll be 4-0 up at half-time, and then we're questioning how many can we score. It's one extreme to the other, isn't it? It's probably the opposition's formation, actually, that's making the difference here. No, I don't want to go too mad, do I? You might be winning, but keep your heads on, lads, because, otherwise we're in trouble. Yeah, they are playing a weird formation, to be fair, look. I call it a weird formation. It kind of looks like I'll say a rocket ship, to keep it PG, right? But League 2 football for you, bang on there, mate. But, it's a fun one, isn't it? I find out of all the leagues in Football Manager, I quite enjoy playing the Scottish League, because if you, for starters, before I get onto the English ones, but if you get a team like a Dundee United and you get them in the Conference League, you can normally, after 4 or 5 years, catch up to Rangers and Celtic if you manage it really well. And I have actually been filming a Dundee United save. I've done 3 seasons of it. I'm in the edit, and I'm trying to do an FM Super Cut for this channel for that, like there's some other great YouTubers have done. And I think the Super Cut format's brilliant, but obviously it's a lot of work. It's basically like a whole Football Manager movie, and it's been really interesting what I've done with that one. So hopefully I'll get that finished and uploaded at some point. But live streaming for now seems a fun way, so I get to interact with you all as well, which is really fun, right? So but yeah, what else was I saying? That in English leagues, my favourite English league is League One. I think League One is interesting because every time you go up, there's normally a mixture of Championship clubs struggling, as Jana gets his 6th goal of the season to make it 4-0. Brilliant stuff. Time to make some changes. I think, and also the mixture of teams coming up normally creates quite a good dynamic. Like I think at the moment Lincoln are top of League One in this game, which is insane when you think about it, because it probably wouldn't happen in real life. But you get a lot of situations like that, right? Let's make 2 changes here and bring 2 guys on. Phoenix and Tiffany, the 2 new lads. Not worried about the replay on that one, it was pretty good. And it's been a dominant performance, this one. Our goal difference is going to jump up again here, which is awesome. Yeah, you enjoy Clate's videos like that. Yeah, me too, mate. Yeah, the guy I watch, I'm not sure you've ever seen him. True, I can't pronounce it. And also Brazilian Fury, another guy does them as well. I'm not sure if you've seen his. I think he's probably the best for FM Supercuts. And actually, a lot of them got 500,000 views and are like hour and a half long. You just think it's mind-blowing, right? But I guess with Football Manager, if you like us, it's a bit fanatical. And also, if you're playing the game at home right now, you're watching me play the game, we all talk about it. It's kind of like a community, which is really nice about the game. Well done, lads. A good win. We'll take that. Brilliant. 83 points. We might be nearly there now. We secured a playoff spot, but I don't think we're going to be far away now. Let's do my rubbish maths here a minute. So to 15-point gap, and we've got, I think we win the next game. That's pretty much 15 points, isn't it? So we're going to need 2 more wins, and we're going to be getting our promotion, everyone. 2 more to go, and we're going to get to the promotion. Would you believe it? We're smashing it. I love going from League One to the Championship. Yeah, that's a really cool step up, isn't it? The hardest one's obviously the Championship to the Premier League, especially with a team that you've brought up from League Two. Because I've done this sort of style save before with Swindon, and you won't believe this. With Swindon, I took them to the Premier League. Actually, I took them to the Premier League back to back to back to back. I don't know how the hell I did it. It was more luck than judgment. Got to the Premier League, still had Paul Glatzel on the right-hand side as my starting right midfielder from League 2. Spent the entire season in the relegation zone, with no word of lie, the entire frigging season. On the final day, won the game and stayed up, and sent Leicester down. Honestly, it was utter madness. I stayed up by like a point on the final day, and I think I won 3 of the last 4, but I played like Derby, Leicester and Sunderland, who were all the worst teams. So it was literally, I got smashed by everyone apart from the 3 worst teams, and I only won 6 games. It was, or whatever it was. It was insane as a series. It really was. Utter madness. Right, let's get to this Salford game now and get this on the go, right? Fitness is still pretty good, you know. Actually, I'm surprised. I mean, the fitness and conditioning is actually working pretty well. I was getting a bit worried about it. I'm going to bring Atom back in. He's getting a bit concerned about, and I want to try and persuade him to stick around next year, maybe. I'm pretty sure I'll let him go out on loan again, you know, and maybe bring him in. So, OG. Oh, yeah, we were going to do that guy's training, weren't we? Let's just pump with something. Oh, I can't find it. To be honest, I can't be bothered. I mean, to be fair, he'll sort himself out. What does he need from me? I mean, I'm not his dad, am I? I mean, come on, you know. I might be his manager, but I'm not his dad. I'm sure he can sort himself out. Just run more, you know, or try and score more. I mean, you know, yeah, it's fine. It's life. Don't want to make any more changes. I don't think I do, really. I don't think there's any point. I think Bradley Dack's coming in and done a great job. I mean, let's speak to his agent in a minute. Let's see, what does his agent want in regard to... Oh no, I can't speak to him. I go into contract negotiations. I mean, let's be real. With my financial situation, yeah, I don't think it's going to be possible. I think he's going to have to go, but that might save the club. I mean, if I can sell him, but I mean, it's a bit late now because he's out of contract, obviously, so I've probably missed the boat on that one. But let me remind you, I couldn't have sold him in January because no one wanted him. Like, I tried, and no one was interested in the slightest. Or I at least asked, and like no one really cared. Right. Let's get to it anyway. Get this win done, and then we'll be 1 game away, I believe, from getting the job done, which is going to be brilliant. I took Woking from the National League to the Championship with back-to-back titles, 6 years in the Championship to go up on the last day on goal difference and stayed up in 13th. Mate, brilliant job. That's an amazing one. As we take the lead with Bradley Dack, as I was reading a message, awesome stuff. Mate, that's a really good one. I'm trying to think. I have taken a team from the conference to the Prem, but actually my proudest moment in the conference, bizarrely, would be keeping Oxford City in it. I'm not sure when, because obviously in this game, before the data update, Oxford City are in the National League. They are so poor. They've got no money. They've got no quality. I kept them in the league the first year, and I got them promoted from the National League as in the playoffs the second year, which I thought was very good, and I kept them in League 2. And that's the great thing about the variability of FM, right? That felt more of an achievement to mean a lot of things, because that was really scraping the barrel to get something out of those boys. And the reason I chose Oxford City, I lived in Oxford for a while, and I used to go down there because it was a lot cheaper than Oxford United, and it was just literally down the hill. So, yeah, and a nice little football club. First time I've stayed up, my first time in my entire life playing FM303. Oh, mate, I've got memories going back now a long way. What was my first football manager? I mean, I remember playing Championship Manager. I think it was 03-04, that one. The one where Rio Coca was an utter beast. And maybe it was Samba as well, but whatever he was called, the Plymouth Argyle, Cherno Samba, was it? You know, he became a bit of a football manager legend after that. Oh, mate, I'm getting old now. The years are flying by, right? I mean, to be fair, this channel accidentally went dormant for a while because I've been off doing other things, and it's only now I want to get back to... Oh, my word, that's a straight red. Did you see that? Abu's just dived in there. I mean, he's got the tackling of, like, probably a raccoon or something, but he sort of just dragged him down to the ground, didn't he? Bless him. Oh, it's awful. Oh. Kicked through him. Right, let's have a look here. Well, it's going to have to be the attacking mid, isn't it? Because it keeps us all pretty solid. That was terrible. We're going to have to go with... Oh, I don't know. Maybe Bradley Dack does have to come off. Zentric. I don't know what to do. Right, well, we're going to have to bring on someone, right? So let's have a look here. I think perhaps... Do you not know? Let's just bring Bradley Dack off. Why not? Rest his legs as well. I actually haven't got a natural, so I'll go with Masterson. Look at that. Perfect. I was 6-0. Oh, bless you, mate. No, I know. It catches up to you, mate. Honestly, the scary thing is watch what happens, because it does go quick. That's a really early red card for us, notice. My word, that's on like 13 minutes. That's a disaster. That is the chaos of Abu, my Jeffrey Slup of a left-back. And that's terrible. He just literally sort of just dived in as if he was some sort of crazy lunatic, didn't he? Just two-footed. But then, like I say, he's got the tackling of the tackling of a wildebeest, I think, is a more appropriate way to say it. I don't want to, mismince my words by mistake and get myself in trouble, but yeah, like maybe the tackling of a wildebeest would be a better one. They just jumped in, didn't they? Of a freight train. But saying that, we've still managed to get another goal, and that's a nice thing, because with this formation, I find if you do go down to 10 men, you drop the attacking mid, you normally end up in, scored and then, got sent off. Blush, yeah, exactly. I think you've nailed that one there, mate. You've nailed that one there completely. Got a load more people in watching now as well. Hey everyone, hope you're having a great evening here. We are on the verge of taking Gillingham to promotion. It's obviously the third live stream of this. If you do want to catch up with other parts of this series at another time, there's 2 other live streams from the last day or so, and I've done timestamps in them as well, alright? So you can just click certain bits and just jump to, and not have to go through the whole whack of 4 hours at a time. But obviously it's quite a chill, fluid thing where just a lot of chatting going on as well, more than being, fully serious with it. So yeah, so feel free to jump in the chat and say hello. Obviously we're having some good discussions here about Football Manager and football in general, right? I mean, we've probably put the Football League to rights about ownership and things like this already, so it's a good night for it. This could be like the Dr. Fraser Crane show, couldn't it? A Football Manager or something. I'm listening. He's probably better at it than I am, but that's why he's paid millions of pounds and I'm sat at home playing Football Manager. But anyway, I'm going to say don't let your performance levels go, because I still think we can do enough here and get away with it. Oh, saying that, we have conceded 1. Disappointing. But there's a long way to go. I'm going to be keeping an eye out for more yellow cards here, right? Difficult that. But in good news, we're so far ahead, even if the worst does happen, we'll still obviously, win the league. I need to check how close our Colchester. I think it was 8 points last time we checked, or 4. It was 8 or 4. It's gone between the 2 all season. It's been us and Colchester just dominating the entire way this season. And no one else has really even got close. Morgan comes through here. Corness, great strike. Great strike from our loanee from Liverpool. That's a superb effort. It's unfortunate it went over the top. He's scored lots of goals like that this season from really deep line positions. I mean, his long range shooting is exemplary. It really is. Do we want to make any more changes here with 20 minutes to go? I'm really happy with how we're playing with 10 men here. I think actually, to be fair to the boys, I just want to rest some legs now. Let's get Barr on up top. Corness I've got to keep protecting, because as soon as he's out of the team, we seem to start drying up in our goal scoring ability. So let's get him out in a minute. And I think we're going to hold on, lads, for a 3-1 win. And we were down to 10 men after 13 minutes. And of course, yeah, you're right, Abu just scored as well. He had an absolute moment. But hey, he's young. You kind of got to let him do it, right? Because we're trying to build him. But well done, lads. That's a really good win in the circumstances. You think how much pressure we were under, Yeah, and now we're all but there, aren't we? One more win, and that should be our confirmation of promotion, because we've got a massive gap opening up. We'll just quickly check the league table here. Abu's banned for 1 match. Yeah, he's getting fined. Don't appeal, because I saw. I mean, how can you appeal that? He dove in like I said, a wildebeest, just went boom, as if he was goring the guy pretty much, just legs first, So I don't think we can really appeal that one, mate. And in fact, I'll be surprised you don't get double the punishment, right? Right, let's quickly get him out of the team, because he's not going to be involved in the next game. We know that, right? Mackenzie being out has been a bit of a pain in the bum, hasn't it? But we'll get Webster in there. I lack another centre back now, which is a bit concerning. Oh no, sorry, he's right there, isn't he? I'll bring him in. What am I doing? I thought I had one. You thought you had one in the back of your mind. We've got 14 days to Carlisle. It's going to take 2 minutes. I'm just going to quickly holiday through to it. So next match. It'll take 2 seconds, but wow, guys, the viewership's gone up a lot here. I really appreciate that, honestly. It's nice to see everyone. I hope you're enjoying the show anyway. If you feel like doing all the YouTube normal jazz of subscribing and liking, please feel free. I intend to go live quite a bit this week and just try and get out and maybe do 4-hour streams on this, at certain times. And then we'll get into a more regular routine. I want to refresh the channel as well, because it's looking a bit old and dated. Try and do better graphics and all the rest of it. You've got to nowadays try and compete with that stuff, haven't you, really? So I think hopefully we can get that all a little bit better, and then things will be good. But like I said, I'm really good to sit here and chat rubbish to anyone that will listen. That's pretty much my purpose in life. Yeah, So, hey, you guys something to do with yourself, right? This holiday's taking a long time. This computer's normally quicker than this. I wonder if it's getting a bit hot in here. I feel it's a bit hot next to it, so it's got all the fans on though. Oh no, it's still cool. Well, I'm getting worried for no reason. Maybe the team is so hot it's going to make my computer pop. I mean, it's a terrible one-liner, but I mean, you're not a Jimmy Carr gig, are you? And it's free, so there you go. Enjoy. Keeping me entertained. Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it. Try our best. And if anyone else is playing FM, we had a gentleman, I'm not sure he's still here, playing a Swansea save right now, Swansea fan as well. So if you guys are playing FM right now as well, it's the sort of thing I would do, right? Is play FM and watch someone else playing FM. I think we all kind of do that, right? Pop it on YouTube. Oh, we got promoted. That's it, because of the... Oh, so we missed the promotion where we were off holidaying. I mean, I don't know where we went for 2 weeks, but we got promoted, guys. Brilliant. Board set initial budgets. Our budget is going to be 120,000 wages a week. We're on 80 now, so that's 40 increase. That's pretty good. Our transfer budget is 17,000. Makes sense with overall balance being nearly minus $1 million, so we're going to have to do some work on that. I need to bring that back into the green. Yeah, so we're promoted, guys. There it is. Oh, come on. Promoted to Sky Bet League 1. We've done it at the first attempt. Massive job. Well done to everyone involved. Look at that. Wonderful stuff. The promotion absolutely confirmed. I'm delighted with that. That's wicked news. I expected playoffs. I thought we could get playoffs with this board, with this group of players, and I thought we did some good business on a very tight budget, and yeah, gaining automatic promotion. Wow. I mean, like I say, it was planned for the next season to get it like a year ahead. I'm really happy with that. And we've got Bar's training report. He's not getting much better. Ooh, look at this guy. We want to find him a new club. He's available from Valencia, be on loan. Hello. I mean, his stats aren't good, but I mean, I'm still really interested in that because, I like his name. And who wouldn't want to get a player on loan from Valencia? If you were a fan of Gillingham next season in League One and you get promoted and I turn up as a manager at a press conference and go, by the way, we just signed this chap from Valencia, you'd probably feel pretty good about yourself, wouldn't you? It's like what Birmingham are doing right now in the Championship, right? So I think, I think that would be pretty... I think people would like that, man. I really do. Abu got a further 2-match ban. I mean, shock horror, right? The worst tackle I've seen in a long time in this game. Some international duty. Zentric is still playing for the Czech Republic. Where's he playing out of interest? Oh, I can't see the full match details. I hope they're playing him as a ball... No, they play him as a defensive centre. I want him as a ball-winning midfielder. That's frustrating. Can you speak to their manager? You probably can. If anyone knows I can speak to their manager, let me know, because I'm not the perfect football manager player. I'm sure there's nicks and tricks we all need to work out from each other. So if anyone knows I can speak to their manager and tell them to play him as a ball-winning midfielder, please let me know in the chat. To be honest, I'm stuck on FM at the moment, just got no interest in saves. Yeah, it goes a bit like that, mate, and it's funny because I had some time off before I started this because I was feeling the same. So I completely feel you, and I kind of feel like with FM, it's one of those where you kind of play it for a spell and you might need a break, right? Which is why I'm trying to film some content off screen so that if I stop doing live so well, I'm going to have uploads for you guys to be able to watch, alright? In like the more traditional format, right? Hopefully like a supercut or something like that, right? So, well, I mean, what do we need to do now? I mean, we're promoted. I mean, I might as well pull out the kids, I suppose, and just, give them a go. I mean, I won't do that because I think we'd nice to get 100 points, really, wouldn't it, or something? I'm not sure we can get 100 points. Let's do the mental arithmetic. No, we can get 99, am I right? No, 15. We can get 101. Okay. So, we might as well go for that 101, right? I mean, why not? I mean, in for a penny, in for a pound, as they say. No gamble, no future. So let's get the big boys out here. I mean, luckily, with Abu's suspension, Oji can play left-back, and he's been superb for us this year. Being versatile, either centre-back or left-back. Those players are so important at lower levels, aren't they? Just to keep your heads above water when you get these injuries and suspensions. Corness has been an utter beast. Have they offered him a new deal? This is what worries me. No, his contract's still expiring. Right, Liverpool, he's rubbish. He's done utterly nothing for us all season. Ignore this, where he's got 16 assists and 6 goals and a 7.7 rating. Completely never happened. Don't even worry about it. No, you want to ask me, I think he's one of the worst midfielders this club's ever had. What I did was actually I put Ozoro in his shirt to make you think he was good, so that you'd think I was doing a good job. But no, he's terrible. Just let him go. You don't need him. Right, I think Wakeling has done better than Knight. However, we need to get Ben Knight, in my opinion, more games because he is probably the option next season to be on the right, correct? Whereas chances are Jacob Wakeling, who's got another year left. I mean, it's amazing the coach summaries, isn't it? I mean, he's 23, but he's kind of rated better, which is really bizarre. I mean, it's close, isn't it? I mean, it's the defending for Ben Knight that's kind of the difference there, oddly. But there we go. Anyway. Right, am I going to go on the left today? Because I've really got a problem with that position. Do you know what? Let's give Johnny Williams a rare run out because I think he's going to be off and sold soon. So let's get him out there and sell him. I'll give Haji Bar a go today because if I do want to sign a foreign player, he's going to be evaluated for a work permit, but he's never getting one, is he? And if I want to maybe sign 3 foreigners this summer, you know, from like Germany or France or Holland, which I'd like to do, like looking back at that Valencia guy, right? I think I might need to move him on. So let's give him an opportunity to see what he can do. And let's aim to get over 100 points with our Gillingham team. That would be a very, very good start. Right, let's go see what we can do here, lads. We've got the fake stand in front of us. I'm pretending it's a fake stand like they got in real life. The one made of scaffolding, which is amazing. I tried doing a Lincolnshire only save in a style of San Marino, but trying to work the editors confused me. It's going to take forever. Yeah, this is the problem with trying to create your own thing sometimes on it, right? Like the editor, you're right, is very difficult and it can take forever to try and work it out. I must be honest, mate, I don't even mess around with it. I mean, I'll tell you how confused I got. I actually did it on this channel of FM303. I tried to do a Toronto FC save. Because I used to live in Toronto for a little while, and I love the city. It's a wonderful city. You don't get a chance to go to Toronto. It's beautiful. Honestly, a city's go is one of the best ones in the world. Yeah, but basically the rules are so complicated around designated players and this, that, and that. By the time I got so far in the save, I couldn't continue it because I'd messed it up so much. There was no way of saving it. So, you know, at that point, it was pretty horrific. Anyway, 0-0 here. Well, I'm not even paying much attention to this game, I must be frank. But anyway, Webster's coming forward here, our complete enigma. He is the enigma Webster because he's got the stats, like I've joked all night, of a tennis player. I might want to change a joke for that. When you say a joke 3 times, it definitely loses its effect, right? Zentrich, Knight, and I think that was close, but he just went to the back stanchion rather than to the post. And Zentrich has taken a knock, but he was away on international duty, don't forget. Well, 0-0, I mean, it's not a disaster, but I'm still far from pleased. I mean, I guess they're a bit hungover, which I can kind of understand. Although we did get promoted, like, when we were away, right? And it was a long time ago. So, I mean, I'd probably... It depends. I mean, it depends. I mean, you look at the ice hockey, the Florida Panthers this year were on the beer for about a week and a half, weren't they? So, you know, I mean, I guess it depends how much of a party animal culture we got in Gillingham. I mean... I must be honest, it seems like the sort of place where you're probably going to get 5 drinks for £5 on the tickets as you go in the door, which is a great life, honestly. I used to love stuff like that. Actually, I went to one of those places in Swansea, if you're still in the chat, mate, and I had a really good night. I really enjoyed it. I think it was 10 for £10, but it was probably about 15 years ago now, so God knows if it's still there. Had a cage to smoking area out the back, I remember it well. Right, 75 minutes. Bring Scott Tiffany on in that middle role. I want to try something different. Still crazy that Carlisle went down. Yeah, bizarre, isn't it? I mean, I didn't get the obsession with everyone signing Mark Hughes as manager because I never really rated him when he was in the Premier League particularly. I know he had 1 or 2 good seasons. When you hear him talk about how he managed his team and when you hear about players that worked under him, what he was like as a manager, oh, well, it looks like we're going to lose. Charlie Wyke has scored. No, it's offside. I was shocked that someone like Bradford would punt for him, really, because it seemed like every bit of information out there kind of told you he wasn't the sort of man who was going to get anything out of a lower league club. Do you know what I mean? You compare it to Holloway. Holloway's different. Holloway's got that raw sort of, you know, nutcase about him, which I think would terrify 1 or 2 of his players, you know. And he's obviously done a very good job at Swindon, hasn't he, really? I mean, I know he's had a difficult time at Grimsby. In fact, yeah, how did he get on at Grimsby? I mean, it wasn't good, was it? I can't really remember if it was good or not. But let me know. Oh, we got the equal. No, it's not the equaliser because it was offside. Brilliant. And Tiffany, who I put in the attacking midfield there, lads, has got the goal. Look at that. So Webster plays it forward. The enigma again. That's a great bit of vision for a guy who's got a vision of 1. I mean, he might as well be blind with a vision of one, and look at that for a pass. And look, Tiffany just puts it under the goalkeeper. Yeah, that's encouraging, because I think Tiffany struggled cutting in either side so far, but he's got some ability there, so I'm really happy to see he's put that one in the back of the net. Bolton comes forward, Wyke, and he's equalised. I mean, at this level, Wyke's a good striker, isn't it? I mean, it's to be expected. But also, I didn't play, obviously, Morgan up top in this one, and it's probably part of the reason as to why it's a little bit shifty. Let's get Farco on here. It's not the end of the world. I mean, we still should win the championship as well. We should win the championship trophy, so I'm not too worried. Don't speak to Tower fans about Holloway. To be fair, mate, I'm a Leicester fan. Who got us relegated to League One? Ian Holloway. I feel your pain. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really hate him though. It's just that we were in such a mess anyway. It was, we got relegated that season. I think we only conceded, honestly, about 28 goals, but we just could not score for anything. Literally, defensively we were all right, but it was always like we'd lose 1-0, 1-0, 1-0. Yeah, it was horrendous. I remember we drew 0-0 with Stoke on the final day, and they went up, and we got relegated to League One. It was awful. I was at the Sheffield Wednesday game at the the Walker Stadium back then the week before, or the Crisp Bowls we used to call it. 2-1 lost. Wow, I might have to go mad on them here because I don't want them to. Yeah, I don't want them to get into bad habits here. You shouldn't be losing that. Shouldn't be losing that at all. But there we go. Anyway, on to Walsall at home next. And ironically, Walsall at home, their manager who got brought in earlier in the season when they were in the rubbish on this game, Duncan Ferguson. I will be fair, if COVID didn't happen, I think he would have got us promoted. That's interesting, yeah. I mean, COVID damaged a lot of things, right? I mean, COVID damaged us greatly as well, as you know, because obviously our owners are in duty-free. And it meant that we couldn't spend any money all of a sudden, and we were trying to compete for Champions League places. I mean, don't get me wrong, Brendan's an idiot as well. Like, typical Brendan Rodgers, right? Does a great job for X amount of time, and then towards the end, he just completely loses it everywhere. He lost it at Reading, he lost it at Watford, he lost it at Swansea, I think. If the Swansea chap's still there, let me know if that's the case. But he always does it. And the only place he doesn't do it is Celtic, because at Celtic, you print money like Manchester United. You can just keep throwing stuff at a wall until it sticks, right? We've got to make a decision here about Bradley Dack in a minute. I mean, let's discuss a new contract. We're interested. What would the demands be? See, I was right. This is good. It's dropped. He now wants between 11 and 14. That's still ridiculous, so I'm not going to lie. I'm going to see. You're asking for too much. Okay, they've brought it down to 10,000. I feel like we're playing chess here trying to negotiate this. Thanks for your cooperation. I'm still not sure. AKA, a little bit less, please. I would keep him, I think. Let's have a look. I mean, how do I replace 19 goals and 6 assists? And to be fair, I mean, I know he's physically ruined, but in that attacking mid position, if he turned to stand there like Adel Trapp used to do for QPR under Warnock, I mean, his off the ball's great. His finishing. I mean, realistically, if you were screwed in the Premier League, you'd probably chuck him in, and he'd probably cause some problems for someone. So, I mean, or Championship, maybe not Premier League, but he was just a part of the messiest part of Town's history. John Fenty was banking on the season not starting, then recruited play from the. I didn't know this. Yeah, I know what you mean. We had this with Milan Mandaric, mate. We had he would sign all these players that we never heard of on free transfers. People like Sergio Hellings, who came from I think he was Executor or something in Holland, if I'm not pronouncing it correctly. And the guy was utterly useless. He only signed him because he was released. That was the only reason he did it. And you think we had a guy called Hossein Kaibi, who was meant to be the Iranian Messi because he marked out Cristiano Ronaldo in one game against Portugal. And the poor guy couldn't speak a word of English. Look, he turned up in Leicester just like... He was like the Riyad Mahrez that we thought we got then, but Riyad Mahrez was actually that player, right? It was really bizarre. So I feel we had a series of things like that. And I feel for Sheffield Wednesday if Mandaric goes back there, because it'll probably be exactly the same for them, to be honest. And we've got a problem here with this, because they're all getting a bit tired, but perhaps we just stick it out. Or, do you know what, guys? Should we go back to the other formation, which is a bit slower? Go on. Let's mix it up, eh? And actually, I will move one or two players around here. Why not? Johnny Williams didn't have a good game again. I mean, he's definitely on his way, isn't he? Let's be real about this. He's definitely on his game. With a convicted fraudster. Yeah, to be fair, that's a pretty. I mean, sadly, I mean, the way I look at the football world, especially clubs, people like the Glazers, for example. I mean, yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of that in football. To be honest, I don't think you get to the top nowadays without some crafty business acumen. I mean, let's be real. Manchester City have committed fraud for 15 years in the Premier League, and they still haven't charged them because you can't be giving people money off the books and then saying, that that's acceptable, because it's certainly not, is it? I want to give Phoenix Patterson a run out today, boys. I think while Ben Knight obviously is going to be our boy, I want to give him a go on the right today and see what he does. Jay Morgan's have to come back in for this one. The Chelsea won't let me keep him for next season. Let's try. Too early, but they'll consider it. Okay. I mean, I'd consider letting me keep him, right? Because he's played 34 games and he's got 21 goals and 5 assists, and he's playing for the England under-21s. I mean, if there's ever a club you want to send your players to, Chelsea on loan, I think I'm your boy, right? I've treated him pretty well. Harry Webster. I still can't believe this guy. It makes no sense, but I'm going to keep him in there. Just quickly have a cough. Right, I don't think I want to change around it. I mean, Corness I'm going to have to rest, aren't I? I think I'm risking a lot here. So let's chuck Armani Little in there. And on the bench, sit off Knight on. I think that will do. To be honest, I don't know why I'm messing around so much. I mean, really, I might as well just keep cracking through now and just knocking games off. Supporters love me. And so do you guys tonight. So thank you very much for all your support as well. I really appreciate that. You're part of the supporters group here. And the board don't like me, because I'll tell you why. Because the club vision is they want me to sign players from the conference, which is all well and good. But if anyone is decent in the conference, they're going to cost you probably £100,000 to get. And also, they've got to be, in my mind now, Championship level or League One level if we're trying to build this team, right? So I don't know who I could buy. I mean, I'll go have a look down there, but I don't think there's going to be anyone down there I can go and get, really. The media's giving me a lot of credit. I'm expecting to see some good performances today after we got a bit sloppy now, lads. Right, the hangovers should be out of the window now. Duncan Ferguson's Walsall, so I'm going to mind my P's and Q's in this game, lad, because I don't want to get choked out by him. They gave it to his whole I'm not leaving and left 7 days later, and Holloway left. Fentley had to sell up and lost his spot on the council. Now we have owners who ain't using the club. Well, at least you've got owners that ain't using the club, because look what happened to Bury. It's awful, right? I mean, what happens to Bury is probably one of the most shambolic things in English football history. And especially then, if you think, I'm pretty sure, was it Bolton or somewhere else, might have been Reading, was in exactly the same position like a year later, and the EFL acting completely differently with them than they did with Bury. It was almost like they looked at Bury and went, because they only get 10,000 or 15,000 maximum if they sell out, they're not worth saving, whereas I thought was hideous. Awful. Anyway, Phoenix Patterson, our decision is vindicated to bring him in on that right-hand side, and that's a great finish, And that's more what we want to see. He's going to be a bit of an interesting one, this guy, because he's got every ability. He's an ex-Everton youngster, if I'm not mistaken. We might check that in a minute. Got every ability to maybe become a championship right player if we play him a lot. However, he seems to be a bit like Morgan. He dips in and out quite a lot, right? So what do you do with that? What's your tactic you use? I will show you, my friend. I've actually developed one. It's similar to one that I believe Hood used on Hood Gaming. I'm not sure you've ever seen his stuff. I got inspired by it and just tweaked it around a little bit. I'll show you when we get to half time, my friend. Just hang in there, all right? But to be honest, I've been using 3 different tactics. I've been using, I'll tell you now, basically a 4-2-3-1. Morgan's in, he scored excellent stuff. 22nd goal of the season. Oh, he's offside. Well, he's offside half the time he does that anyway. Yeah, we've been using like a Gegenpress 4-2-3-1 system. We've been using a conversion of that, which is this one, which I'll show you, which is a bit more technical. And my backup has been, because you come up against some teams that play 4-4-2, a 4-2-4, where we're getting a bit more direct and really getting attacking at them. But between the 3, it's worked quite well, because obviously we're just on the verge of winning the league now. We got our automatic promotion. So we're quite happy with that. Look at the XG. I mean, the XG here is really good, right? So I'll show you that tactic in a minute, mate. Media giving you a lot of credit, guys. Right, tactics. Here you go, mate. So yeah, I made it for my Dundee United thing, which I'm filming for hopefully a channel video soon as a supercut. So I've got a very rare position in a register, right, which you don't normally see. And it's shorter passing to space, higher tempo, fairly wide, a lot more expressive running, basically. I could put set pieces on as well, because we're very good at set pieces as well, which really helps. you roll the ball out from the back. So basically you build from the back and basically run at them, find the space, and then that's how you create your chances. And we're just in the middle, high press, higher line, step up more, trying to make the offsides happen. So if we do concede, it's normally either a one-on-one or a dodgy corner. And for corners, I'm not sure I can show you if I go to tactics. But basically in our corners, I've mixed up 50-50 between having a short outswinger, which is just going to go to a man and then we work it in right, or we got a near post outswinger. And I find between the two we score a lot of set piece goals as well. So hope that answers your question, mate. Because in my Sheffield Wednesday save right now I have two brilliant strikers and I'll put two up top and yours looks interesting. I'll show you my 4-2-4, mate. And actually I must be honest, oh, that's close there. My 4-2-4, I'm pretty sure I just went gegenpress 4-2-4 and didn't actually touch anything. The only thing I might have touched is the overlaps on the fullbacks. So, but I'll show you that when we get to the end of the game, mate, alright? I know you're pain. Sometimes you're in a position where you want to squeeze every player in there, correct? You know, and I've been there and it's... and you know, you got to make big decisions. No, not a problem, mate. Honestly, no. Thank you for being a part of the show. Honestly, I mean, guys, this is the best one of these I've done for quite a while. We've got quite a few viewers in now already. If you do want to leave a like and do all that jazz, I don't want to be one of those annoying YouTubers that says that, you know. But I'll be doing a lot more live streams, you know. And I just love sitting here actually and just chatting with you all and just playing the game. I think that's the joy of Football Manager, isn't it? You know, we get to talk about something we all have a shared, you know, passion about. It's about community and stuff. So. You know, and right now you're my Gillingham fans, you know, and I appreciate it, you know, and you're seeing us. Oh no, we've given away an equaliser. Better not get too loud. Duncan Ferguson's their manager. I don't want him to choke me out on the touchline, but that was pretty poor. This is where we get caught out sometimes. So of course we are pressing onto them. If they get behind you and they get a cross in, yeah. And unfortunately Thomas isn't very good at this. He's good at one-on-ones. He's a lot better at that. And I've already said goalkeeper is going to be a big thing for me in the summer. I really want to try and improve that because I think if we do that next season, we might be able to really push on here. OG comes forward and loses the ball. He's getting really unfit, isn't he? But we've run out of left backs because our other left back, oh my word, Abu got a straight red in the other game. Yeah, which obviously a lot of you saw. 2-1 down, disappointing that. Do you know what, mate? I'll skip to that formation for you. Why not? So if I quickly pause it, I'll go to my 4-2-4 so you can have a look at it, alright? So if I go back to tactics, so yeah, I've got this as a 4-2-4. I might as well go for an hour, 10 minutes to go and see if it works. And basically, play out defence. Oh, I haven't got overlap on, actually. I wanted to have that on, so we'll do that. And I normally do run at defence as well. And the reason why is because I normally have pace down here, so it really causes problems with them coming forward. And also they can get back quickly, right? You know, short kicks counter. I don't do long kicks on my goal because I normally just roll it out or short kick it. And yeah, higher defensive line I normally go for. I like a bit more pace in my team, but obviously it depends on what your players are like, mate, as well, alright? So, yeah, whatever suits you is basically the best idea, but there you go. And this one's not as expressive as what I normally go for. And in fact, I might play for set pieces because we've got some good set piece taker. So even I'm changing it as I go, right? Anyway, going to come out of that and quickly check I've got everyone in the right position here. Morgan's having one of those games where he's just decided that he's hungover, so I'm going to go with Wakeling to come on in. I think that's my free changes, isn't it? So that'll do. Right, let's get back to it and see if we can pull off a miracle turnaround here because we let this one slip. I'm pretty new to it, but I spent so much time since I bought the game. I'm trying to understand tactics more, so I appreciate it. As we get the equaliser, well, you're a good luck charm, my friend, because I changed it for you, and look at that, straight away we get the equaliser. So watch this a minute, see if this helps you understand what we do. I must be honest, I'm no tactical genius, honestly. I mean, a lot of it's just watching YouTube videos like you're doing now with me, right? There's a lot of tactic ones. I can't say I watched a lot of them, but I understand the balance. Oh, that actually was before we changed the tactic, actually, but we're going to change it now anyway. And yeah, I mean, a lot of it is about a balance, right? And also a lot of it is about the specific attributes that you've got for your players. So, I mean, where I'm now with Gillingham, right, I can't get players to the level of Sheffield Wednesday unless I'm quite fortunate. I might be able to pick one or two up. But I'm specifically looking for things like determination, a bit of pace, maybe a bit of flair, because I like to run at players and I want to play by running at them. So I look for those qualities in the players I sign. And obviously strong tackling, strong marking, you know, and also positional awareness, you know, and off the ball can be quite helpful because if you saw here, oh, it's a penalty, Hutton handballed, so we're actually going to throw this game away, guys, as well. What a shame, we nearly fought that back into that and got a point, but Hopefully we won't drop off the top of the league with that. But yeah, to finish my point, I would suggest that's something that is very simple, that doesn't really go too much into tactics. You just think, how do I want to play and what quality do I need in a player? That is how literally simple I make it. I really do. And also, if I like a player's name, I normally sign them. There's a chap who just got offered from Valencia, didn't we? And I'm really eyeing up because I quite like the idea of sitting there at the start of League One next year going, welcome from Valencia to Gillingham, so-and-so. I mean, you know, Spanish, beautiful. Maybe try and find a Brazilian as well. Maybe I'll get a Brazilian missus or something, you know. Maybe I'll do like a Russell Martin, become one of those managers. Anyway, we've got 3 more games to go. We are 1 point ahead of Bradford. And it's interesting because Bradford were the team I was watching out for catching us up. Because it's been us and Colchester the entire way. Since about 12 games in, us and Colchester were 10 points clear of everyone. And we've literally been duelling it out the whole way. And it will be sod's law now if Bradford end up nicking it right at the death. You're resting. Oh, you feel fine, do you? I know you need a rest, mate, because you've got a beer gut and you're hungover after the promotion. So, fewer minutes, you don't want to rest. I'm going to back down. I'm going to accept that. But he's not playing. So I'm going to upset him. Chelsea might not let him come back. I'm just going to walk away from that one. He's a strong character. He plays for England under 21s. He probably looks at me like, you're the manager of Gillingham and I'm playing for England. Why am I here? I get it, it's fine. I'll sign you when we're in the Premier League. That'll be great, right? Oh, we got our youth candidates. This is interesting. Oh, we've got a Dutch chap as well, lads. Look at this. I mean, he's not very good, but I just want to sign him because he's Dutch. I mean, you know, I want to add a bit of, you know, Dutch class to this. So, you know, let's get a few of these signed up a minute. I mean, there's not many of these I'm going to sign because I don't want to spend all my budget on youth players I'm not going to use, right? This guy's meant to be decent. I mean, I'm going to argue that bravery's good, decisions are good, determination are good, work rates, tackling's okay, marking, heading's not good, so that's not good for a centre-back, right? I will sign him, but I do think at the end of the season something else I want to do is refresh my youth academy coaches. I don't think their judgment is particularly brilliant. I normally offer him a longer deal. Some people are like, you're crazy. The reason why is because I think you normally get a little bit extra value out of it. Oh, he doesn't want... Oh, he's playing hardball. I'm pretty sure you're about to find I'm going to play hardball with you, sir. You either have it or you're not coming. There you go. Okay, no worries. Off you pop. Sorry, mate, I'm the manager. I'm going to terminate your trial. I'll see you later. All right, enjoy yourself. Right, let's have a quick look at these lads while we're here. He's not bad. His crossing's all right, isn't it? And his passing's pretty good already. He's only 16, so we'll offer him a contract. You can just sign recommended players, you know, but I'm not going to sign all of them. Youth contract, 50 quid. Happy days, 2 years. Andrew Bennett. Yeah, he's fine. 15, bit of growth to do. Oh, future prospect. He thinks he's going to be hot stuff. Right, 200's the most you're getting. I'll give you £100 an appearance, though, definitely. Oh, come on, stop being... No, 2 years. You're not getting 250. I don't. Who do you think you are? 250 quid a week. Why has this 15-year-old got all this moxie? Why does he think he's worth £250 a week? I mean, what's he doing? Playing Fortnite or something? And need some tokens? What is going? Oh, all right, I'll give you 250. Go on. All right, whatever. Because he's got a bit of age, I'll let him go. Reece Roberts is the next one. We'll have a quick look at here. Determination's good. Natural fitness is good. Aggression's probably a bit high. Get him in. Youth contract, much better. Gaz Galinsky. I want to sign for the name. Gaz Galinsky. Sounds like the sort of guy you find in a pub, doesn't he? Gaz Galinsky. Sort of like the guy from school you didn't get on with, who's ended up becoming a bit of a drinker. Charlie Zodnik. I like your name Zodnik. He thinks he's going to be a hot prospect as well, this kid. Right. To be honest, I'm doing this more for numbers as well, guys, because I haven't got many and a lot of them are going to be going into this season, so I'm going to need some numbers in all fairness, actually. So, yeah, let's give him a 2-year deal on that. I'm not going to bother with Gazinski. I think the rest of these I'm probably not going to bother with particularly. I've got a good young goalkeeper who's 18. I've got all that jazz, so I don't think we're going to worry. I mean, there's still time before their trials expire, so we'll get those guys signed up, and that gives us a few like graduates as such, doesn't it? So, except this guy wanted to be cheeky. You can go away. You don't talk to me like that. I'm your manager, mate. Okay, because I spent almost £7 million just to get stuck in 17th midway through the season. Yeah, I mean, mate. Well, mate. Like I say, it's just breaking it down really, and what you're trying to do, and stuff like that. And the other advice I'd say to you is definitely just go and like even just YouTube, like what what formations for Football Manager are good and stuff like that. I mean, it's very easy to pick up. And the good thing about Football Manager is there's certain things now I'm not doing. For example, I'm not doing my training. The only things for training I'm doing is if I want to do something specific for an individual, where I can go into them and obviously go to their training development, and then I can tell them an additional focus. That's the only things I'm doing with training. Otherwise, I'm not going to bother, because you can do all that stuff. Of course you can. I don't play friendlies either. I just let the assistant manager. I don't do the press conferences because they're not a waste of time, even though it will affect my manager profile. So it really is what you want to make of it, the game, which is what's the good thing about it. And as a new player, mate, the goal on a 15-year-old and Jack laughing, mate, 100% right. Who does he think he is? Literally, I mean, kids today, right, mate? I mean, I walked down to the local spa and they're all doing it, and I'm like, blooming hell, when I was your age, I was too busy trying to get laid, to be honest, and now you just want to, just be arsey all the time. I mean, come on. Unbelievable, some of these kids, eh? Let's keep going here now. Grimsby against... Oh, here we go, mate. Grimsby, here we are. This is the game you wanted, and I wonder if we might end up dropping points. Bailey Cadamartri is a striker at Lincoln City. I signed him. He's really good. I recommend picking him up if you can. I'll look at him. I've had him before. It's funny. Every time I've signed him, I think it's been twice, he's not performed for me. But I think it's because in the save in question, he's not had a good, composure. Composure stat. So I think that is why he's not done so well for me. But let's have a quick look at League Two. We've got this Grimsby game coming up. This is a big game for Grimsby. I could end their playoff hopes. So I appreciate you want to jump sides for this one, mate. The Grimsby fan in the chat. Bless you. Mr. Lawnmower Death. Get us in the playoffs, throw the game. I'm actually half tempted to do it for you. I mean, what's their fixtures like? I mean, let's see what the state of play is for them. If they're going to be playing Bradford City and stuff, I can't throw the game. What am I talking about? See, in my head, I'm still 8 points clear of Bradford City and Colchester, and you would have taught me then, because I'm trying to be a nice guy, to literally throwing away my title. I know I'm promoted. I'm sorry, mate. I can't do it. I want that trophy. I want to do the trophy lift, man. Come on, we've got to do all that stuff. But knowing my luck, they'll probably end up winning anyway, won't they? So, and actually, I need to change it back to the other formation just to really make sure we got a chance of this, because we're going through that phasing and that formation's being a bit difficult. Yeah, for the new chap as well. Sheffield Wednesday. Sorry, mate, I can't see both screens at the moment, but yeah, you jest. Yeah, I took it seriously because it went straight over my head, mate. But there we go. But Jack. Basically, like, maybe have 2 or 3 tactics as well, mate. Try a few different things out. I mean, you kind of got to stick to one for a while, and you can't just, mess it around too much. You want to get some chemistry going as well, of course, but you can have slight variations and like do what I do and have like 3 loaded here, so we can switch between them quite easily, right? And 2 of them are basically the same, just slightly different positioning and slightly different roles, right? So, I mean, this one's just a standard gegenpress. I just literally went to the top and went gegenpress 4-2-3-1. I changed him to a support rather than attack. I find you have this guy's attack rather than support. It can mean he gets a little bit too isolated up top. And you don't need to with a box-to-box midfield and the overlapping fullbacks, because we've got the balance coming from those players coming forward. So there's kind of no point to it. If you go too attacking, obviously, you're going to get in trouble. So you want a balance between the two. You can't think, right, these guys are attacking, these guys are just kind of more, stationary, really. It's like anything in life, it's a balance, isn't it? So I think we're going to... Oh, no, I need to go Masterson today. OG there on the left. Corness as a box-to-box. This guy's, he's still not been offered a contract by Liverpool. Oh, my God, I might get so lucky, everyone. The only problem is, who's interested in him? Aberdeen. Oh, no. Oh, that's not what I wanted to see. I mean, the only good news is Aberdeen have probably only got a championship budget at best, right? So I might be able to match them for it, but that's still a bit of a nightmare, isn't it? Who wants a Zorio? Shrewsbury. What's he worth? If I can get £500,000 for him, bearing in mind my finances, he might be one for the chopping block. J Morgan. Oh no, Jimmy J Morgan. Haji Bar. I think I'm going to sell him at the end of the season. The only problem is I might not be able to, because the problem is with this, other clubs in England might not want him. So I might have to sell him and hope someone abroad wants him. But we'll see on that one anyway. Where are we? Jana goes in on the left. Do I give Patterson a go today? I need to win this game. I mustn't forget that. I mustn't mess around too much here. Right, okay, 1. Farker. I'll put Webster on the bench just because I need to change a fullback. Zorro. Armani Little's funny. He's wanted to leave all season. I mean, he is rubbish. But since I've changed him to surplus to requirements and offered him out, he's calmed down. He's like he wants to stay now. I think it's almost like that Man United thing with Garnacho and Rashford, isn't it? It's like no, they threatened apparently they want to leave. Now they're going, oh, I'm not sure I want to leave. Actually, I think it was more they were trying to get the manager sacked, weren't they? Yeah, because they don't like being disciplined. A lot of them. Any Man United fans in the chat, let me know how you feel about that. But I'm not a Man United fan, but I think they've been disgraceful the way that football club's been treated. I really do, especially the money they get paid. No, put Tifley in there. I mean, Wakeling's not coming back, is he? Let's be realistic. He's going to be someone that moves on. So, oh, I like what I did to the team then, and like I thought we were on the day of Grimsby. You can tell I'm trying to do too much with the chatting as well. So my apologies. Let's get a bit focusing. Just keep skipping forward here, lads. Oh, there's a Bristol. Who won the Bristol Rovers award? I call it the Bristol Rovers Trophy. Yeah, Wrexham won it. Shot goal. Yeah, they'd have murdered me, won't they? We should probably look in League One actually, see what that's looking like. Jimmy Joe's not having a high volume of training. Yeah, well, it's because he's lazy. I mean, I've been giving him. Okay, I'll stop training you extra stuff then. All right, calm down. He doesn't think that. Oh, we came back to this problem with Harry Webster. I mean, he's saying it's not beneficial, but actually his first touch and stuff is improving with this. But I will change it. All right, I'll give you something else to do. I mean, I'm happy with his acceleration. I mean, that's fine. His pace isn't great. His acceleраtion's fine. Agility and balance, yeah, we'll improve that. 8 and 7. Try and work on that. And for the Sheffield Wednesday fan here doing that, I mean, if you show it shows you which attributes, obviously on the screen there, it's going to affect, right? So it's going to improve these two, which I know are low, right? So I might be teaching people to suck eggs, or even people might challenge me, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works anyway. So yeah, Grimsby away in 5 days, so it's a home game for you, mate, as well. And actually, they've dropped to 8th now as well, but it is top 7, isn't it? How long have we been going for? 2 hours. I normally go for 4 hours, so he's got about another hour and 10 minutes. So I think we're going to get into signing players as well, which is going to be quite fun in a minute. Logan Dobbs has come back off his loan. Excellent. I've only got to worry about Bradley Dack, and actually I might have to make an offer for him in a minute, but I guess the longer I hold on, guys, the less he's going to probably accept, right? In some ways I should stop playing him and just trash his stats a little bit, but it might come back and bite me in the ass in League One. So that might not be a great idea. Let's hold a team meeting here, because it's crucial to ongoing time. But yeah, I agree with this. We're intent on winning the title. Oh, I knew they wouldn't like that. Oh. I'm going to try and renegade myself. I've lost my balls there, haven't I? Completely. You think I didn't want to get mugged off by a 15-year-old, but I'm happy to get mugged off by an entire first team squad just to keep the peace, right? I mean, it's like life, isn't it? I mean, I've been a manager in a supermarket before. I mean, sometimes you've got to eat poo and like the taste of it if you don't want to or not, unfortunately. That's the reality of life, isn't it? Grimsby Town away in 8th place. Here we go, the big one. The big one. And after that, oh, guys, hang on a minute. You realise we've got 3 games left. Do you remember who the last game's against, out of interest? You know I'm going to say it is, right? Bradford. We could be heading, guys, to a final day championship title showdown. And look at the connectivity here. French kiss, look at that. Yes, right, let's go out there. Doesn't look good for Grimsby on that principle, but I'm pretty sure we dropped points to them last time, so it's time to put an end to that poor run. Don't be annoyed at me. I trust in you guys. Pump my fists. Come on. Score goals. Do a thingy. You know, run around. There's your Grimsby team for today. Spencer Adams, McJanna, Denver Hume. He used to play for Sunderland, didn't he? Sunderland youngster. Sort of one of those I thought was going to be quite a good player. Was it? He's got a brother, hasn't he, as well? I think there's 2 of them, isn't there? Either that or they're twins or something. Yeah, Grimsby need to win here to keep themselves right in there, because if Swindon get a result, it's going to get a bit difficult for them, right? At least it ain't in the winter. Oh, dude, yeah, you're right by the coast and it's really cold. I've heard it gets really cold up there, doesn't it? I can only imagine, mate. I'm trying to think of what equivalents. To be fair, actually, if you ever do go to Toronto, I mean, obviously it's cold in the winter. Where TFC play down at Exhibition Place, it's right by Lake Ontario, and it's a tidal lake, which means that it has tides, obviously. But it's a lake, so lakes aren't seas, so they don't normally have tides. But it's just so big, and you get a lot of cold air coming off that. My word, it's cold. What a goal that is! Oh. I think sadly Aberdeen are probably going to sign this bloke, aren't they? Because that goal was something incredibly special. What a finish! Great shot. Eastwood's got no chance. I'm so sorry, Grimsby, but that is brilliant. Are you from Canada? I'm not from Canada, mate. No. I lived in Toronto for a year and a half. I did. I moved there on a youth mobility visa 10 years ago now. Yeah, it was 10 years ago. Barrington equalises. There you go. That was short-lived, wasn't it? Yeah. So no, but I'm a big fan of Toronto as a city. I'm a big fan of the Toronto Maple Leafs. I don't watch his NHL, and actually I do a lot of posting about the Toronto Maple Leafs. You can follow my Facebook actually. I'm Thomas James Smith. You might not find me because there's a lot of us, but I have a follow option for it. I normally spend most of my time posting either about Leicester or Toronto because Leicester are my football team. But yeah, if anyone does know ice hockey, you think you support a football team that's bad, try supporting the Toronto Maple Leafs. It's like supporting the England football team. We've not won in that long. Anyway, here come Gillingham again now. Can we do something here? Because we've got Bradford City breathing down our necks like a waiting lion to try and nick the championship we have truly deserved this season. But yeah, it hasn't worked. We haven't quite got it over the line yet. It would be really disappointing for us to throw it away now, wouldn't it? I think we've deserved the title. We've been utterly dominant all season. When you're 8 points clear, I mean, we could do an Enzo Maresca, I guess, at Leicester, where we were miles ahead and we nearly threw it away at the end there. That's going to play it in. Jana, I would prefer Cornest to have another dig from distance there rather than being cute and passing it to Jana. But here comes Barrington. Ball across, and I'm surprised he missed, but he was offside. Barrington, what a free kick. I mean, Grimsby are dangerous. I mean, I still think they'll make the playoffs, irrelevant if we beat them or not, because they look very tidy and they're putting us under a lot of pressure here. And look at the XG. I mean, what formation they're playing? Are they playing the 4-4-2 again? Because we generally played badly with this formation against it. Their heads have dropped after that team meeting. There's a couple of nerves out there, so I'm going to go we've been the better team, even though we haven't. I'm lying. You can be better. Be better, you know. There's times you want to shout at them, there's times you don't. If there's a few nervous ones, I'm not so sure I want to be shouting at them right now, because I could just derail our entire season right at the end, right? Where in England am I located? I'm located in the southwest of England, in Devon, my friend, yeah. I'm born in a town called Barnstable. I don't live in Barnstable anymore. I'm actually born where Andy King, the current Leicester manager, was born as well, in the same hospital. The current Leicester caretaker manager, I guess you'd say. Even though he's Welsh, his parents were on holiday in Barnstable, and his mum ended up giving birth in Barnstable, the poor bloke. So he's from... Oh, my word, Grimsby could have taken the lead there. So yeah, I'm down in the southwest of England, and how do I feel about the Jamie Vardy situation? Very good question. Obviously, Jamie Vardy is... I don't think I'll ever love many players more in my life than Jamie Vardy. Yeah, I mean, what a man, what a guy. He's Leicester's greatest ever player, you know. I've been lucky in my life because I've had players like Muzzy and Grimsby have taken the lead there. But the problem is John Rudkin at Leicester. We've got a bit of a toxic culture, unfortunately, at the top. No joke, obviously our owner's called Top as well. But the interesting thing is, obviously, it was going to happen actually after we won the championship. Vardy was going to go because Rudkin didn't want to offer him a new deal. It went, and Vardy decided to dig in here as Bradford City have taken first place in the league and won up over Accrington. But the fans kicked off so much that Rudkin relented and gave Vardy what he wanted. But Vardy knew he was on borrowed time, really. So I think, to be honest, Vardy left because he couldn't protect the club anymore, and Vardy's been, you know, a knight in shining armour for us, right? I'm going to change this formation, guys. This is not working, is it? So, yeah, I'm a bit disappointed. It's not the ending we would have wanted with the relegation, but I'm happy for Jamie to go and do whatever he wants, and he's earned that opportunity, right? I mean, he was smart enough to realise that Arsene Wenger, if he was going to sign him for Arsenal, was probably going to play him on the left wing and not really feature him. And a credit to him, because a lot of big clubs have come calling for Jamie Vardy, and he's been so loyal to us throughout all of it, right? I mean, what can you say about the man apart from that? It's class, isn't it? Let's get a How Hard You Bar on here for a go and see if we can use this 4-4-2, demand more of them. See, that's not even working. I'm looking a bit upset between them all. But yeah, it's a sad time for Jamie Vardy and all that stuff, really. But wherever he goes, I wish him well. The only interesting thing is, apparently, he might end up in the Championship again at this rate because he's not getting a lot of interest from other places. So, and actually, if he wanted to re-sign for us, I'd take it. Jimmy J. Morgan, we get the equaliser. This could be crucial because obviously Bradford winning was going to put them 1 point ahead of us. And the way it's lining up, we could have going on into the final day, not just with us two, but also Colchester have a chance of winning the title. That's a good finish from Morgan. He needed to do that for us, so that is brilliant. Right, okay. Encouraged now. Let's try and boost them up a little bit and get those heads in the right direction. Ogie, Masterson. 20 minutes here which will define our entire Football Manager season, ladies and gentlemen. It really will. And we give the ball away to Burnham, and they've got that dangerous chap there. I can't pronounce his name right again, mate, so I'm not even going to try because I don't want to butcher it. Honestly, it's not fair. He's a very talented footballer. Knight coming back here, playing off to Atom. This is one formation we're trying to drag them onto us a little bit more, you see, and find a bit of space. There you go. There's the run from Hutton on the overlap. Plays it across Morgan, 3-2. Oh, sometimes in life you've got to make bold decisions, and I'm glad I changed that formation because if we'd stayed with the other one, Svan Forsen, thank you very much, mate. Really appreciate that. Jack Thorpe, I'm from America, but my dad is from Lincoln, my cousin's from Sheffield. Oh, mate, amazing. Whereabouts in America are you from? I've got my mate Jimmer I present on Leicester Till I Die with, the YouTube channel, because I do their watch-alongs for Chris. He's from Jacksonville, and I've got friends who are from Seattle and all sorts of, but I've got a lot of love for America. I've got a lot for North America, generally speaking, as a continent. I really do. I think it's I must be honest, the way England is right now, I'm sure a lot of us Brits in the chat would agree, it's not a great country right now, so we'd probably all like to go across to Canada or America. Interestingly enough, some results are going in our favour. Even though Accrington stand it in the relegation zone, they've just equalised against Bradford, and I think they're already relegated. Svan Vorsen, I think I might have still said it wrong, I have to reread the message. But anyway, it's 3-2 here, and I think we might have just taken a massive step in this last 20 minutes, bearing in mind what's going on elsewhere in the league, to getting one hand on this trophy, which is brilliant. Brilliant. Svan Forsen. Now that was good. Thank you very much, mate. California. Oh, amazing, mate. Whereabouts in California? And do you have an ice hockey team? You into like the LA Kings or something? I mean, I'm not sure in ice hockey. It's not, I guess for California, it's not their main sport, is it? But you've got some good ice hockey teams out there. Spencer Adams. There is a chance here for Grimsby to equalise. Oh, my word. That was a bit close, wasn't it? I felt my arse go then. My word. I was half expecting Thomas to trip over his own laces and it to be 3-3. And here comes the ball back again from low on this side. Vernon picks up. Oh, onto the top of the netting. Close call. But we are going to hold on for the win. Sorry, mate, but we needed the 3 points. Going to boost them up here because we need to get those heads going in the right direction. That meeting didn't go well, and that's huge, yeah, because like I suspected, Bradford only drew with Accrington, who I'm pretty sure got relegated. Well, they're all but relegated. If they win the last two, they might still save themselves. Tell you what, this League 2 season, lads, is pretty interesting, isn't it? We've got so much to play for. I mean, we kind of want to win this next game now to take the championship out of the hands of Colchester, who did win, and Bradford obviously who drew. I mean, the final day, if we're 3 points ahead, the goal difference is whopping. So, like, I mean, the goal difference is what? Oh, huge, like 20 goals. They're not going to beat us 18-0, are they? Well, sorry, it won't be that much. What, 10-0? They're not going to beat us 10-0, famous last words. But, right, Doncaster at home in 11 days. I think it might be time to consider looking, just quickly while we got a minute, to see if we can see who's on my short list who's going to be out of contract. So I've got a big wage budget now, of course, so my budget has come into play. So I can spend 33,000. I haven't got any transfer budget, but so I can move a bit around. And when I get the revenue money, I should still be in a relatively decent position. I might have to sell someone, but we'll see. I'm from San Francisco, so I support the San Jose Earthquakes and, of course, American 49ers and Golden State Warriors basketball. Oh, cool, man, cool. I've got to say, like, out of all the American sports, the ones that I'm not very good at would be American football and probably basketball. However, obviously the Raptors won it when, I think it was a year after I left Toronto. They won the NBA, didn't they? Ironically, every other team in Toronto, apart from the Maple Leafs, has won something, which is remarkable when you think about it. But It's obviously the one thing they want the most as well, but they can't get it right. But oh mate, yeah, my dad actually has always wanted to go to San Francisco. It's like one of the cities he wants to hit before he goes. I mean, I remember it from films like Mrs. Doubtfire and stuff. It's a very beautiful city you live, mate. That's wonderful. And I think they filmed a lot of Jackass and stuff out there as well, didn't they? I mean, because I remember like the hills and stuff. I mean, that might have been LA, I suppose, or maybe Sacramento or somewhere. But in fact, it might have been LA. But that's cool, man. Mate, you're a long way away from me. Honestly, we've probably got, what, 8,000 miles between us? But that's the great thing about the internet, isn't it? You know, we get to all connect with each other. This is tempting to me, right? You know, I'm talking about a goalkeeper. Ralph Farman's available. I mean, he's 36, but he was an ex-German international. Priority, his acceleration and pace isn't good, but his one-on-ones are pretty good. What's he want for a wage? Because apparently I can get it, my agent reckons. Let's ask his agent. We're interested. What's his demands? Okay, well, obviously my scouts are obviously utterly useless because they seem to think I could sign an ex-German international on £20,000 a week. So I think we'll have to look at that in the summer as well, won't we? But yeah, I need to have a quick look at it. I just want to see if there's anyone I can grab. If I quickly go to my shortlist and what I want to do, contract, and who's out of contract? I mean, I'm not going to get Josh Scam, I'll get rid of him. Right, who's up in Scotland? They're the best ones, so I can approach them now, right? I mean, he's not bad, is he, for League One level? I mean, Roy McKenzie, this guy looks right. He's 31. I mean, I want to lean towards slightly younger, right? Well, this guy looks good. I mean, he's 29. He's a fringe player, and he's only 1.6 thousand a week. I like his determination. I like his long shots. And if I'd go to the third formation, that reduced the role actually has a long shot on it, which is where Cornès scored a lot of his goals from. So this guy might be the option to replace Cornès, but I kind of want to keep the wages free, just in case, right, I can actually get the man I truly want. I basically went up there and had a quick look around who was out of contract and marked loaned out. I mean, this guy would be good, wouldn't he? What do you think? Determination, bravery, I mean, his aggression side, his natural fitness, stamina, work rate. Is he interested in coming in? We're very keen. Doesn't want to join us under any circumstances. To be fair, Dundee or Gillingham, it's a bit of a throw-up, really, isn't it? It's a bit 50-50. I mean, Dundee's probably got better fish and chips, so you probably want to stick Clara, don't you? Got me a bit Devon then. You heard a bit of my Devon accent. It's been buried under North American stuff and, you know, general English, I suppose you want to call it. This is the guy from, remember I mentioned this guy, I know from Millwall at Fleetwood. This is the guy I was interested in bringing in. He's out of contract at the end of the season. They wanted me to pay £500,000 in January, and I was like, I'm £500,000 in the red, mate. I haven't got that on me. But like, he's very interesting, isn't he? I think there's something about him. And there's still more growth there, so he's one to look at. Also got a few Leicester youngsters on here. I mean, he's not bad as well. I mean, you're not going to get the perfect player, are you? But we need to probably look at goalkeeper, and I think we're looking at Thomas McGill as a strong possibility here. I'll just quickly check the chat here. Just realised I get rid of Glenn Morris. I confess, mate, I did, and the reason why was because I actually managed to get £5,000 for him, and obviously I made a decision to bring in Thomas on a free transfer, and he was better at that point. So it was a harsh thing to do because obviously he's a club legend, 40 years old, but I wanted to cash in on him, so I can't remember where he went actually. Should we have a quick look while we're all together here? Transfer history, transfers out. Morris. He went to Sutton United. Oh no, I didn't get any money for him. Was it on a free? It was on a free apparently. I thought I got £5,000 for him. Well, he's played 42 games for Sutton United, so yeah, no, I did let him go. I let him go on a free transfer. So I told you a fib. I thought I got £5,000 for him. I was also getting confused with someone else, but yeah, I did let him go. Yeah, it's just the age. I mean, don't get me wrong, his stats weren't bad, but I managed to, obviously Thomas was slightly better really, and a bit more potential, right? And actually, to be fair to him, he's had ups and downs this year, Thomas, hasn't he? We've been saying earlier. But he's getting better, I think. I mean, as long as we stick with him, I think there's something in that. I mean, what was I quickly doing? Let's quickly go back and just double check there's no one I want to jump in for here quickly. I mean, now I'm getting to the point where it's the players who are like, I mean, this guy's interesting, but he's probably not as, no, since we're going up a division, he's not going to do the job now. Once again, I'm not going to get the work permit, so actually I'm going to just forget he exists. I don't like to have too crowded of a short list. I think sometimes you can end up just having so many, it's a bit pointless, isn't it? You end up completely I've got a lot out of contract this year, which is what I was looking for. In fact, the majority of them look of just players out of contract this year, and that's intentional. This guy's from Man City, isn't he? On loan from Motherwell. I mean, he's quite rounded. I quite like his name, but is he out of contract? No, he's not. So that's probably going to be a no. Conor McGavoy is on loan from Fulham, so that's not going to happen, is it? This is your goalkeeper, Lieben. But his one-on-ones again aren't good, so he's only really going to be the same as the other chap we had. So I don't think that's any good. I think we're running out of options there. Carl Jacob Hines, the other one. Now, this guy actually could be the answer, right? Because he's out of contract. But he's at Arsenal, so I'm going to have to wait. But I think this guy would be the guy we go for. What do you guys reckon? If we're going to go for a goalkeeper, determination's good, aerial reach is good, handling, kicking, one-on-one's good, reflex is good, natural fitness good, team positioning good. I think that's a slam dunk. I don't know about you chaps. I think that is going to be a very good one. Yeah, he's very good. Agreed, mate. I think he's good. And also, Kalen Edwards is someone I will try and sign. He doesn't look brilliant, but for some reason on Football Manager, he always becomes electric. If you give him a few minutes, he will fly. He really will. Anyone else we can look at who's away? I mean, Schalke. I mean, you can go and start looking around every German club, but I mean, there's no point when I'm not sure about these work permits, right? And I can't really do anything about them until we get to the end of the season. I mean, this guy's a possibility, perhaps. He is 29, and that's probably top end. This is the guy from Valencia I'm really interested in. And he actually looks nothing. However, he's Spanish, isn't it? It's a bit, you know. I quite like the idea of having tapas at the team meeting, so, you know. And I quite like this guy as well, because he's called Wolf. I know it sounds daft, but player names do make a difference sometimes, don't they? But who's this guy? I thought you said he played... Yeah, he plays for Batman Petrol Sport. Who's Batra... There's a team in Turkey, guys. You know it's called Batman. We learned something new today. Yeah, this is unbelievable. There's a team in Turkey called Batman. Would you believe it? That is crazy. Anyway, let's keep this going. Let's get on to Doncaster. So we at least have an idea, though. I don't think we're going to move for anyone. Not at the moment. Oh, Masterson's out for 4 to 6 weeks with a sports hernia. All right, well, that's your season over, but... Massive game next against Doncaster. We get the result. That is going to win us the title and take the pressure away from that last day of the season, right? Where otherwise all could come crashing down for us. So, yeah, very important we get the result here, definitely. Skip this forward. Scott Tifone, you need to train better, my friend. I know it's difficult because, I mean, I've signed some of these lads, they've not really just jumped into the first team, but in my defence, they've been told they're going to be backup players anyway. I'm not... If I can, I prefer to tell them they're backup even if they're not, because that way then there's less likely there's going to be upset later on if I have to drop them or whatever else, right? So, yeah, I think that's the best way of doing it anyway, but there we go. I mean, Doncaster have really dropped down. I'd expect them to be right up there. And ironically, they've just appointed Sean Derry as their new manager, so there might be a new manager bounce here, which might make the final day a bit of an interesting one, right? Before the game kicks off, we'll have a look at who the other two are playing, because that will tell us a lot as well. If they're playing each other, that might sabotage both their chances, right? Dak Rise of troops. I'm not doing a team meeting again. Not a chance. Not after last time. Not after last time. We're just going to pretend it's a normal game, lads. Right. Okay, so we've got some games here today. Colchester away at Carlisle. That's a tough game for them. They might even hand us the title today. They might do what happened with Leicester, with Chelsea and Tottenham, right? They might just put themselves out of contention. And no Bradford in this one. And what did I say? Carlisle won. Has that given us a title? Pretty much. I mean, all we got, even if we lose now, I'm pretty sure we're going to win the title, aren't we? Yeah, they're going to have to win by massive. We've done it, boys. That is going to be it. Honestly, I've got 2 games, haven't I? What am I talking about? If I lose that... No, I'm being daft. No. See, I told you my mental arithmetic isn't brilliant. I told you guys that. The problem is whenever you do live stream or anything like this, you're guaranteed to say something stupid at some points, you know, and you don't mean anything by it, but you do. Oh, I forgot about Derek Abu. Remember he got suspended for 2 games, guys. I bet he's forgot about me. I must confess, I did forget about you, mate. I forgot you existed. My apologies. I want to give Patterson a go, really, as well. I want to get him a bit more involved. I don't think Jan I mean, the problem is when players are playing well, even if they're not your best players, you kind of can't really change it, can you? I mean, he's going to be sold. He's going to be sold. One or two of these are going to be sold, so we'll leave it at that. Who have Bradford got? They're away at Salford, right. So I imagine they'll probably win that. But let's get to it now and see if we can wrap it up. I know, what a team name. Batman, right? Who'd have thought it? I don't know if you have the funds, but Inicia, I'll have a look at that, mate, in a minute. Superb. I always like it if you've got any players you want me to have a look at, chuck them in the chat. I mean, you know, we'll see what we can do. Obviously, every little helps. I'm like Tesco's right now. Limited budget. If you've got a club card offering, I'll take it and see what we can find. Right, let's get to this. So just encourage the players and see how we can get on here. Dak's going to play a loose ball forward there, which is a little bit wild, and it might put us under pressure. And of course, Doncaster do have the new manager bounce potentially, which is something to be concerned about. So this isn't a guarantee. This isn't going to go to the last day. And as I said, that Thomas has to make a good save. I mean, it didn't look that convincing, but that's what the one-on-ones do, right? You did enough to keep it out of the back of the net. Corner to the back post, and we got a chance to counter though. Dak, Phoenix, OG, oh, Sharman Lowe. I remember this from earlier in the season because Sharman Lowe's on loan from Chelsea like Morgan is, so I joked. I bet they must have had a laugh off the pitch because obviously they both were in the same youth academy. And I bet Sharman Lowe saw Morgan rock up and thought, oh Christ, I can't get away from this bloke. He's always putting goals past me. Here comes Phoenix. I love how Patterson calls himself Phoenix. Knight comes inside. That's got to be, oh, he hits off a defender. Come on, boys, just put it in the back of the net here, surely. Come on, that's all we need to do now. 15 minutes gone. We are still actually. Oh, and you see that Bradford are losing to Salford. Salford have scored. It's Keelan Kouassi, who I quite like as a striker as well. I've forgotten how good he is, but I'll double check. He's a youngster that can get really good. I mean, it's not every game, but at some games he does become pretty decent. So that might be something we want to have a look at anyway. Anyway, here's Morgan. Oh, I thought he buried that, but he put it past the post. That was a great opportunity. Also, looking at Pierre Charles, Sheffield Wednesday, Brandon Austin, Tottenham. Yes, Brandon Austin's on my list as well. There's also is Jake Whiteman, is it, the other one at Tottenham? Because he's got good one-on-ones in this game as well. Oh, that was a two-footed chance, but Ben Knight has put it through. Watch the replay here and watch this tackle. Was that not a two-footer? Round here. Watch this. In a minute. This now. I mean, he got the ball, but isn't that a bit reckless? I mean, I think you normally get a straight red flag nowadays, but I'll take it as we go 1-0 up here. And obviously alongside Bradford, that's going to pretty much put the championship in our hands, barring us getting utterly murdered by Bradford, ironically, in the final game, and then Colchester turning up and putting 7 past someone. So, oh, and it's 2-0. Noel Atom, 7th goal of the season. I need to ask Brighton in a minute about seeing if we can keep him for next season, because while I've got this 33,000 wage deficit, I'm very, realistic about this. I'm nearly £1 million in the red, and actually I prefer to do it properly as if I was the proper manager, and that if I'm £1 million in the red, I'm probably going to get myself in trouble. So I prefer to try and maybe spend less budget to rebalance it and start allowing the club to make a profit, right? And I think we can do that because we've got enough here in the cheaper contracts that I've got signed up for a few years. So I think we can work around that, you know. Shocking from the ref there. Yeah, I agree, mate. I'm actually his manager. I mean, that's the hilarity of it, right? I'm his manager, and I completely agree with that. Pierre Charles of Sheffield Wednesday. Yeah, I remember him. He's on loan from Southampton, isn't he? Or is he the youngster version? There's another one who's called Charles. We'll have a look. We'll have a look. Anyway, we're 2-0 here. Is there anyone I want to... I'm going to bring off Cornice after that, because I don't particularly want him to get a red card before the final game of the season, do I? Anyway, his last touch of the ball will come now as he plays it off to Phoenix, who gives the ball away. Yeah, he's not having a great game, Phoenix, is he? And this is going to come in now, and a goal back here will get our arses going, and luckily for us, it's gone over the top of the crossbar. I think the goalkeeper had it covered, though, to be fair. Let's get Tiffany on, because I want to try and get him back in. I think... oh my word, that's a bit dangerous. Do we brave bringing on the guy who did get a red card for us last time with a two-footed tackle after 13 minutes? Abu, do we bring him back into the game? I'm going to call him the wildebeest for how he tackles, because it is literally like a wildebeest how he does it. But he's going to come on, let's risk it. Right, calm your head, son. Do not do anything crazy here. Don't do anything nuts. Right. 6 minutes of time. We're going to get the win, and hopefully Bradford lost. Oh, look. Guys, you're here to see it. I want to find a trophy. Did I have a trophy somewhere? I'm pretty sure I did. Give me 1 second. I'm going to see if I can find a trophy. I'll let you watch this while I'm just away. 1 second here. Oh, come on! Yeah, it's on Poundland. I found it under a Poundland shelf, but still, come on! We are the champions, my friends. I bet I'll sing that too much. I did that once on a live stream and I got demonetised. True story. I didn't know I sounded like Freddie Mercury, but apparently I did. But there we go. Guys, this is for you, the supporters. I don't know why I got this stuff stuck on it, but superb job. We are the champions. Look at that. Holy hell, I'm playing FM303 right now and just do my 13th game this season. God bless you, mate. God bless you. Just keep tweaking away at it slowly. Maybe go a bit Claudio Ranieri. I mean, the best way to look at it, there's analysis stuff you can look at as well, right? Well done, lads. You sealed the title with that win. That's brilliant. Of course, at the end of the game, you get your match analysis thing. Hang on, let me have a quick look here. Got a lot of news about winning the title, obviously. We won Sky Bet League 2. We had a 7-0 dismantling of Newport earlier in the season, which was remarkable, right? We've confirmed, Swindon confirmed their playoff spot. Oh, I dropped that down there. I bring glory to Gillingham. I don't think anyone's said that in a long time for Gillingham. I mean, not just the football club, the town as well. Gills want permanent deals stuck for corners. Oh man, me and you both. I mean, just, honestly, but I think Aberdeen is probably where he's going to end up. But we'll try our best on that one. I don't know if I can show you or work out how to show you. I mean, funnily enough, this has been our worst run of the season. I'm surprised we lost this many games, but this is when I was tinkering around with formations, so it shows you it's not all been plain sailing. Where we won the league was here, right? I mean, the only losses you're seeing are in the Cup. It was win, draw, win, draw, win, draw. We lost to Chesterfield. That's 7-0. That was an impressive spell, that was, where we scored all these goals, wasn't it? And then before then, that we were unbeaten in the league. So, you know. If I was to click on the game, hang on, let me see if I can find a report for you, mate, to help you out with your team. So we'll go on the thing here that I don't think it's in there actually, but there's you can get like a match report through basically, and it will show you and highlight your areas and stuff like that. So there we go. Well, then, why Gillingham, if may I ask? To be honest, mate, I was saying earlier, I wanted to go for a club that's got a bit of charm about it, and ironically, Grimsby I'd include in that as well. A club that's got a bit of, you know, a varied history. I describe it not in a bad way, as a bit of rust on them, do you know what I mean? And just try and, you know, start small and try and build them into something. And I want to try and take them to the Premier League. I must be honest, I haven't thought about what I'm going to do if I get offered a big club. I think that's something we'll all decide on stream together at some point. This guy, no, he's not good enough. I mean, I'd quite like to bring in a Spanish player. I really would. Maybe an Italian who can make us some pizza in the dressing room. But there we go. There's a sellout for Bradford City's game against Gillingham. That's nice. They've decided to all come out in Bradford to give us our title party, which is really kind of them. And we've got to look at those players a minute, haven't we? So let me quickly double check. Absolute rust on Grimsby. Mate, there's even rust on Leicester nowadays. Yeah, you are actually, aren't you? You're the most promoted team. I think that's true, yeah. I mean, there's jokes about Leicester and West Brom, isn't there? But West Brom have had quite a few dry years now. Let's see if we can find Charles a minute. While we're all here. I probably should put Pierre Charles rather than... Because there's going to be... Oh, yeah, I'm going to get every Charles here, aren't I? What was I thinking? Have a quick look. Here we are. Oh yes, no. I know this kid. You're right. I forgot you had a goalkeeper like this. Right, we're into the short list. I mean, he's going to be way out of my price range, but he's got a goose wage, hasn't he? And the other one I remember was the Tottenham chap, wasn't it? Who I haven't got listed, but I go to Tottenham. I know I've got the other guy I'm keeping an eye on. Under 21s, position. Oh, he might be in the first team. Yeah, Brandon Austin, isn't it? I mean, his one-on-ones probably aren't good enough. I will keep him on the short list anyway. But I more think Whiteman's probably slightly better now, right? If you compare him with it. Yeah, yeah, just about. I mean, actually, there's not a lot in it, is there? There's not a lot in it between the two, surprisingly. But yeah, no. I think the duels are the only pressing event. Yeah, I think that is true, mate. I believe that is so. They've got a few non-league ones, haven't they? And actually, ironically, the same with Leicester, obviously. We're the only professional team in Leicestershire. And in fact, there's only really Colville United nowadays who are non-league, apart from Leicester. So, you know, I feel their pain. But that's sort of surprising when you think about it, you know, because Kent's quite a big place, isn't it? But it's funny because this is the problem we got in Devon with our smaller football clubs. I mean, the biggest problem like teams like Exeter and Plymouth have got, which stopped them being competitive, is the travel. Because travel costs money, right? To get yourself up to, like, you know, like Grimsby, for example, for Exeter, it costs a fortune. It really does, and it really limits your options as a team. And I imagine Kent's similar, unless you're playing London teams all the time. But as soon as because you're down that south coast, as soon as you got to go to the north of England, it starts to become, you know, incredibly pricey, doesn't it? So these things all knock on. What team should we go for today? I think we don't really need to bother too much, really. I think we just need to put it out as it is, probably. Yeah, I mean, I want to give Dominic a chance to say goodbye if he is going, right? Because he's probably been the star of the year, I think. Him and Morgan. I mean, I think the reason I probably won't give it to Morgan is because he's had times he hasn't turned up. But I think Corness, every time he's turned up, he's been brilliant. I forgot to ask about Atom, but we'll try and do that in a minute. If I forget, remind me to try and ask Atom to come back in, right? And this guy I'm interested in, Adamola, because I really like him. I've had him a Football Manager before with Swindon from League 2, and actually he played in the Premier League for me when I played him for a lot. And look, guys, we're getting the walk on. Gotta do it again. Come on. Nothing sad than a 30-something-year-old bloke sat like Mr. Bean with a fake plastic trophy in his hand, but that's what life gets you at some points. Gotta make the best of it as the world burns around you, haven't you? Look at that. Why don't we get the full version of that? But anyway, here come Bradford to start this game early. It's going to be Mr. Mellon, and it's a good save from Thomas there. Grimsby is a dead end of a crap motorway. Dude, where I live, the motorway's what? Oh, half an hour away? And of course, don't forget, Cornwall hasn't got any motorway. So you think Cornwall's only club, isn't? I don't even professional, it's Truro. They just got promoted to the conference this year. Dominic Corness. I know we sign him up, but I mean, I bet there's like Aberdeen scouts in every stand in every corner of the stadium today. But yeah, like Cornwall, similar. There's not one motorway in Cornwall, either in the north end or the south end. To get down there, it's all A roads. And of course, as soon as the summer hits, you've got no chance of getting down there because you'll be queued up for hours as soon as someone crashes their car nowadays. Oji plays it down to Corners, ball in, over the top. Good effort though. I mean, I'm very impressed with what we're seeing here. I'm really enjoying this stream, but I think we've only got half an hour left though. I like to keep it to 4-hour streams, guys. I mean, 4 hours is still quite a lot, really, isn't it? But I mean, the problem is it's fun. I mean, like I said, I could sit here and chat rubbish for hours. So really appreciate you all being here and enjoying it with me tonight. Anyway, guys, if you do want to hit obviously the sub button and hit the notification bell, I haven't got an exact schedule. I imagine I'll be back tomorrow at some point to do whatever's next, depending on how far we get. Obviously, we'll do a bit of work now. We'll start looking at moving the squad around and whatever else now to finish off and to give us an idea of what we're going to be playing with in League One next season, right? And we'll have a look at who's got relegated from the Championship and all the rest of it to see what we're going to be looking at. But it looks like we're going to take a 1-0 lead as a half-time here, which is very good. I mean, we've edged it, so I'm happy with that. Don't be complacent, guys, for goodness sake. I mean, I'd like to end the season with a win. I think I'm going to bring on the young chap Abu and see if he will not get a red card. Oh, what a goal that is! Did you see that? Guys, watch this. He took it down and like fully did a 180-degree spin and just put it in the top bins. Watch this. Boom, boom. See, Hutton could be the guy, if we give him minutes, that could become a really, really top player for us. That was something special. What a goal that was. Yeah, my mum's from Cornwall and Townside Cabba from Truro. Oh, cool, man. Cool. Prime Rooney, that. You're 100% right. And he's a right back, this guy. I love Truro. Truro's a lovely city, and Jimmy J Morgan gets his 24 for the season to finish off with. We've got to see if we can get him coming back as well. Truro's a very nice city. In England, unfortunately, nowadays there's not many nice cities left. I would say the ones I've been to and visited, Exeter's very nice, York's very nice, Truro's very nice. They've all got rough areas, don't get me wrong, of course they have. And in fact, I used to live in Oxford for a little while as well. In Oxford, you would be surprised. The outskirts of Oxford is not a place you want to hang out. It really isn't. Got 3 massive council estates, bless them, and it's especially where Oxford United play. It's not an area you want to go walking through and too much, particularly. In fact, carjacking was first originated from a council estate in Oxford, when people just steal a car just to go drive it around and crash it. Not to sell it, just to. I think it's joy. There was like a certain thing in Oxford that started about stealing cars. I don't know why I'm telling you that. It's a random fact, isn't it? Sheffield's a nice city. I must be honest, mate. I've never been to Sheffield. But obviously, I'm from the southwest. I mean, the most northern city I've been to is Newcastle. My granddad, I never met, bless him, was from Newcastle. From Amble, just above Newcastle, actually. But yeah, I like Newcastle as a city. I really do. I think it's got. I actually really like Geordies. I think they're really, really neat people, really friendly. But that's a great way to end the season, guys, there, isn't it? Look at that, a 3-0 win away from Bradford. I mean, if we had gone to the final day, it wouldn't have mattered. We didn't get 100 points, which is a shame. We got 95. But, I mean, that's not bad. Bear in mind, we were expected to probably be around here, right? I think we were expected to come like 7th or 8th, and we didn't have a massive budget. I had to do a lot of wheeling and dealing. But, yeah, I'm really happy with that. We received 25... Oh, right, so that's encouraging. We're nearly $1 million in the red, and we got given £25,000 for winning the league. Yeah, I'm going to have to sell someone, aren't I? Right, let's quickly, first of all, try and get this guy back on loan. He'll do a job in League 1. Too early to do a thing. I can only offer 30,000. Right, okay, so we're not going to be able to do that. I'll try Jimmy J Morgan again here. I'll try it. If it's too good to turn down. Well, I obviously can't pay him what wages he's going to want, right? When can I offer this dude a contract? Because it's really getting worrying. Because the scary thing about this is that, don't forget, Aberdeen are after him for his end of contract, lads. But technically Aberdeen are a different country, which means they can approach him now, and they haven't done it. So they can get a head start on us, right? But I really want to get this kid in. I think he's superb. I think he's really good. Right, let's quickly... Can't get any more northern to that. Sheffield's a nice city. Yeah, have a good day, mate. I'm off to go eat dinner. Mate, nice to meet you, obviously. Like to see you again, obviously. And all the best to you guys over in California, you know. Honestly. Lovely place. Hope you've got nice weather at the moment. I mean, we've actually got nice weather here. But yeah, see you soon. Chewed that chewing gum a bit too long there, didn't I? That'd be a funny way to end the stream, just to choke yourself to death in front of a worldwide audience of however many people we've got in now. Right, let's start sorting out here. Webster's going to go back to the under-18s because he's not going to be our first choice, but, you know, we might consider bringing him back up. I'll leave these chaps here. I'm just going to look at who we're already going to start moving on. Right, Armani Little's going to be one to go this summer. He's open to moving. So we're going to start doing business now. We're not even going to let the party happen here. Bradley Dack, can we talk to his agent? I'm going to wait till I can talk to his agent again to try and knock that price down, because we were looking at about 12,000, weren't we? And if I can get it to around 8, I'll be very happy. So I'm going to hold fire. There's no one interested in him, so I don't understand why he wants that. Do you know what I mean? I don't understand at all what the purpose of that's going to be, you know, to offer him a contract now, bearing in mind it's going to cost us more money, right? Someone wants us all. I'm not going to offer him out. If someone wants to make me a bid of maybe £500,000, we'll do business, right? Because he's getting worse, and I am worried about this. It's £1 million now. What is the projection? It's going to be awful. They reckon in 2 years it's going to be 15 million in the red. So basically, despite hitting FFP and despite being this, it shows you the EFL's a load of rubbish, doesn't it? How is that possible? I mean, I'm obviously complying with the EFL's FFP rules in the game, but it's going to leave us 15 million quid in the red, so I'm going to have to actually spend less, guys, a lot less. And in fact, I'm probably going to have to sell someone for some money. Who's worth anything? Bradley Dack. Do we do it? He's not going to react well, but I mean, technically, someone could just approach him, but I'm just going to try. Maybe I can resolve the issue later. That might be the end of his career here by just even doing that. Yeah, it's going bust money. Exactly, so I've got to do something, right? It's going to send me bust, so I can't just ignore it. And it's a big part of it. I mean, if I have to sell these two and maybe I'll replace them with loan players, it's not the end of the world. I mean, it might renegade our chances a bit of getting higher up the table than, what I'd like, but I mean, I don't know. More importantly, I think there's a couple more players I will not transfer this now and start the process. Johnny Williams was one of them, wasn't it? I know we might find it difficult, but you might have to reduce your wage, my friend, if that's the point. And I think for the rest of them, I'll put Brittle back in the under-18s because he's not going to feature next season. I think for the rest of them, we'll leave that there. And actually, Wakeling's not going to be staying, I don't think, is he? I mean, I kind of like him, though. He's only 23, but he's not got the best stats in the world, has he? But anyway, who got relegated? Let's have a look at the league table quickly. Yeah, it was Cheltenham and Accrington, which is a bit of a shocker. But I tell you what, Tranmere and Port Vale came a little bit close to the end there, didn't they? Because Cheltenham nearly kept themselves up by 1 point there. They also won 2 of their last 3 games, so they'd have scared those two half to death, wouldn't they? And then Grimsby, unfortunately, mate, didn't quite make the playoffs. Yeah, Dax on 16k a week. Yeah, mate, I didn't sign him for that. They have £80,000 as a wage budget when you start this. He's already on 16,000. That's why we're going broke, right? I mean, it's like Jack Rodwell, isn't it, at Sunderland? I mean, so that is what's going on here. So it's definitely going to be one of those where I'm going to try and sell him now. It might mean he's not going to re-sign, but 16k a week, I actually can't afford it anyway. I don't know why I was considering it, really. I mean, I know I've got the wage budget, but realistically, I can't be on the financial path I'm on here. I mean, it's fine now, but I need to get out of it, right? So yeah, definitely. It's definitely time to try and move him on. Just going to skip the game forward here a minute. I don't know if after May the 1st we might be able to approach Matey Boy from Liverpool now. I've got this guy coming back from Dagenham or Redbridge. Oh, hello. I didn't even know I had him. I mean, he's a fringe player, but he's not bad. He's actually better than Hogarth, isn't he? Hang on. Let's have a look. Gillingham. Yeah, he's better than Hogarth. I think that's quite... And what's his wage? His wage is going to be a lot less. Oh, it's about 500 quid more. But he's got good fitness, hasn't he? I think that might be our backup. No League 2 or 1 player should ever... I know, mate, exactly. And once again, it wasn't me. And the problem is, I tried to sell him in January because my plan was he was worth, what, £1 million then? And I was like, great. Use him till January because you can't sell him because he's only just joined and he's going to not want to move. Get him to January, then try and sell him. The problem is, no one wants him on £16,000 a week. The only good thing is I think we've made the best of a bad situation. But in bad news, Corness has won Player of the Month, so that is going to be difficult for us. I didn't win Manager of the Month, but I won it a few times. I mean, 3 times this season seems reasonable, doesn't it? I mean, no one else won it 3 times, 2 for Graham Alexander of Bradford. But look, no one wants him. Can I hire an intermediary? I think we just let him go, right? What do you think, guys? I mean, I think actually I'm being silly trying to keep him. I'm just going to have to replace him. Because in fact, why don't we put Ben Knight in attacking mid next season? Or maybe find someone who's actually got better passing. I think that's going to be the best idea, isn't it? I don't blame them either, mate. Exactly. No, totally, mate. But in good news, at least the nightmare's going to be over in a month's time. Let's quickly check now it's the first. Can I approach him to sign? I can't. I got a horrible feeling Corness is going to probably want £5,000 a week as well, which is going to be our top end. I think our top end wage we can offer is going to be around the £5,000 a week mark. I don't think we could do any more than that. I think if we do any more than that, we're getting into dangerous territory. I think maybe Hogarth's got to go, and I'll get that other guy up into the first team. Squad planning for next season. I mean, my players aren't recommended, are they, really? But I mean, we're going to upgrade goalkeepers, so I think we could probably sell both of these. I think we might be able to... We won't make £1 million, will we? But if we can at least get it back on track and get these wages down... The only way I keep Dak, you reduce legs. Yeah, I mean, his agent reckons it's going to be, what, like 12,000 or something? And I'm like, that's still way too much, isn't it? It's still ridiculous. I don't know if we're going to be able to sell Hogarth, but perhaps a loan for a season and just see if we can get some first team football and all his wages. I mean, this guy we might sell. I mean, I need to think about goalkeeper. I mean, the problem is I can go spend some money now, but I've got to be careful of this, haven't I? This coffee I've had for like 2 hours. It's freezing. Shame my guy from California's just topped off for dinner because yeah, like iced coffee over there is like a given, right? Right. So next year they want us to play defensively solid football, which they haven't really been doing. They're quite a pressing team, so they're not going to like me, so I'm not changing it. Play direct football. I sort of run around with it. Play counter-attacking football. I don't do that either. So this is going to be interesting. What's the plan? Attempt to avoid relegation. Okay, so they're not being mean to me, you know. So I am going to have to trim the fat here, aren't I? Definitely going to have to trim the fat. I'm going to say I want to talk about League One next year as we go for the meeting. I'm going to have to strengthen the squad. Oh, we got away with that. Excellent. Brilliant. That's the reaction I'm after. I have nothing else to talk about. Go have a nice holiday, boys. The other thing I really want next year, and I'll tell you what didn't help the money this year, was the FA Cup run. Because the FA Cup, that's a really bad 1.1 million, Jesus. Our FA Cup run sadly ended in the third round. We beat Leyton Orient of League One 2-0 in the first round. The second round we got Stevenage and we lost 3-0. And due to Stevenage drawing the third round, Doncaster of League Two, who we'd have utterly smashed. So I think we'd have got a big fourth round tie. Actually, out of interest, if we go to the FA Cup, who did? If I go through the rounds here, who would we have got in the fourth round? So it would have been Doncaster we're looking for here, or Stevenage. Can you see Doncaster or Stevenage? I can't see it. Maybe I'm getting tired. Maybe I'm blind. I can't see them. I'm having a moment. Third round. Where are we? Hang on. Let's get this right. Yeah, so Stevenage lost to Doncaster. So fourth round it'll be Doncaster. It's right in front of me, isn't it? And I can't see it. Yeah, they lost to Liverpool. Sorry, it was right at the top. Yeah, cheers, mate. Yeah, I finally got there. It was right at the top, so it was sort of out of my thing. But that would have given me a lot of money, right? Because that was a TV game, surely, as well, being the first one on the list. That would at least give me £250,000 probably, and with ticket sales it might have even been a lot more. So that could have been a massive help in the circumstances. Right, anyway, we're going to keep going here for a minute. We've got Jake Turner back now. Let's pop him in the first team because I think he's someone we're going to consider next year as a backup, perhaps. He was a bonus. I didn't know we had him. Oh, I forgot. In my reserves, obviously, I've got that idiot I couldn't get rid of earlier. Where's he gone? Callum McFadden. There we go. I bet he's worth like 50p now. Oh, 50,000. I mean, I'm just going to offer him out to see what people want. Let's move him in the first team so I don't forget he exists, right? I've got this guy out on loan, Kumbi. I mean, he's not matured as much as I like. He's now 22, but he's still got good potential ability, and that's all good. But he's not very tall, which for a ball-winning midfielder isn't very helpful. As you can see, I've not got the big... I mean, it's quite big, but actually a lot of them are going to be not staying now, so... Let's just quickly keep going here a little bit longer. As I quickly sort my phone out. Okay, so we've had our youth candidates evaluated. It doesn't look like these guys are worth bothering with down the bottom here, so we'll leave them. Yeah, rubbish, rubbish. Rubbish. Sometimes they do get one or two wrong though, don't they? So it's worth double checking in case someone's got something about them. He's not terrible, but he's not going to become anything, I don't think, so we won't worry about it. Flanagan. I mean, he's not bad on the mentals, to be fair. Mentals can go a long way. I mean, physicals, of course, are better, don't get me wrong, but mentals alongside with that will get you somewhere. No, let's not worry about him. And obviously with my wages, I can't go mad. Actually, I don't dislike this guy as a 16-year-old with passing and technique of that and flair of that. Do you know what? You can stay. Youth contract, 50 quid. Not going to cost us a thing. And this is the last guy, the guy from the pub, Gaz Galinsky. I kind of want to sign him for the name, but I don't like... He's a striker and an AMC. Heading of 3. No, I think we'll leave him well alone. Right. I still can't offer. I guess it's the 1st of June, right? I can start offering these players a contract. So the thing we're going to have to keep an eye out for is if Corness gets an offer, right? If he does, we might be boned on keeping him, unfortunately. But you made the FA Cup quarter-finals. Yes, you did, mate. I remember I was cheering you on that time. It was brilliant. Yeah, about £1 million. See, that's the plan for next season. I know it sounds a bit crazy, but I think with the base of the team we've got here, I mean, we're going to have to replace Bradley Dack. There's no two ways about it, right? But with the base of this team we've got here, there is definitely going to be, we can maybe have a good cup run. My idea is, can we be competitive in League One against Championship teams? I know it sounds bonkers on this budget, but I've done it before. I kind of try and view it a league ahead, right? If you view it a league ahead and go, right, now I'm trying to sign Championship players in League One, or at least players with that potential to be Championship players, we get there. Oh, I might get 30k for McFadden. And actually, look at how rubbish he is now. I'll take it. I mean, he's worth 100 apparently, but what's the value? Fleetwood want him as well. I'm willing to make an offer while the window's closed, but they want to pay 30k. Alright, okay, I'll tell you what, let's hire an intermediary, because I might be able to get about 50k for that. Keep skipping forward here. See, my youth coaches are mental. They seem to think all these guys are brilliant. They're all set for release, I'm afraid. Oh, well, there's no point me changing that, because it's just going to say don't. As the decision hasn't been made. In the League Two playoffs, interesting. Fleetwood have actually smashed against Carlisle, and Notts County have just knocked out Swindon. So let's have a quick look at League One. How did that pan out? I mean, Leyton Orient Huddersfield's a playoff final. Let's have a look at the league table. So Lincoln got promoted with Bolton. So, and we lost Rotherham, Exeter, Wigan and Burton. Actually, losing Wigan could be helpful for us, because they can be quite good on this. So I don't look at that League One and feel much intimidation. I don't know about you guys. Birmingham being down there is probably still the big one, right? But I don't look at that League One table and go, I'm not too worried. All right, who got relegated from the Championship out of interest? Oxford, Millwall and Preston. I look forward to playing Oxford. And actually, Millwall's a bit of a shocker, isn't it? But no, I don't think that's a disaster. I think that League One's going to be quite interesting next year. I think we might have a chance of... I mean, as long as we stay up, that's all we really need to do, right? I mean, that's it. Here's our scholars. We only signed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which seems reasonable. Because obviously I'm going to have to keep an eye on this youth team. I want to have, like, you know, one per position, apart from obviously centre back, maybe two. I'd like to maybe have an 11 back there that, you know, we can develop and maybe, you know, pop in like we have done this year with Webster, who just was brilliant for no reason, right? Quickly go back here a minute. I mean, I still got to make a decision on Jake Turner. I think I quite like him, but his mentals aren't brilliant. I've actually got 3 goalkeepers on a similar level now, but I do need another goalkeeper, don't I, really? Although perhaps I can't afford one in reality. I think there might be bigger priorities. Millwall, Lincoln got promoted, boo. Yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah, terrible. Don't worry, I agree with you. Millwall always get relegated in my saves like it's really constant. That's interesting. I don't normally see it on mine. I normally see Oxford and Portsmouth going down. But I don't normally see Millwall going down. I always see them about mid-table, ironically. So it might just be me. We avoided an additional tax bill. That's good. So that's good. Right, let's have a look at our commercial activities. And this will help us with next season. So these are our revenue totals. We haven't got that money now, have we? That's what we've had all this season. Yes, but that's what we got. So that shows you we're kind of spending double that, which is quite a problem, right? The competition prize money is the problem. We talk about the FA Cup. I knew at the time the FA Cup was where I needed to have a good run. It was just what I needed to do. Change the stadium ticket prices. None on that. And our yearly earnings are going to be 2.86 million. Okay, so we are going to earn 2.86 million next year. However, the projection is still going to end up 15 million quid in the red. I think you're right. This is all going to be down to what's his face. I'm going to call this guy from his loan. Because he's going to be sold as well. It's all going to be down to letting Bradley Dack go, isn't it? I think that's going to be the only answer here. I mean, I'm going to have to investigate this. In real life, did Gillingham really, really give him £16,000 a week in League Two? That just seems remarkably interesting. Anyway, end of season review. Let's have a look at the average ratings and stuff like that. I mean, I think I've done pretty well in my signings. I mean, a lot of them were loan ones, don't get me wrong. But Abu even, I know he got that bonkers red card, right? But even that's not terrible in the circumstances, really. I think, that's pretty good. Supporters are very happy. That's what you want. I mean, look at the start of this season again, guys. I mean, it was really good, wasn't it? I mean, we didn't lose until the 31st of October when I told about going unbeaten. And then after that, we went on another spell all the way up to Boxing Day. And I remember this. I gave them Christmas Day off because we were knackered, and it was when I was messing around with formations. And it was only really in today's stream towards the middle of it we went through this dodgy run. But I think that's when the confidence started to go as well, and the tired legs got involved. But that 7-0 was obviously huge against Newport County, wasn't it? Club reputation hasn't changed. 1-year deal for the sponsorship. When he gets £16,000 a year in sponsorship, my word, that's a problem. But obviously on other areas we get more. Merchandise sales are 200,000. You can see how hard it is for lower league clubs, can't you? I mean, it's bonkers that. Even if we ever got to the Premier League, commercially we'd have big problems, wouldn't we? Notice I've marked myself down as Canadian on here. Sorry about that. I did that for some reason. It's not that I identify as because I'm English, but I just put Canadian to make it something different, isn't it? I mean, I lived in Canada. Come on, if you live in Toronto for a year, they classify you as one of their own. So, Gillingham to receive £500,000 for participating in Sky Bet League 2. That's interesting, because that shows you the prize money. Most of it goes, and that's brought the budget back up now. But oh, hang on. I'm actually going to be over FFP, and despite that, look at this. They still reckon I got 32,000 a week. Interesting. So it shows you my club's doing a Leicester City and getting me in trouble here. Getting me in massive trouble by telling me lies. Good morning, Tom from Asia. Gillingham won the league. Mate, nice to see you. Mixed music vibes. Mate, yeah, of course you'll be getting up now. Yeah, mate, it's been an interesting one. I'm not sure you just saw that. I'll quickly take you through the results, mate. We just quickly had a look. But basically, we had a bit of a dodgy run at the end, which brought everyone back in, look. And actually, when it came to the final 3 games, it was crazy because we had all... if I take you to the table, mate. Where is it? Table... We had Colchester and Bradford right on our arse, but we luckily managed to win the last 3, my friend, and we literally managed to get over the line. We scored 100 goals this year, which is remarkable. 10 against Newport, look at that. To be fair, that's pretty good, isn't it, really? Against 51. So yeah, we got the job done. We're now making some big decisions. I don't even trust him on Salary Sport. It says Dax on 4.5 a week. I think that's realistic. I think that seems about right, doesn't it? So this shows you it was probably the data update for Football Manager that was just the natural one they did was probably incorrect, right? In bad news, Cornish just won the Player of the Season. And what did I say? I said he was our Player of the Year, didn't I? Aberdeen are sniffing around him, and they haven't offered him a contract yet, which is good. So we're hoping to get 2 more weeks so we can nick in there and offer him a deal. We won Manager of the Year. I think that'll be my 2nd trophy, gentlemen. Come on. Yes, 2nd trophy for me. I think I deserve that. Pat on the back. Well done, mate. Well done to me. And now we've got to make some decisions. I think Bradley Dacker's got to go. Great, I'll watch the stream from the start later, thanks. No worries, mate. Before I go to bed tonight, I'm going to try and do all the... what do you call them? Oh, the time tags. I've forgotten, it's gone over my head. Because that way then you can just skip a few games along the way, right? It's a long watch for 4 hours. And the good thing about it is, though, I mean, whenever I watch or I'm playing Football Manager, I normally chuck something on the background and, you don't really watch it, but it's just kind of there, isn't it? Which is kind of cool. The challenge we got now is I'm still just trying to move on some of these players, right? I mean, this would be so funny because Fleetwood are in the playoff final, and if they win that, we'd be able to maybe sell him to Fleetwood, and I know how bad he is. I like that idea. We might be able to sabotage him and put them in the relegation zone. That'd be very helpful. I shouldn't hate Fleetwood. They gave us Jamie Vardy, but Oh, interesting. Someone is signing coaches for me. I didn't realise I thought I was signing the coaches. Got a new goalkeeping coach. Oh, he's not terrible. I mean, his distribution and handling could be better. I must have already pressed that to do it on its own. I'm not going to complain. I'm not too worried about it. The only thing I'm going to look at later is going to be my youth team coaches. because, you know, in order to make some of this money back, I'm going to have a better youth system. So, yeah, unbelievable. But yeah, it's been a really good one, this one, guys, hasn't it? I think I'm just going to quickly get to the first team and see if we can make an offer. Who won the FA Cup? Arsenal. Maybe we can win the FA Cup next year. I know it sounds bizarre, but something like playing this formation against a Premier League team, they don't cope well with it because it's not traditional. You know, it's slightly different. And even, I've done this against a Premier League team before from League One. And if you kind of go with this, it sometimes catches them out. You might be 2-0 up and they might fight their way back, but it puts you in an interesting position, right? So, I think, you know, I've got a funny feeling we'll have a good FA Cup run next year. I'm looking forward to tomorrow when we get on with the full start of next season in League One. But I really think we got... as long as I can get this money situation under control, obviously getting that £500,000 has brought it back in line a bit. You see, we're not bad now, but I still want to just get it in line. And I think maybe Bradley Dack going is going to be the one. I've got 93 scout reports to go through here, which is insane. How did that happen? It's been like 10 all season. Now my scouts are going to be better get to work, right? I'm going to go through that off stream later and just sort of, because that's a lot of ticking boxes, right? Offers made for him. Whose loan deal's going? Jimmy J Morgan. I mean, he's not coming back, is he? Let's be realistic. Oh no. Oh, hang on. We might be able to get him back. The only problem is, oh, can I raise some? I need to get the money. Problem is the wage budget, guys. I'm not going to be able to give it to him. I don't think I want to get this add-on fee. I think I want to hold off this because he might get sold somewhere else for 200,000 and I'll get 20 then. That's frustrating, right? He was an under-18 goalkeeper coach. The game was like, oh mate, thank you. Oh, thank you. Sometimes I go through it really quick. Please let me know you think I'm clicking stuff too quick. I'm trying to get the balance right between actually getting a shift on here and having the games at the right pace and stuff like that. Before, you know, and just that's a waste of time. Bradley Dack is set for release. We've made the decision. Bye bye. You're gone. Absolutely no interest to sign a new contract anyway. But to be fair, I did try and pull a crafty and offer him out there, didn't I? I was like, maybe someone will give us 25 grand just to get him a little bit earlier, which makes no sense, but there we go. I've got to move Kumbi back into the first teams. We've got to make a decision on him. Ewan Williams, 22, attacking mid. One of my young players. I'll move him into the first team as well to make a decision, because we might have to keep someone like because of the budget situation. Because currently, even though we've got £30,000 in wages to spend, we are at the top of our financial fair play. So actually, even though the board have gone, you've got 120 a week, unfortunately he's gone back to Chelsea. But there might be a chance of adding to the shortlist, but you might be able to get him back. But yeah, unfortunately the board are giving me a massive wage budget, but like there's no point because I can't spend any of it. It's 82,000, that's the limit, and we're on 82,000. So until I sell some players now, I'm not going to have much hope. So I'm going to have to crack on here and just try and start moving some of these on. I'm not going to get the full price for a lot of these. I know that, so I'm not even going to mess around here. Bradley, thank you very much. You can go and enjoy some time with the kids now till the end of your career. This guy, when he gets fit, needs to go as well. Jacob Wakeling. I'm just going to start sifting a bit here. I'll get rid of him. I'll leave this chap for the minute because he might become important. Johnny Williams I want to get out of here pretty sharpish, so let's try and move him on. I think once we've done these little moves, I think it won't be too bad. Who wants Kumbi? Huddersfield. That's interesting, and he's worth quite a bit, so I'm not going to offer him out because they might come in and offer for him. Mackenzie on Wickham. There might be one or two we might be able to get some profit off it. I think McFadden we'll get 30 grand for, wasn't it, or something? I think they said they'll pay 29.5 someone, so I'm going to try that figure exactly and see, you know, how we do with that one. Right, now at the 1st of June, can we sign Matey Boy? Let's have a look. I bet Aberdeen have gone straight in for him. Right, the board are giving me a B. That's going to be challenging next year. Why are the supporters giving me a B? I guess we had a dodgy spell at the end of the season, but I don't know, it's a bit bizarre. But interestingly, Corness is a highly influential player here. He might be interested in sticking around on that purpose. They haven't extended his contract, have they? No, we can approach to sign him, guys. Alright, guys. Wish us luck, right? Because he might turn around and say, I'm not staying with you, but he's our player of the season and he's superb. Oh, I want to talk to his agent first. Very good point, actually. Well, I can't talk to his agent. It won't let me. That's stupid, isn't it? I'm just going to go. No, he doesn't want to sign. I knew this was going to happen. Oh, but we're in the League One next year, mate. That's good. Oh, you want 10,000 a week. At least he had a great goal to finish his career with, right? Oh, that's such a sad ending for him. That really is. I wanted to keep him. That's such a sad thing. Right. Mars moved to under 18s because he's gone. Oh, what a shame. It does mean Kumbi. I'm not going to keep here for the minute. I mean, Craig Farquhar, is he out of contract? No, he's not, but I don't think we're retaining him anyway, so he might be back. Right, Noel Atom, let's try and get him to stay. It's too early. Alright, shut up. I mean, I can't offer any wages, because obviously I need to offload these players first. We're a bit handcuffed at the moment, unfortunately. But at least it answers the difficult question, can we keep the player we want to keep? And the answer is sadly we can't keep Cornus. Oh. I want him to be a Gillingham hero, guys. I want him to be like, you know, I don't know what heroes Gillingham have had before. Probably someone like Jimmy Hill or something. I have no idea. He probably didn't play for him, but you know, I can't imagine it'll be a footballer that was before 1950. You know, that was a hero for him. But at this point, Kenny's about to join us, our new centre back from Celtic. Let's hope his stats haven't dropped off a cliff. Told you we get 29.5. That's great. Right, that's good. So McFadden is going to be on his way at least, so that will at least then give us some manoeuvrability. But we might actually be stuck with a lot of the squad from last season, because I've got to turn this into a profitable club. Yes, Gillingham might lose Knight because of a release clause, £500,000. I mean, £500,000 seems reasonable, right? As a release clause, I think I did very well to get that. I mean, to lose him would suck, but it would do the club finances the world of good, because we are still losing money somehow. It's paying Bradley Dack the last month of his wages, isn't it? Yeah, good point, Mr. Lawnmower. Yeah, good point. Yeah, you're bang on there, mate. I'll make sure he's on our short list, and he is. And ironically, Aberdeen aren't interested anymore. And to be fair, I imagine £10,000 to Aberdeen, you'd think they'd be able to pay for it, but it depends where they finish. Do they finish near the bottom? Maybe not. Let's welcome one new signing in anyway to get towards the end of the stream now, guys. Let's quickly have a look here. And we signed, he's only a C+, yeah, he's declined slightly. And in fact, he'll probably be going straight out on loan, actually. But hey-ho, we got him anyway, and he's a body. You know, he's a body. Sometimes you've got to take a gamble on these guys. I don't think he's awful, really. I mean, okay, yeah, his physical, I'm a bit of a lunatic, perhaps, because his physicals aren't brilliant, but I'm not overly too upset with that. I'm not going to do a press conference. I'll get the social media team to do it. Aston Villa have just made a £40 million bidding game for Marcus Rashford. Could we argue Football Manager's not realistic? I mean, the 16,000 for Bradley, that kind of sums it up, doesn't it, really? What's the work permit update here? So, we've got a maximum of 2 allowed, and that hasn't changed, but maybe League One it will change. We have debated maybe it's 4 in League One. Can I have a look at the league rules? I need to know this, because this could be very important for us going forward, right? Rules. No more than 5 loan players, 4 in the squad. Yeah, fine. Transfer window. That's fine. Transfer regulation. Maximum of 7 foreign-based players allowed on loan. Okay, so I can get loan ones in. Work permit. Here we go. This is the magic, isn't it? Players are allowed a specific number, depending. Greater than 35 is to what is this complicated thing here? The number of ESC slots allocated to clubs depends on the percentage of minutes played by players eligible for the national team over the previous 3 seasons. Alright. After 1 year after joining, an ESC player can transition to a full-time work permit if 25% of the club's matches has played above a threshold of minutes. Okay, so actually what that suggests to me is we're not going to get it for Bar, but he might be time to move him on anyway. But we should get it for Zentrich, right? Because he's been playing a lot of games for us. He's played 26 this season, and he's played international football for the Czech Republic. So that's encouraging. So we might be able to get that Spanish chap that I want. I wanted this guy, didn't I? I want to quickly run in here, see if I can get him. I didn't think he'd be interested. He's probably a bit too good, but he's definitely championship quality, that lad, isn't he? You know, so there's that in it. But yeah. Anyway, guys, Callum McFadden is going to go on the way out, so I'm going to quickly bung him in there, and that really is where we. Oh, I'll quickly offer out Josh Andrews a minute here. If we can get £250,000, it seems unlikely, but to be honest, I'm going to take any money right now just to clear some wood out and just try and give us some sort of budget. Johnny Williams is going to be hard to get rid of, isn't he? Inverness wants him, but of course the Scottish League's got about as much money as... Well, not a lot, let's put it that way. I'll try 50,000 here, quickly move him on. Armani Little... I mean... Once again, it's all clubs that want him on loan because he's on quite a big... I'll knock him down to 100 to try and get rid of him. Yeah, and Conor Masterson's wanted as well, but he's not going anywhere. And the next challenge we're going to have as well is who's out of contract at the end of next season. There's going to be quite a few, isn't it? Like Barr, Masterson, Patterson, Jake Turner. I prefer to sort that out very swiftly, because if we don't, it could bite us in the arse when we get to July and they go, I'm not going to sign a new deal with you, I'm going to walk next season, right? So that's something to consider as well. But anyway, I think we'll end it there, guys. I think it's been a nice long stream there. I really want to thank you all for coming in and joining me. I really appreciate it. I really enjoyed it. Honestly, thank you for all the chat. And there we go. We won it. Brilliant. And I think tomorrow we're going to come back and we'll try and do some Magic in League One. I think that'll be the best idea, eh? But yeah. I'm really happy with what we managed to do there this season. I think that's been superb. And thank you. My views have nearly doubled from the last one. And of course, with these things, sometimes they can go the opposite way. So I really appreciate that of you all. And if you want to know what time I'm going on tomorrow, I'm not entirely sure because I might be on Leicester Till I Die TV at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So if I'm going to guess, I'm going to be on in the afternoon probably. I might do a morning one if I feel up to it. If you do miss, there'll be obviously the catch up, and I'm going to go through and do tags so you can literally pop through. But if you hit the notification bell and the sub button, as soon as I'm on, you'll see me. I've really enjoyed talking to you, Mr. Lawnmower Death in particular there. Mixed Music Vibes, great to see you again, brother. And obviously the chap whose name I've forgotten from California, you know, and anyone else who's been there, thank you very much for watching me tonight. I've been your host. I call myself the one and only Tom Swift because it's funny. Obviously I'm not, there's plenty of us, there's far too many of us, that's probably part of the problem in the world. But guys, thank you very much for everything. I'll see you guys tomorrow, alright? Come on, Gillingham.